Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another weekend filled with amazing Valorant action. Here, of course, at the Valorant Invitational India by Galaxy Racer. It's me, Universe, along with my main man, Mamba, and we're going to be taking you through the games for today. First of all, Mamba, welcome to the desk. How are you feeling, and how's your day been?
Um, well, I just woke up 2 hours ago, so it's not been a lot of day, but so far so good. Also, very flattering to know that I'm your main man, universe. Of course, not like you've been casting with like five other people, but I'm pretty excited
Right.
for the matches. I am really excited for the matches because
Mhm.
I was speaking to one of the players right before we went live, and looks like we have a really, really interesting matchup because they have something up the sleeves.
Mhm. Well, I'm expecting a little bit of a dramatic action between the two teams that we're going to be seeing today in the first game at least. It is, of course, the first game being Revenant Esports up against W Streak Esports. Both these teams had a pretty interesting journey in the previous one. W Streak, who did have a rather uh, disappointing loss against Velocity. I'm not quite sure they ended up losing that game that bad because they had really good control of the map that they were playing in the second, especially. I think they lost 13-4. It was, I believe, on Breeze. I believe, yeah. Velocity's best game, of course, being on Breeze, and W Streak were not afraid to approach it the way that they wanted to, right? So I really hope that today they've got a game plan coming in against Revenant, who, by the way, are in, I believe, their best form that they've ever been so far. What do you think?
Oh, absolutely. They're looking sublime, and I've been following them quite a bit. And
Hmm.
the way they've been playing, especially as a unit, right? I feel like they are one of the most, if not the most well-oiled unit in the country right now. Sure, we have other teams, but if I had to put my money on one team right now in the current circuit, I would absolutely put it on Revenant. So I'm looking forward to how they play. But you did mention that with W Streaks, right? Here's the problem. I feel like one, it's a very new lineup. We are talking about the sort of the structure they have within the team, right? With the amount of
Yeah.
stand-ins they have. We were just
Hmm.
discussing that before we went live. So I feel like it's a twofold problem. One, it's a fairly new lineup and there's not a lot of stability because some players might actually eventually walk away. But I guess
Hmm.
that's something only time will tell us.
Yeah, yeah, that is true. What I believe W Streak's advantage to be is that they've got a couple of players who've been pretty experienced in their time, right? You've got, of course, Astro, you've got Rexy, you've got Equinox, Relic. All these players have stuck around. W Streak themselves going through, like you said, the changes that they've had, right? So they not really had as much time to stick around and be that synergetic team that they want to be, right? But it's something that also throws in unpredictability into the mix, right? You never know what's going to happen, and that I think is a little bit of an example shown in the map of on the map of Haven that they played against Velocity, which went 13-9. And those 9 rounds that they put up were actually really well executed, especially on their attack. They had a couple of rounds there that worked really well for them. But overall, I believe that W Streak have a uphill task against this team right here. Revenant almost qualifying the last qualifier, lost to Enigma 3-1 in the grand final. Now they come back again to try and find their, streak of winning to find themselves that final spot. But they've got big competition coming up. How do you think this is going to fare out, Mamba?
Um, if you talk about the finals, I believe it's going to be Revenant versus Velocity. But then again, I don't want to toot my own horn and be like, hey, no, these are the two teams absolutely that I've been rooting for, and at least I know on paper they look stronger. But I feel like Revenant Velocity is the potential final unless we see an upset.
Yeah, it is. It is really, interesting that you have, these 8 teams that are, of course, one of the are of course the top teams right now, right? Given the qualifiers have gone through, we've had a lot of invited teams as well, right? So Revenant, Velocity, we've got God Squad, we've got God Reigns on the other side, and we've also got I believe Reckoning is also there in the mix. And amongst all of these, we've got two teams who are coming in through the ranks by qualifying on their own across multiple teams. That is W Streaks and Goblin Attackers, who, by the way, Goblin Attackers, I should mention, just to give them an honorary mention before their match at 4 p.m., that these guys have beaten some of the best teams around. These are just a bunch of five friends who've come together And they've taken down the names of Lethal Esports in their previous best of three that they got to come here, and they beat them 2-0, pretty clean as well. And we all know, and you know as well, Mamba, that Lethal is a pretty strong team. So I think that an upset could be on the cards today if Velocity is not careful.
True. There's potentially an upset coming our way, but who knows, right? Who knows? That's only something time can tell us. We can look at the numbers, we can look at the stats, and we always say this: predictions work on data that we've had in the past. But the
Hmm.
problem is, a lot of times, a lot of variables are different. So you talk about W Streak as well, right? They've had different
Yeah.
lineups over the past couple of months. So if you look at the data, if you look at the past 9 matches they've played, they've only won one, and then they've lost
Yeah.
8 matches. So there's a lot of things you can factor in, but at the end of the day, it all comes down to on the given day, on
Hmm.
the match day, are you able to perform as a well-oiled unit or not? And I
Yeah.
believe all the data at this point is irrelevant because of the
Hmm.
fact that we've seen so many lineup changes. As a matter of fact, even Lethal has, I
Hmm.
believe, a lineup change because I did read the news. I believe Marzel is moving away from the lineup. So
Sure.
it's going to be interesting for all of these teams.
Yeah, that is true. And, given that this is a situation that Goblin attackers took full advantage of, this is now time for W Streak to try and break probably one of the best teams out there, right? Revenant have got a pretty solid squad, of course. And I'm just looking forward to seeing what exactly is going to be the map pool. What exactly is Revenant going to be picking against this squad of W Streak? Because if at all, they let that map of Breeze come in again to the mix and they take advantage of it, because seeing how W Streak fared against Velocity, I'm pretty sure that Revenant are not going to let that opportunity go. But what I am concerned about is if W Streak themselves let Breeze come into the mix, not banning it, that would be an issue.
Oh, absolutely. But the lineup, right? So if you had to pick and choose over here, 3 players. I mean, of course, it's a team game, no doubt about that. But three
Yeah.
players that have absolutely had a massive impact on all the outcomes. For me personally, it would definitely be Paradox, Bad Love, and Wimp.
Hmm.
Logi and Blackhawk are anchors to me. Bad Love, if it pops off, can definitely be a problem. But while we're talking about the veto, right? Here's the
Hmm.
thing. I feel like there might be a span in the works. Who knows?
Hmm. Hmm. Sure, there could be a spanner in the works. I'm pretty sure that Revenant Esports are not going to let anything go to chance. They're going to keep it as close as possible. And of course, their map pool is a little bit more, I would say, expanded than W Streak. At least in the way that these five players are stuck together, right? And with the not so recent addition of Bad Love as well, this team has grown into that amazing tightly knit unit that's going to be going up against these five players who have come together much more recently than compared to Revenant. And even after that, they've come to the top four of this group stage, which is quite an impressive achievement.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, when I saw this lineup, right? First of all, Buster has been around for quite a while. We'll talk about Ikono, Zavi, and Astro, but the player that I really want to talk about right now is Rex. He's been around for
Yeah.
quite a while, and I was led to believe that this might be his last rodeo, at least in India. That's what he's
Hmm.
aiming for. But the fact that this team made it so far in the tournament in itself, for me, is a surprise for sure. But talk about Buster as well. Right? A lot of experience, but the question is, will this team be able to hang in with the big boys? Because they have a lot of things to prove.
Yeah, they most certainly do. They've got a lot of work ahead of them against Revenant, especially because of the fact these guys are so I think Revenant currently is the most disciplined and structured team. They've got such set attacks. They know how to approach fast. They know when to approach a team fast, when on attack or on defense. They let Paradox be the anchor of that speed attacks. They let him get into spaces that opponents usually wouldn't expect, or even if they do expect, he's still able to find a kill. In the last time that he was playing in qualifier one, he had a rather, spiky game. He went up for a couple of times. He straight went back down for a couple of games. So I hope that he's, having a little bit more consistency coming to his game this time. But breaking that, synergy between these people is probably going to be the most important thing. I think W Streak need to focus on their first kills and trade-offs, importantly, because Revenant are a team that, even if Paradox, as the spearhead of the attack, does fall, they've got a set strategy of the remaining four players who always play on crossfires, make sure that they've got themselves in positions that can allow them to trade, allow them to take on multiple enemies at a time. And I think W Streak need to find ways to break that, because if they're able to put themselves in a 5v3 or a 4v3, it's going to be more easier. But if they're in a 5v4, they still need to be really, aware of the fact that Revenant have this potential to pull out rounds even if they've lost that first member of their team.
I think the points that you've made, right? I could sum it up in a sentence. Just get the basics, right? That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Don't overcommit. Make sure you get the trades. If you get the first pick, once again, just don't overcommit. I think that's
Yeah.
one mistake that you see happening over and over again, even at
True.
this level, right? Because a lot of times you do get carried away. You obviously want to back yourself when you pick a fight. You know for a fact that, or at least you go in with this mentality that if you take this fight, you're going to win, so that you're not hesitant when you're peeking an angle. But at the same time, you also need to realize that, hey, what's the pro and the con? You got to weigh it out, because a lot of times if you have a flank coming in, for example, right, a lot of times you might see somebody flanking in, they overcommit, they get taken out, and then the team rotates. A lot of times flanking is not always about actually getting those kills. It's also about just getting enough information for your team to be ready to take on the attack that's coming your way.
Yeah, true. And of course, given that these people of Revenant also have a recent addition in terms of their coaching staff, Malix has joined their crew, and he's going to bring a lot of new ideas, I believe, to the team. But speaking about ideas, let's have a look at the map pool and what ideas we can whip up here about the predictions here, Mamba. We've got Ascent, Breeze, and Bind. Okay, now I'm a little concerned for the side of W Streak, because this looks like a little bit of a one-sided affair if Revenant are, going to be starting off on Ascent on the defense, especially. What do you think about this? I want to know first your initial thoughts, and then I'm going to give it my 2 cents.
I feel like W3 can actually pick up Ascent, because I remember seeing a match when Revenant played against Xerxes, if I'm not mistaken. And they were... they looked pretty dominant, but after that, there was one more game. I keep forgetting the name of the other team, but they dismantled their defense and their attack as well. So it really comes down to if W3 can consistently get those first picks and make sure that once they get it, they keep the pressure mounted. Because I've seen Revenant crack. If you have constant pressure being applied every single time, they do end up cracking. So here's the thing. It's a pretty mature team, but not mature enough. A lot of times it feels like players on Revenant are pretty momentum based. The only player I feel like who has the confidence, or at least the temperament to break free from all the momentum and the pressure, is Paradox. That's one player I would count on.
Yeah, that is true. Paradox has got that X factor about him. But I do want to mention that the last time they played Ascent was actually in the grand final against Enigma in Qualifier 1, where they lost 13-4 against Enigma. And like you said, they did get dismantled completely by Enigma, right? But the problem is that they couldn't handle the pace of Enigma. Of course, Excali being that absolute, Chad that he is, and of course, with every single way that this guy was playing, he was just annoying these people with that KO. He had 18 kills and 10 assists as the KO. Everybody from Enigma that they popped off, especially Excali and RVK, both of them on 18 kills each. And the side of Revenant were struggling to keep up with that KO, because he was disabling these players so constantly. Their utility was being dumped, and that is the major thing that I think W Streak need to focus on. That is disabling utility, because Revenant played that triple initiator, right? They played a Sova, Fade, and KO, and couple that with a Killjoy and Astra. It's a really utility focused, lineup. It is absolutely stacked with tons and tons of utility, and of course 3 players who can have regenerative utility, right? The knife from KO, the recon from Sova, and of course the haunt from Fade, right? That's all regenerative. So I really think that you have a lot of utility to work around with, which I think should help them on defense. They've beaten God Squad on this, who play a pretty similar lineup, changing in with the Fade and all, with the Sage, But overall, I believe that if Revenant stick to their roots of playing disciplined gaming right here, they're going to have not too much of a problem on Ascent. But I'm pretty sure the W Streak should have some game plan in store picking this map.
I actually quite disagree with the sort of mindset that they go in, at least in terms of the picks, the Asian picks, right? Here's the thing. A triple initiator setup could work out really, really well. But the problem is teams have figured out, at least when you're Revenant, right? We've seen teams if Revenant is attacking, as defenders, they've been pushing
Hmm.
really hard and they've been creating that pressure. That's something even you mentioned, right? They
Yeah,
couldn't just handle the pace. The problem with a triple initiator setup without a duelist is that you cannot create space. A lot of times,
true.
something that a Raze does or a Jet does, it's not always about getting kills. It's about going in, creating that space for your team to be able to go in, or creating that distraction so that your teammates can capitalize on it.
Hmm.
So that's one thing I would personally do different. But then again, right, I'm not the one on the server. It's Revenant. So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, true. Talking about that jet, they actually have tried, I believe, before the raise on Paradox on this map. I think it's a pretty old composition that they, used to go for. Their most recent has always been, with the triple initiator, of course. But the thing about the triple initiator is they've got so many set lineups, right? They've got let's say they're attacking the A side. You've got the Sova Recon going back of Gen. You've got the KO knife going right in the center of site to disable all utility. You've got the Astra suck coming right behind green boxes. Couple that with a KO grenade, and of course you've got that Fade Haunt somewhere in the corner, right up on top somewhere. And not to forget, you throw in Killjoy utility as well. With so much chaos happening, it's one of the those Valorant TikToks that we see, right? I'm pretty sure that you would have seen XQC where he's got the breach ult, he's got the breach, stun, he's got the KO coming in, everything.
This is on Haven, I believe, right? Yeah, Haven B side. Yeah, everything's just coming left, right, and center. But
Yeah,
here's the
that
thing. I keep saying this, right? You can capitalize on the confusion, but for how long? Because teams will eventually learn to counter it. That's the problem. Because
yeah.
once you have the side, you need to hold it. And I'm
Mhm.
sure if a team is sensible enough, they will be able to sort of breach through that defense.
Fair. Yeah, I think so. That jet, of course, like you said, is the, pretty spearheaded part of an attack, which I believe W Streak will definitely look to capitalize upon. I'm pretty sure that they will have somebody playing on that jet. And that again, like, the minute that jet dashes in, you have that chaos. Like, okay, left, left, right. Who do I focus on? Where do I spam? What do I do? So we'll see how that works out for the side of W Streak and Revenant. If at all they're going to be able to stop it on their defense. It is, of course, Revenant's defensive start that they are going to be, rooting upon to find as many rounds as possible. But Mama, I do have to ask you, what do you think are going to be your predictions for this best of three? How do you think it's going to transpire?
Um, I feel like Breeze might just be a little more dicey, but
Hmm.
ideally 2-0 for Revenant, but at most 2-1 for Revenant.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna lean around the same. I think that if Ascent goes the way of W Streak, then I would say maybe this map three sees the light of day. Otherwise, we're probably going to be ending this on Breeze. Bind is not going to be happening. Revenant are pretty strong. They've just come off of a grand final, so I'm pretty sure they're hungry to fight in one more. And of course, they're just two steps away. W Streak is their first step, and then they go to the group grand final, which is going to be happening at 8 p.m. tonight, ladies and gentlemen. But all of this, of course, wouldn't have been possible without Galaxy Racers. So do go ahead and check out their socials, their Instagram, their Twitter. Go ahead and hit that follow button, subscribe down below on their YouTube channel, and you will not miss a single one of these amazing matches. And of course, don't forget, you've got that big land coming up on 18, 19, and 20th of November, where we've got Paper Rex coming and a lot more. An invited team of that stature coming down to Hyderabad is a huge thing. And of course, they're going to be fighting for that $100,000 prize pool, out of which the lion's share is going to be taken by one of 8 teams coming there. 5 of them invited, 3 of them coming in from qualifiers, of course. And I'm just excited for the later stages of this tournament. What do you think about Paper Rex joining us, Mamba? How do you think that's going to be working out for the teams from this region?
Number one, good exposure. So here's the thing,
Hmm.
right? A team from outside coming to India, winning a LAN isn't anything new. We've seen that in the last 7 years. A
Yeah,
lot of
yeah.
times, teams from Middle East, SEA region, teams will come and walk away with the LAN. Here's the thing. As much as I want to back all the other teams that are part of this tournament, we know
Hmm.
Paper X is in a different league altogether. But at the same time, it's amazing for the fans because
True.
that's one team that everybody loves in this region, especially with all the players that are in the team. So of course the fans are going to be really excited. I want to know your plans. What are your plans? Because all I see on Twitter these days is all the talk about events, who's going to pick who up. As a matter of fact, I was offered a supercar ride from the airport to the hotel. So who knows? That might
Hmm.
work out.
Well, we'll find out whether or not we're gonna have anybody coming in. Where I don't know. I'm just gonna leave it out in the open. But I do know that even if there's going to be somebody else picking up that trophy. If it's going to be Paper X themselves, I'm pretty sure everybody loves that. I mean, it's not just this region, right? Everybody across the world loves to watch that team play. The chaos that they create, and they live in that chaos. Especially those two monsters, Forsaken and Jing, are just crazy, crazy players. And if you give them bind, they will trample you down. But either way, I believe that what the most important thing that people are going to be looking out for is if or not we're going to see another Benkai crazy walkout. Is he going to be wearing some crazy costume, or are we going to see something respective to? Is he going to wear something like Harbor? Given that the agent, of course, has just been released, can we see something from Benkai coming in? Is I think what I'm most excited about.
Well, I guess we'll find out because look, I love banter a lot. If that's
Hmm.
not evident enough, but it's definitely going to be interesting on the stage if we see all these players come up with something crazy. Because
Hmm.
here's the thing, right? You can be an absolute god in the server,
True.
but there's a lot of personality that you can carry and you can bring on the stage outside the
Oh yeah.
game. And I believe that's also something that the audience loves you for, and some of the
Hmm.
players have it figured out really, really well.
Yeah, that's for sure. And of course, not all of that. The one thing that I'm personally waiting for, even if I'm not able to make it there as a talent, I'm gonna come there as an audience member, and I will be hoping that somebody from Paper X throws in those beautiful jerseys. Man, I love. Have you seen the design on those? Everybody is just drooling for one Paper X jersey. I've been trying to find it online, but it's just not getting in my hands.
Well, Nikhil, if you're listening, send it his way. I'm sure he's gonna love one
Please,
jersey for
I'm
sure.
a
But
big paper boy. I'm a paper boy.
look
I'm a
at him.
paper.
Maybe that's why you'll have to be sitting in the audience. But regardless, I'll tell you one thing for sure. It's going to be interesting. Let's talk about the qualifiers at hand over here, right?
Mhm.
Today's matchups. The first match is something I'm actually itching to watch because I potentially want to see an upset because that would stir things up for sure.
Mhm. True. The upsets have been, really. I don't want to say it's a fan favorite, but when it happens, nobody's against it. Nobody, is going to be thinking about, oh my god, we saw Velocity lose. But the team that actually, in hypothetically is which is going to be going through in place of, the defeated super team is going to be having a lot of pressure on them, right? I believe that. So that is going to add on to how they perform in the bigger, name games that are going to be coming up in the group stage finals and stuff. And I'm just hoping to see that these two teams that are there in this group, W Streak, which is the underdog in this one, and Goblin Attackers, who are the underdog in the next fixture, are at least going to be giving us some sort of a, backing up point to support them, to give them that little bit of hope to see, all right, you know what, these guys can perform, these guys can do it. And I know you guys are waiting, ladies and gentlemen. I know there's a little bit of a delay. There's a little bit of technical issue that we're sorting out. Not everything is always right when the internet starts crashing around you. So we're going to be going into the game pretty soon. As Mamba, you were talking about upsets, but I want to ask you: do you really expect that there's going to be an upset? And if so, which game is it going to be? This game? Is it going to be the next, or is it going to be in the other group?
Here's the thing, right? Do I expect one? No. Am I hoping for one? Yeah, absolutely yes. Because look,
Mm-hmm.
there are two things. One, it's entertaining to watch. Number
True.
two, I'm gonna love the memes that come in on Twitter, and I love for it. I live for banter, not love for it. I
I
live
know.
for
I know.
banter. But I want to go back. I want to rewind a bit, and I want to
Mm-hmm.
talk about the match between God Squad and Revenant, where Revenant came on top 2-1, which was
Mm-hmm.
a massive surprise to me because we've seen God Squad, we know what they're capable of as well. But at the same
Mm-hmm.
time, Revenant coming in, and sure, the matches were close. There's no doubt about that. The
Yeah.
first match went to overtime. The second one, I believe, was 13-9. That went God Squad's way. But the third one as well was super close. I believe it did go to overtime. No, it didn't go to overtime. It was 13-11. Now, did you
Mm-hmm.
expect that? I'm sure you've seen the matchup. Were you expecting that sort of result from Revenant?
Well, I would say that against God Squad, they had a pretty, solid, I want to say they go with that structure, right? And both of these teams, especially on Ascent, have that really similar lineup play. It is a triple initiator on the side of God Squad as well. It is a triple initiator on the side of Revenant as well. But the only small little difference that I think that Revenant come in with a little bit more, forgive me, God Squad come in a little bit more, is that X factor of SK Rossi, because that guy can. cause these miraculous moments to happen when you can't even see it happening, right? He can pull out 1v4 clutches. He can go as a chamber and perform as a jet. That's his golden ticket quality. And I think that if W Streak have a player who can perform to that level, pull out some rounds that they will absolutely not expect to happen, then I believe that this could be a game that could go into overtime, as we did see against the side of God Squad, right? So I believe that this is going to be a little bit of a W Streak uphill battle. They are gonna have to fight their way. They're gonna have to take the fights. Revenant are gonna stay this, in their zone. They're not thinking about doing anything different. It is W Streak who's probably thinking about what can we do to break that triple initiator, to break that killjoy utility, because I think it's gonna be really important for them to find that first kill. And like you said, no overcommitment, no trying to go in for something flashy that might be a little too risky for you to try, and give up your manpower for map control. So yeah, I'm expecting that Revenant are gonna stick to their grounds, and W Streak have an uphill battle against them for the moment.
But here's the thing, right? You mentioned all these players that can go out there and perform to a degree that you don't usually expect and
Mm-hmm.
single-handedly win all the rounds. But is that something you really want to count on, though, as a team, right? Because that's not something you can replicate every single time. What you want to do is be able to replicate your success, be able to replicate those good plays, and make sure
Mm,
that your fundamentals are right. Sure, you can
true.
sign the best player in the world and be like, you know what? No, he's going to go out there and win rounds, but even he is going to have off days, and that's
Yeah,
not the
true.
best way to approach a game. So as fun as it is to watch somebody pop
Mm-hmm.
off in a manner that some of these players do, I personally, being an FPS purist, I believe that at the end of the day, it all comes down to you working as a team and not have
True.
those individual plays. Because I hear me out, okay? Imagine you go into a match with a set strategy, you get the
Mm-hmm.
fundamentals right, but the other team just outsmarts you or was just a better team on that given day. I would take this. I would
Yep.
take that loss and be more satisfied than with a victory where one or two players were popping off and
Mm-hmm.
everybody else was not playing that well, because that you cannot replicate. What you can do though
True.
is control all the variables and make sure you do the best that you have and make the most of the opportunity that you're given.
Yeah, true. It is situation where you've got two teams who one of them is practicing day in day out as a squad who's stuck together for a while, so they've got their set strategies written in stone, right? And that is Revenant Esports. Whereas W Streak, like we mentioned, a squad that's a little bit more recently formed, they've got a couple of things going their way. That is the individual flair that we see from a couple of them, right? Relic being one, Xavier K being one, right? These players have got their individual flair about them that potentially are more adaptive to a round than going in for a set strategy. Apart from the basics, right? We've got the defaults, right? Which is spread out, see where you got some people peeking, and then try to sell a fake, go to the other side, get the recons in, get, the basic stuff, right? But Revenant are a team that have got so many, set strategies, especially on defense as well, where they leave both the sites completely empty on the send. They leave B main empty. They give only the one turret along with a little bit of a, along with one I believe nanoswarm, and on the A side they keep just one Astrostar. That's about it. But I think we've just heard some news, Mamba, and I don't think I should be the one to deliver that.
I think we'll just wait on it before we actually deliver it to the audience. But we've talked about Revenant and all the other teams, but I want to focus
Mm-hmm.
on W Streak right now. They've had a fairly new lineup. I believe it was 7th of October when everybody started coming in.
Mm-hmm.
But a team with 4 stand-ins and a coach. I mean, even as a coach, right? How do you start approaching something like that? Because you know the team might eventually change. And I believe, oh
Yeah.
wait, the entire map has been forfeited. So we will be going
True.
to a
Yikes.
Drake universe. That's rather
Yeah.
unfortunate for them.
Yeah, Revenant has unfortunately had to forfeit their first map. So Ascent goes to W Streak Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are watching right now, again, I'll just repeat it. Revenant have had to forfeit their first map, and we will be heading straight into Breeze as we will be taking a short little break and coming back as the technical difficulties have plagued us for a bit. But be assured that map number 2 will be starting in just a bit. Don't go anywhere. Grab some snacks. Come right back here as we'll be back with the Valorant Invitational India. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Valorant Invitational India by Galaxy Racer. We know there's been a bit of a delay. There's been a bit of a delay, right? So unfortunately, the cause of that delay was the fact that Revenant Esports had a little bit of a technical issue going on, and they had to, burn through all of their technical time and go a little bit past it as well. So unfortunately, because they delayed the match that much, there has been the first map awarded to the side of W Streak, which means Ascent is no longer going to be played. It is going to be Breeze. That is going to be the first map that is going to be played officially on your screens, and we will see whether or not Revenant are going to be able to make a comeback from this handicap.
I guess there's only one way to find out, jumping into the match, which we will do as soon as possible. But Breeze does happen to be Revenant's pick, so I'm
Yep.
not too worried over there. But here's the thing: W Streak will definitely try and close it out 2-0. Even if they don't, they do have one map advantage to work with. But regardless, I do believe we have a stand-in today. Is it?
Yeah, we most certainly do. We've got a person standing in for Logi. It is one tap god who looks pretty. He looks pretty chic in that Revenant, jacket, doesn't he?
Oh, it's using fancy words now. Are we? Chic, huh? Interesting. In
Okay.
in what is a wind cheater? But regardless, we do have a stand-in. So it definitely looks. I believe we'll have like 4 stand-ins totally on the server technically. To 4 or 5, is it? No, 4 for sure.
Yeah, I think it's gonna. I think it's gonna be four. I think it's gonna be four, right? And I believe that it is gonna be very, very interesting. But I want to know, what do you think about one tap god coming into the server?
Um, so here's the thing, right? I feel like he's a decent player for sure, but is he going to fit right into the lineup or along with all the players? Is he going to be able to gel well? That's the question. As a player, individually, I think he's fine. He'll be okay on the server.
Yeah, because of course, we know that Logi is that one player who's kind of the backbone of the team. He plays all of the roles that the team requires him to in terms of both controller, sentinel. He's like the person that they can always depend upon to have a side covered with not just his utility but also with his aim. Right, if he's left alone, he's guaranteed at least one kill at the bare minimum, if not for more, with his cheeky style of play. He plays that sneaky beaky like style of play. But one tap god, on the other hand, is more of a upfront. He takes the front line. He's a jet. He played jet for his previous team for a number of times. He is a pretty fast-paced duelist, kind of guy. So I'm not quite sure how he's going to be fitting into this team at the moment, but this is a spot where W Street could take advantage, don't you think so? As we head into the agent select.
They could. They potentially could. And as you rightly mentioned, we have Jet. One tap got onto Jet, Balor with Sova, Blackhawk, with Viper and whatnot. But is it going to be a mirror lineup? I don't think so.
Maybe not, clearly, because we've got the KO coming in from Buster, who absolutely, is another really versatile player. Plays the Raze, plays the KO. I've seen him play the Killjoy as well. Probably even played a controller at times, right? Back when he was on his back when he was on Valor, I believe Team Valor, yeah. So yeah, he's pretty comfortable with multiple different agents. But at the moment, with the KO coming in, I think it's going to be a really important, trigger to the fact that they are probably focusing on disabling the two most important people that I think is going to be Paradox on that Chamber and Blackhawk on that Viper. So now we can see there's a little bit of a change up, right? Bad Love is going to be playing that Sova, I believe. Yeah, he is going to be taking that Sova role, as Paradox is going to be taking the Chamber. Now, that is a bit of a worrisome aspect for me personally, because Paradox is probably was going to be the one to play that Jet, right? He loves playing on that Jet. And Bad Love fills in that role for the Chamber because he's, of course, so good at it. We've seen him do that, time and time again. And Logi was the one to play the Viper. Now, because of one tap god stepping in, there's a bit of change in the entire scenario. And now an upset is looking a little bit more likely here, Mamba.
I, on the other hand, just for the fun of it, I feel like this could be the chain that Revenant needed to edge it out. You never know. You never know. Because look, here's the thing. I've seen Paradox on Chamber. He's magnificent. He's really good on Chamber. One tap
True.
God on Jet, we all know he's pretty good. Bad Love, sure he's playing Sova, but he can absolutely frag out with Sova as well. And that so here's the thing, right? A lot of times playing an initiator is really difficult because half the time you're looking at the minimap, right? So you don't
True.
really get a chance to go out and get those engagements. But somebody of Bad Love's caliber can not just give you the support that you need, but also can act. I wouldn't call him a pseudo duelist because that would be a stretch, but he can
Yeah.
definitely go in and get you some picks for sure.
True, that is true, and I think that this, reunion, I would say, of One Tap God and Paradox is gonna be, singing some really, old bells of aggression from back when they were playing in True Rippers, right? These guys were that forefront attack. They used to keep switching roles between each other with the secondary initiator, secondary duelist, and the primary duelist. These two were always in those three roles, filling in for the team. And One Tap God now coming in would, I'm pretty sure he's loving, standing in for this team at the moment. But it's all about his skill, the caliber that they will require him to play at as the Jet, who of course is going to be the spearhead of the attack. And given that they are on the defense, I think that W Streak have a little bit of an advantage being on the attack, particularly because of course on Breeze they've got the KO. So they would be hoping for that KO to do the most of work. And I hope that Buster has done his homework and knows where to disable these opponents so that, those Viper wall drops and everything around that A side or B side, wherever it is that they're going to be attacking, they've got the game plan set because Revenant, even with this roster change, like you said, this might be the change that they needed, could potentially spell defeat for W Streak if they're not careful.
Oh, absolutely, but they'll have to rip one out for sure because look, they're already at a map disadvantage,
Yep.
and if they lose this one, it's game done dusted for them. So they will go all guns blazing, and that's the only way to play this map, especially given the fact that it's their pick. So I'm hoping that they know what they're doing.
Yeah, I really hope so too. And I think that W Streak really, really need to pull this to a far stretch end. If not win this, they at least need to get this as competitively, juiced out as possible. Because if they're going into the next map, which is Bind, which is going to be the end of this, one of these teams is going to be seeing their way out of this competition, and there's no way back in. This is the last qualifier. So one and only one team makes it through. And if W Streak are able to capitalize upon the advantage that they've got at the moment, which is a big advantage, Mamba, if, considering all things, right? I think that, unfortunately, Mamba's also got disconnected, but we'll be heading into the game with just me here as Revenant prepare for their attack coming through from the side of District. Bit of a default spread out, but mostly towards A, as everybody from the side of W Streak is moving with that spike. There's not much resistance there, but look at the Jet from the defense. You've got One Tap God actually flanking them pretty well on. There is a trap there as Xavi 8K gets into the site, and he's got a little bit of space to, work with. Plotting out towards bridge, nobody there. The plant will go down, and back comes the plant, as it is a 5v5, and One Tap God is probably going to be the X factor here. Spots out one, and now the backstab has been detected. But all he needs to do is stay alive. He gets another. Battle finds one with a shotgun as well. I don't know how this is happening, but One Tap God staying alive was the most important factor of that round. Win condition coming through. I don't know if there is a lineup available. No, it's not. Never mind. It is the side of Revenant to just straight and go for the fight as Paradox and Battle both find the kills, and a pretty simple pistol round thanks to One Tap God. Oh well, boy oh boy. Do expect that there is going to be a bit of competition coming in from the side of WS, but hope that it comes in soon. This pistol looking pretty convincing. And hope that side of WS have a game plan. Let's find out as the rounds go by. And I wait for Mamba to come back. For the moment, Revenant just going to hold on to this mid-region with a flash and a half. Have Sky, of course, which is, the flashing agent that allows them to be a little bit more flexible. Maybe allow One Tap God to go a little aggressive at times. Blackhawk, though, getting a pretty good angle, gets a great kill. He will find himself first. 2 players already low, still on the side of the attack, so this should be a clean round for the side of Revenant, unless they try to make it expensive for themselves. Only a... Oh, okay, the ghost works. Only a ghost, and it works out perfectly for him. Equinox drops as Rex, Xavi, and Maui. 3 players left, all 3 less than 50 HP. A bullet to the chest should be enough to do it. And the Paradox is ready to give that to Rex, and he delivers it straight up.
Spike down, B.
Now they're split up. Can only hope for so much. The spike is in window. It's just about time that WS find themselves buying their first
One enemy remaining.
gun round.
Team Ace.
Buying into their first gun round, and we should be having that happen right about now. A clean round, a little bit of damage into Blackhawk, but he will survive just about clean with, I believe 5 HP. Because now we head into the first buy round on the side of Windstreak.
Well, that's a great start. Look, here's the thing, right? We did mention that it is their pick, and they're definitely feeling it for sure. Here's the thing: Bad Love and Paradox changing the roles could potentially make a difference, but then again, I did mention that Bad Love can go out and frag out. The first 2 rounds, he's proven exactly that. Picked up 3 frags for himself. He's doing fine, but we are going to see if this aggression is going to pay off. One tap about being super aggressive, which I'm loving it. I'm absolutely loving it, but he's going to get spotted. Will peek around the corner. Does not get the pick. He's fall back, but he wants to come into it. Gets one. Getting by the second as well. No, he does get taken down, but this is off so much damage on this bonus round.
Toxin screen down.
Well, that is value. The aggression, gives them one thing that they needed, and that is the man advantage plus more, because Rex is pretty darn low. Interesting shock dart. Not sure where it landed, but it took out the trap, I believe. No, it didn't. That was actually Paradox's trap. Who is aware of the fact that there is somebody towards this B site. Is Maui, who's lurking in towards Elbow, and he's made a call for his team to come and support him here. As Wimp gets prepared, he's got a Vandal, of course. He tries to flash off his opponent, but it's still the side of Revenant in control. This Paradox is holding off mid, and he's got a crossfire coming up pretty soon with Wimp as he enters that B site. He hears them all running in. The recon's gonna not help the side of WS, because Paradox is just absolutely in control with his Marshall, and Wimp shuts it all down. What a beautiful bonus run from the side of Revenant as they take this first half by storm.
But you have to hand it to One Tap God. The amount of confidence that he showed, right? Especially after being caught out over there behind the box. He got spammed.
Oh, yeah.
He peeked around the corner, tried to get a pick on the jet, dashed away. But instead of falling back because he couldn't, because he was disabled by KO, he decided to push in. And not just get 1 frag for himself, he also made sure that the other player was low enough for the team to capitalize on it.
True. And now, back on an eco again is the side of the attack, and they're going to have to try and work a little bit of damage, at least, if not too much, on this attack, because side of Revenant are slowly building up economy, and that's exactly what they got to stop at the moment. More of that bank coming into their hands is a problem. The side of Blue Streak, and losing Equinox is not going to help that case. One Tap God. Oh, look at this Paradox. Unfazed. He just goes in straight for that mid push and climbs on top of a wall, gets a free kill, and nobody is even ready to trade that.
Well, you gotta make sure you got the basics right. That's something we've been talking about since the beginning of the show. But well, Revenant getting the first pick. And look at the amount of aggression, the sort of confidence they have. It's just phenomenal to see that they're feeling it right now, even with the substitute with Saudi trying to peek around the corner, not being able to connect that, but Buster will clean it up.
It look like they're going towards the ace. Wimp will take down Buster.
One enemy remaining.
Another one going down by Wimp again. He's taking it on himself to try and stop this attack as the IGL is leading the charge, and Rex, caught with a shock dart in his hands, is going to be dropping himself to the ground as well. 4-0. Pretty solid start for the side of Revenant, forgive me, as we do have the money in the bank for the side of Revenant as well. They've got a lot of credits, so even if they lose 2 rounds in a row, they're not going to be short on money to buy in for the third. But the side of W Streak, they are stricken from their money. They are on a, well, back against the wall situation. And if they don't win this round, Mama, it's going to be really difficult to come back into this first half.
Oh, absolutely. It's not just going to be difficult. It's almost impossible with the sort of aggression that Revenant is showing over here, but Wimp so close, needs to fall back. Jet Dash coming in. Gyrox is not going to miss those. It's a sinner for him, but Wimp as well just locking it down. Needs to stay alive. Oh, Peak. Does he connect the shot? No, he does not, but he has been spotted. And Guarding Light is going to buy some time for him because he's surviving on 16 HP, which is not easy, but regardless, one tap card. He won't miss those.
That wall is so good. You see that wall? It's such a brilliant retake, but also control wall because it not only covers elbow, it takes care of the entire side. That's exactly why Wimp was able to survive because I'm pretty sure that Rex would have actually chased him down if not for that wall. Really good use of the Viper wall from Blackhawk. To take it's both retake and map control, and really well done of its usage by Wimp, who maneuvers himself around it. And as expected, as needed, W Straight call in for that timeout when they're 5-0 down, and seems like they've got no way of maneuvering around from this because they're just not able to find an answer to anything that Revenant are doing. And at the moment, Revenant are not even doing anything special, are they, man? But they're just, taking fights and winning them.
It's almost as if they're speedrunning this because they might have somewhere else to be. Almost feels like it, doesn't it? But yeah, no, they're absolutely speedrunning it for sure. And I feel like the reason why it's working out for them is they've set the tone right, especially from the first round itself, from the get-go. They wanted to make sure that Streaks feel it. Unless they go out there and not dominate the opposition, they won't be satisfied. Revenant will not be satisfied. And they want to get in their heads. It's not always about what's happening in the server. A lot of times it's outside the server in your head.
That is true. That is true. A lot of, I mean, as much as I know you love banter, I know that it also affects the mental of a lot of players. And it could be for a team that has been, of course, recently formed and are going up against a really well-established team. Oh, one tap God takes a fight up against Equinox, who is just on his headhunter. A little bit of aggression from Buster. Actually wields a little bit of fruit. He goes in for a flash. He knows one tap God's around here somewhere, but does he expect him in this position? No, he doesn't. And one tap God slaps both of them across the face. And he doesn't care about the recon behind him. He's found 2 kills that he needed to, more than 1 he was supposed to. As Equinox finally gets a trade, and it's still an even 3v3, but Revenant look more in control than the attack, of course.
Oh, absolutely. But are you sure one tap is subbing in? Because it doesn't look like it. He's been dragging out left, right, and center. But Equinox gets a draw upon him. Bad Love won't wait before trading it out. And this is exactly what we've been talking about Viper's bit coming into play over here. Could be the difference. But, well, we have the Seekers available. And Viper is going to peek around the corner. Oh, my lord! Wim gets taken down as well. How in the world do you not trade that?
I love that moment from Maui. He understood instantly that this, Seeker is going to be the death of him because any second it enters that Viper Spirit, they're going to start spamming down. So instead, he just swings right out. He knows that they're probably going to be in a little bit of a unnatural, position, waiting for the Seeker to do their work. And that's exactly how he catches them both off guard and takes the round for himself. A good set of movement skills shown from Maui as first round comes in the form of a clutch, but they're gonna need a lot more than where that came from.
Yeah, no, Revenant has questions to answer for that. Round 2v1, especially with the Seeker, you shouldn't be losing those, especially if you know for a fact that you can just play the numbers. But regardless, mistake done, mistake made, move on with it. 5-1 still in the favor of the defenders, and I think this might just be the opening for momentum that Streak has been trying to build up. But I guess only time will tell us. Blackhawk just spamming through the toxic screen, not connecting any shots. And oh, Hunter's Fury, this is gonna be interesting.
Ooh, that Hunter's Fury provides the chaos for Equinox to just slip in through towards mid, and he finds another. A Xavi 8K takes down one tap God as well towards mid. Now W Streak have a little bit of confidence as they get a flawless round, and it's brilliant because nobody even took damage except for Equinox. A really clean round as they've got money now in their bag, and Revenant slowly looking like they're slipping up a little bit of their momentum, which I believe is going to be tried to fix with that operator coming in the hands of one tap God this time.
The best part about that round was the Hunter's Fury is so well timed that amidst the chaos, we had a player lurking through mid and get those openings, and those 2 openings were crucial. And of course, if you get a kill with Hunter's Fury, that's an absolute added bonus. Regardless, Rex is being super aggressive towards towards the bridge. Or halls, as they call it.
Toxins
Well,
going up.
Xavi 8K's found his aggression to be a little bit successful. He takes down one tap God, his counterpart, as now they've actually rotated away from this A site. They've got Equinox in that elbow region who's lurking still and hoping for some sort of a opening, but he's given away his sound cue, which means Wimp is expecting this along with Paradox. They're going towards elbow, and the double peek doesn't come through. I don't know why Wimp chose to peek that alone, but it is a problem that now his teammates have to face as everybody is running into this B site, and the Paradox could be the X factor to stopping this as a backstab comes through. Xavi 8K's been heard. Oh, Paradox is playing this perfectly. No! Paradox, you gotta get that kill. No way.
Spike planted.
That was just so unfortunate. He played it to perfection with the amount of trigger discipline he had. The poison claw went down as well, but just could not connect the headshot. He assumed the player was taken down, but that was not the case, and that's so unfortunate. Now it's a retake, a 2v4. Retake is never easy, and Rex will not miss those.
Team A.
Wow. Great stabilization from the side of W Streak as they have got 3 rounds in a row on the board. And even though all of this is happening, RNT haven't lost all of their money, but they've got a really necessary timeout coming in. Now, Malix is going to be looking to try and fix this and see what is the problem. Why is the side of Revenant giving up so much space so easily? That first kill onto one tap God was probably the most important because you could see that they instantly had that, affinity coming in towards the A site. You had players rotating in pretty quickly, and that left only Wimp and Paradox towards the side of B. But even then, they had 2 players who could have been a force to be reckoned with, but I don't know why Wimp chose to peek out towards elbow all by his lonesome, even though he's heard Equinox there. It would have been a fair fight if Paradox was at least close by to trade it, right? But by the time Paradox would come in for that, Equinox ran far away and they took the B side of control because Paradox got pulled away and he went towards elbow and the B side got completely open for business. So it's just a cascade of events that, led to W Streak almost getting this round for free.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, one thing was Wimp peeking that alone shouldn't have happened in the first place. But Paradox tried to make the most of it, which could have actually worked out ironically in his favor. Only problem was Jet was towards window and he couldn't connect the shot onto the spike planter, which I believe was Maui, the Viper. And because of that, they end up losing this round. The sort of momentum they were carrying as well is going to go away. But one tap God falling back, has to fall back because a knife is going to give away the information and also disable him.
Blackhawk's got a pretty good and strong Viper spit towards A, which is actually discouraging any sort of attack. But we've got Equinox in towards all, and Paradox, he misses his shot towards mid as the Chambers are trying to make movements for both of their respective teams. Tap God, he's got to be careful now. 2 different angles to worry about. The hall door has been opened, and Equinox is speaking out, but at the same time, on the other side of the map, you've got the Chamber working things for the side of Revenant as the Tour de Force makes its first kill, and out comes the ultimate to throw him off his guard. Paradox is not going to be rendered useless, only with a classic in his hand. Has got to be a little patient for the attack to come in through. Maybe hide for as long as possible, as one tap God is supporting him.
One enemy remaining.
The site, everybody falls from the side of W Streak as the one man left standing is Maui, and he's going in straight for the save.
Yeah, Paradox was practically a very expensive recon dart on the B side. But here's the thing, I believe it was a bit of an oversight on his behalf, because if you know especially that the KO has null command available, but the spikes could go down. While we're talking about what happened on the B side, it is going to be a 4v1 retake, which, well, it should be a pretty easy task, but we've seen what happens. Sometimes players end up pulling rounds that they shouldn't be winning, but Bad Love is holding that angle. He knew exactly what could happen. Takes on Maui and wins that round for the team. But no, the point being, oversight on Paradox's behalf, because he should have expected the null command to be used, especially when the Tour de Force gets used. But at the same time, if you don't have a lot of money, what are you going to do? Just wait it out.
True. Well, him being alive in that back of sight was probably the win condition, because they were focusing. WC were focusing on finding that chamber, right? Because they know that he's got no weapon in his hands anymore. It's just a classic or maybe a pistol, because Paradox didn't have money. And in that process, they forgot that there's a mid-region where 3 players from the side of Revenant were ready to face them off, and they just, were the crossfire between Paradox and them, and they said, "Nah, you're not touching our teammate, let alone see him." Completely took them down, and Maui was left alone to defend it all in the 1v4, which he couldn't pull by. And the 6th round coming in through for Revenant.
But look at the aggression. Look at Paradox is going in. He wants to get that information, but woo, one tap god will not miss those, and Equinox gets taken down. That was a very expensive round for him, but Zavi in the meantime trading things. And look at this, it might just be a fast A commit, but Viper's towards B, so I'm not quite sure exactly what's happening over here.
Oh, Xavi, okay. Gets another one-tap god. Connecting his shot. Not aware that the operator will be coming back towards A. And now Wimp is holding a really, really neat angle. Holding elbow, hoping that somebody walks into his crosshair. But Maui actually has a little bit of an advantage towards that B side. He's got control. He doesn't know that there's nobody on the B side. But he does have, I believe, a Viper's Orb that he can cover that trap with and go past. And I think that they've got information that there is an A rotation coming through, but look at Blackhawk. Oh, this is big. This is kind of huge. Blackhawk, no, he misses the shot, and Xavi punishes him. Blackhawk not able to stabilize his aim, and Maui gets into the B side. Paradox needs to connect his shots. Revenant are just all over the place in this round, as the B side is taking control of. Now it's up to Paradox to find this Viper in his hidey hole. But Maui staying alive is probably the X factor, because back towards the A side goes the remaining of the platoon of W3.
Look at Paradox trying to fall back. In the meantime, Wimp will make his way towards the side. Almost being taken down over there. Guiding light. Ooh, Zavi is not going to miss those. But Paradox played it so smart. He knew he had to fall back. Does get that kill. He knows there's only one player on site, and he needs to make this quick if he wants to win this round for the team. He needs to rush in, but the problem is Buster is going to have all the information in the world to try and waste as much time as possible. But can Paradox make it happen? Doesn't. Almost taking down 1 HP is all Buster had left by the end of it. But I had to give it to Paradox. He played it pretty smart. He realized that it's a fake. Send Wimp towards A, just in case if he can make it there before, you know, everybody else gets there. But Paradox trying to find this pick. He also TP'd back, by the way, when Viper was engaging him on B. He uses his rendezvous ability. He rotated all the way back to mid and tried to get that round while Viper was all the way rotating from B to A.
True. This attacking operator, by the way, has cost so much value, right? You don't usually see it on Breeze unless, you know, the Timber is there, but the Jet is making such good work. Xavi has been spearhead of their attack with that operator. He got that 3K last round, and this time, though, one tap God's ready for him. That Viper Orb falls straight down. Now, the Jet has fallen. How do you work this one out? Equinox towards that mid-region is right across from where Paradox is. Both the Timbers are right next to each other. A wall to separate them. I think they could be a little unaware of the fact that Paradox has actually gone in towards this elbow position. Streak not really keen on elbow at the moment. This off angle from Paradox could prove to be really vital.
Well, I guess only time will tell. Paradox is waiting it out. He knows he has a great drop on the backside. He could get a multi-kill over here. All he needs to do is just be patient, but gets the first one. The spike does get taken down. Paradox not committing to it. That's interesting. Well, because he doesn't need to. His teammates are cleaning things up on the side, and that's a wonderful fake. Sorry, wonderful backstab. And it's just interesting to see the sort of confidence that Revenant has been able to build back up after losing 3 rounds in a row.
Yeah, him being alive there after this kill was probably the most important, because if he had gone in for that and maybe that Maui would have gotten that kill or Buster would have gone back for that kill, then they would have had an opening, right? They could go back. They could have taken the spike and ran straight back, but Paradox being alive there made them feel suffocated in that B side, and they had to stick to that little corner on the back of B side, and Revenant get round number 7 on the back of it. But, ladies and gentlemen, given the stature of the start that Revenant had, they should have had at least an 8-4, maybe 9-3. They could get that 8-4. Only time will tell, as yet again the B attack comes in from W Streak.
I really want to ask you, do you really believe in the 19 curse?
It depends on the day, I'd say.
Depends on the day for sure, but Paradox in the meantime is going to try and go up, but will get taken down. Buster, not just equalizing things, actually getting the team the mad advantage they so desperately needed. But Jet and Viper, the snake bite going in, is that going to do enough damage? I'm not quite sure, but the spike does go down, and that snake bite is going to force Buster to peek. Oh, it won't! It won't force him to peek!
Well, Blackhawk still finds Maui. It's a 2v2 now, and the Hunter's Fury also has expired, which means now it's time for the defense to try and crack this one on. The wall has dropped. Blackhawk will be taking his fight just about in time. Rex is currently occupied from the operator, but the operator is not singing its tunes, and One Tap God really needs to find the skill. The flash will keep him off, and it is Blackhawk to try and capitalize upon this. The recon gives his position away, but Blackhawk still gets the kill, but not the round. It's too far gone. The spike for him to try and turn this around. 7-5. And this is actually the best case scenario for the side of W Streak, given they were 5-0 down at a time.
It's a good comeback. I'll have to hand it to them. That was a wonderful comeback. The way they lost the first 5 rounds, it almost felt like W Streak had no business being on this map. But clearly they proved all of us wrong. At least they've proven me wrong. And Revenant on the other side had a wonderful start, but we're just not able to keep up with the pressure and the momentum. And One Tap God missing that crucial shot in the last round of the first half. I guess they ended up paying the price for that.
Yeah, most certainly. That, I think the most impact came in from that attacking operator, Xavi. You know, he got multiple rounds where One Tap got, even though he's, you know, on 7 kills, he's at level with Buster. Those 7, out of those 7 kills, I'm pretty sure at least 4 of them were pretty impactful to get these rounds, right? Because that operator did so much work for them towards that B side when he had a kill, I believe, on Paradox, and then he got the kill onto One Tap God. Pretty sure he, at the moment, is on the upper end of duels against One Tap God. And that's allowed for that 7-5 scoreline to come in. But of course, can't take the credit away from Buster, who himself also has been pretty influential. I really hope that even though you've got all of this happening, Revenant on the attack are going to be trying something a little different. 7-5, not the biggest of margins.
Not that they need one, honestly. I think both these teams are equally in the game right now. I feel like I would probably just give it to Double Streaks just by a tiny margin because of the sort of momentum they've had towards the later end of the first half. But hear me out on this. Paradox always found the gaps. Revenant knows exactly what they're doing. It's just that they've not been able to consistently close the rounds out. So both these teams have had their strengths and their weaknesses in this match. But both these teams have made sure it's a back and forth. It's not a one-sided affair. So I still believe it's anyone's game, not just Revenant.
I think I might have to agree with you after seeing these 5 rounds that have been put up by the side of W Streak. But I think it depends on this pistol if or not W Streak are going to, you know, make this game a lot more competitive than it already is. Well, the halftime pause has stopped. And after looking at the scoreboard, if you look at the scoreboard, Mamba, you won't really say after looking at the kills that this actually deserves to be a 7-5 scoreline, right? Because the disparity in kills, you'd think that this is at least a 9-3 or maybe a 10-2. Yeah. But that's the impact frags, that these guys are getting rounds with mere impact kills. And that's what's, you know, translated across the entire team of W Streak.
In 12 rounds, Maui has had 5 frags, out of which 2 he got in 1 round. That is what kickstarted their comeback in this. But the recon dart going in. No information relayed so far, but look at this quick take coming towards B. But Zarbi and Equinox, they won't miss those. One Tap God and Blackhawk being taken out of the equation over here. And Equinox not wanting to stop. Again, just setting the tone straight up in the first round itself. You're like, you know what? Get out of our way. You have no business being over here. A clean sheet.
This is just plain aim fight, playing as a team, going in together towards that mid-region. 2 members, that's it. The Jet and the Chamber, both with a little bit of aggression, find so much value, and they shut down the entire round. Xavi, 8K, and Equinox, well done from them, as they're not afraid of taking these duels at all.
I think it's not just about not being afraid. They actually wanted to take it. They wanted to give Revenant a taste of their own medicine, do exactly what they did in the first round, and just go for it. But Maui playing so close, he might just have some sort of information to work with towards it. But look at the amount of pressure that's being created in halls over here. Rex trying to play aggressive, but he might just get taken out. He needs to fall back for sure, but that shock dart not destroying the rendezvous over there. And Zawi towards mid is just waiting it out.
Streak have got the idea of this A split coming through from Halls and A main. Of course, I've heard Rex is now being supported by Equinox as they've sent the chamber packing. Now, side of the Eco is actually waiting probably for the Sky, which is Wimp, to make a little bit of movement towards that B side, which, by the way, is currently empty, like completely. There is no chamber trap either to try and stop that from, you know, being taken. One tap God finds Equinox. Now that's big. Xavi will trade back as he's aggressive towards mid himself. Gets another, I don't know where Bad Love is actually running. He knew that there's a person towards mid. Out of the open like that is a little bit of a risk, as the entire team of W Streak have got control of probably the entire map.
Remaining.
And Rex taking on Wimp is probably going to be the final kill that they will require to, you know, secure this round safely. Because Blackhawk is down less than 20 HP and a bullet. There it is. Devices, and we've got a 7-7 scoreline.
I really like what W Streak did this round. They made sure, they knew it was an anti-eco, right? The opposition was probably on a first buy or on an eco. They sent 2 players towards mid, 2 towards halls, and 1 I believe was holding A main, if I'm not mistaken. They made sure they were playing trades and get some map control in the process. If there was a backstab, they always had presence towards mid to work with. So they knew exactly what they were doing, and they came in prepared. And the reason why they did this was we see very often, especially with Paradox being in the equation with the team, right? They tend to push on an anti-eco round just to catch them off guard, and they wanted to avoid that. So they had a lot of information to work with, like 2/3 of the map, and at the same time, they made sure that they had the trades just in case somebody gets taken down.
Yeah. Now the attack having their full buy coming in, everybody equipped with those Vandals, as the defense prepares for a little bit of a passive but close ranged fights. As you can see, towards both mid and... Oh, never mind, mid. Oh my god, okay, Equinox. What a flick shot. And all he needs to do now is run away. Just don't even care. You've got the man advantage. You don't need to fight anymore. Keep the side of Revenant thinking of what they want to do. And Xavi just adds on to their worries. One tap God falls, taking a duel all by his lonesome. No support, no utility. He gets punished. And Wimp, even though he spotted Rex, all he can do now is hope for somebody to push through, but nobody's going to do that because they know that they've got Spectres. So they're going to take these closer range fights and allow Xavi to take the long range with the Marshall. And out comes Paradox with unaware positions of multiple players. And Wimp somehow stabilizes it to a 2v2. Takes care of all of them.
30 seconds left.
It's still an uphill task for the side of the attack. There is a big flank coming in, and there's a Vandal in his hands, and I'm pretty sure he's heard him, hasn't he?
No, I'm pretty sure as well. Blackhawk is prepared for this. He's just going to wait it out until Bobby walks into his crosshair, and that's exactly what happens. A 1v2 retake is never easy, and Blackhawk won't miss those either. But I feel like when Paradox walked in towards B main, the timing was a little off because there was supposed to be a split and a pincer on the B side. But when Paradox walked in, their teammates weren't close enough to be able to get that trade or clear that angle. So I feel like this a teeny tiny bit off. But at the end of the day, if you win the round, I think it's all good. Sure, they could have saved some sort of money, but I don't think it's going to matter in the long run.
Probably not. This is a really difficult situation for the side of the attack, as they've let the side of the defense come really close to them, and I'm pretty sure that they don't want this to be, you know, ongoing further on, but Xavi could put a bit of a nail in their plans. He's holding down towards Halls, and he's got 2 players there who would be coming to challenge him. They spot him out. They will force him off the angle. But he's got the operator, so he's not afraid of going back for that fight. Rex comes in for the support, as Maui's going to be the first one to actually find a kill towards the A main side. And Equinox, oh boy, that could have been a free kill, but Rex gets it instead of him. Buster finds the third, and this attack has been shut down to bits and pieces. They haven't even touched that A site.
Yeah, no, the only person who was able to touch it was one tap Godbat. Just touch and go. Drops in, gets taken out, and that was a wonderful hold. That was a wonderful read as well, coming in from W Streaks. They knew exactly what was up, but It's just counterplay after counterplay after counterplay. Sure, Revenant knew what they had in mind, but just were not able to execute it to perfection because they needed that A main opening, by the way, before the Jet opens the gate up and goes in and dashes in towards the site. They absolutely need to get that first pick towards A main, but Maui was not going to let that happen.
Oh, yet again going on aggression towards that A main side. And he knows his players here. That knife will give him a little bit of information as well. Let's open that smoke. And, oh, I think you see them. Yeah, Equinox, forgive me, Paradox will be the one to drop. There is a chase going down there as they're trying to find him, but Buster's got Wimp's number. He dials him straight down. Chasing a person like that, not always the best of choices because there's always going to be support if somebody's pushing through. W Streak are doing really good job at that trade game. 5v3. This eco round seems to be going nowhere at the moment.
Yeah, it's not going to go anywhere for sure. And dude, somebody needs to remind Maui that he's supposed to be holding angles, not pushing them, given the controller that he is. But he doesn't want to stop. He wants to go out there and get those impact packs. It's a high risk, high reward situation. If he got taken down over there, that would have been a free side, an absolutely free side. But well, he went in, he made the play, and it worked out. So
he's going again. This guy. Oh my god. Okay. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Flash comes in, gets him the 1 kill that was required. One tap double trade back, but he's down to 30 HP and a weapon in his hands. I don't think is going to be working out for the best unless he just connects his headshots. Nah, it's going to be Xavi to connect the headshots. And then it's going to be Buster to connect the headshots. 8 and 9. And for the first time, ladies and gentlemen, W Streak take the lead on Breeze.
On my way.
Well, who would have thought? Who would have thought W Streak is going to come back like this, especially with the map advantage that they have, right? Because Revenant was not able to make it. They had to exhaust their technical timeout for unfortunate reasons. Well, it looks like W Streaks might just be able to inch it out. And if they do, that's going to be an upset and a half for sure.
Oh boy, we're getting closer and closer to that upset. Just a couple of more rounds away. That is only if RNT are still going the same way that they are, or if this timeout can whip up something magical, which I'm pretty sure that a lot of people will be expecting. They need a round, and they need a desperate. They need this one, especially, Mama, because if they lose this, their economy is going to be in the dump, because this is the one bite that they've got, which will allow them to come 9 and 9, or else it's going to be 8 and 11, because the next round is going to be another eco for them. And that's really deep waters to be in.
Tell me this, Universe. Did you see this coming when you sat down? You woke up this morning, you brushed your teeth. Did you see this going this way? A potential 2-0 in W Streaks' favor?
Honestly, nah. I didn't think that W Streak would be. I knew that they would be able to take at least one map away. Not in the fashion that we saw the first map, though, but I'm pretty sure that I expect them to take at least one map. But Revenant seem to be really comfortable with their map pool. Breeze again is another map that Revenant are really good at, but W Streak seem to be prepared for this as well. So after that velocity game, they clearly have stepped it up on this map, haven't they?
I've got your trail.
Absolutely, but here's the thing. One Tap God is going to try and go in aggressive as possible, but Maui has been forced back. He might just pay the price for being that aggressive, but Rex isn't going to miss those shot dust. Paradox gets taken down, and One Tap God trying to be so aggressive, but can he find the pick? That is the question. No! Maui is a rock, and he's not going to move from there. He gets the first one, needs to find the second. That he will. And shots just... Listen, man, just...
Really?
You know what? At this point, there's nothing left to analyze in this round. It's just Maui doing Maui things.
Maui, that is criminal. He doesn't care about his Viper's Pit. He just goes straight back. That Seeker pushes him back. But I don't know why there's nobody capitalizing upon it. There's nobody capitalizing upon it. And you know what are the biggest factor? That knife from Buster. Their abilities went straight out of the window. Say they had to just take those fights. The Viper wall drops. And they've got no cover. And Maui does the perfect job of just taking aim duels, which he is so confident of winning. He gets a 4K like it's nothing. No, Maui, don't push again.
I was wondering, but he does. He doesn't want to listen. He's feeling it. He's absolutely feeling it. And the flash drive coming in, he's going to peek. but won't find any players there, but has enough information, and it is going to be a B hit coming in from Revenant Esports, just casually walking in. One tap god did find an opening, but can Xavi hold this? That is a question. It's playing so aggressive though, that is a question. I think this might be overextending a little bit.
Oh, what a god! Great shot! Goes straight in. Both of them come down. The anime battle resumes with Xavi.
Are you kidding me?
Oh my god. Xavi. That was not supposed to happen. A recon comes his way. He's still alive though. And he gets the kill out to Wimp. No chance all of this is happening. My god. Xavi. This is insane stuff. It is going to be Paolo to get one kill, but he's down to 5 HP, and Paradox gets one as well. Xavi goes down below, and somehow a 2v3 goes in the favor of Revenant. A thrifty.
Let that sink in for a moment, right? Let silence do its work. But Xavi, in the meantime, it was looking ice cold when he was in that situation, right? You look at his face, he's not flinching. You know, usually you see players squint a little bit, move around, like,
Yeah.
oh no, there's a lot happening, there's a lot of chaos. He was ice cold. Absolutely as cold as it gets, and he got some impact frags as well. Just unfortunate he had to go down the way he did with the shock dart, but Revenant getting a very crucial round. They had to win it, otherwise they were out of the game.
Blocking sight.
Well, again, one tap God taking in control towards the B side, which by the way is empty. They left this one for the retake, and they are going to be getting a plan unless... Okay, nobody really seems to be joining him in there. They're waiting for the Viper wall to come back up, I believe, as there is the ultimate orb being picked up, and Paradox will take out Equinox. And with that, it is the flank going down, the Viper spit coming up, and perfect post-plant situation for the side of the attack. Now they know that there's a flank as well, as Xavi is not going to be hitting that shot on towards Rex.
No charges
Forgive me,
left.
towards
One
Adla.
enemy remaining.
It's sort of messed up the names there. And it is only one man left, and that is Rex. Come back for this retake. Oh, he's stuck in elbow. Look at one. Nothing more. 10 and 10. Somehow Revenant find their way back.
Yeah, it's turning out to be quite a roller coaster. The way Revenant is coming back is commendable. They had a lot of pressure. They were pushed up against the wall, and they had nowhere to go but forward. And that's exactly what they've done. But the problem for Revenant is that W Streaks has enough money, more than enough money, to buy next round as well in case they end up losing this one. But I'm wondering if we're going to see any sort of aggression coming in from W Streaks. They took a gamble, left B for retake. They had the Viper spit available, Revenant, and they used it to perfection. They knew exactly what had to be done, and they did exactly just that. But we do have the null command available, but look at the amount of aggression that Revenant is showing towards mid. Casually just trolling in one tap god. Is he going to be able to find the first pick? That is the question. He needs to stay alive, but the cloud burst is going to hide his position, but he does get spotted. Can he find the pick though? Someone needs to fall back. Oh, Maui, what in the world?
Maui!
Are you kidding me? Absolutely criminal. He should be allowed to do that, but he gets a fourth one as well. Can he find the ace? Takes him. Oh my lord, this is unbelievable stuff.
Maui, this guy is literally an aim machine at the moment. He's not missing anything. He might have not gotten that last kill, but he still dinked Blackhawk through the door. Oh my god. Single-handedly, he just took down every single member of this attack, and he didn't even need utility, didn't need support, isolated those fights so well. Maui, you are a monster.
I want to have what he's having, whatever, tea, coffee, some supplement. God knows what it is, but oh lord, that was great. That
this
was
is insane.
absolutely on point. I can only hope and dream of aiming aiming even like 50% of what he has. But regardless, Wimp and Zoe both finding a pick for themselves and a quick trade. So it is an equal situation. Look at that Wimp. Look at taking down. Equinox is just, making the most of the space that was created towards B main.
Yeah, that bullet, of course, killed one, which went through Xavi, which went from Xavi, but it also did tag down Whip, and he knew that Equinox, so he took the best advantageous position possible. But Paradox will trade back in the form of Equinox himself. Buster still here, though. He's keeping things alive on the B side, but as I say it, he ironically drops dead. And now it's a 2v2, make that a 2v1. Paradox turning up the heat here. He's trying to get his team 11th round. They're keeping it as close as possible. Not quite sure if he spotted Maui's leg. I did with that drone. Don't know that he's here. Now I'm pretty sure they have. There comes a recon to make sure that they could spam him down. Oh, they can now. He's hiding behind the boxes, so that's a little bit of a thick cover. Paradox needs to stay alive. He's been the one who's been making things work for his team. And Maui, he's playing around with movements now again. Goes straight back for the defuse, trying to bait out a peek, but time's way past gone for him. Try and make this work. He still get the kill though. He will die out himself, but 11-11, make a wish. W streak. If you want to win this, this is your chance. This and only this is your one and only chance to make it through to the next round of the group stages. You have a huge advantage. And going into this map of Breeze, you've taken it this far. To lose it here would honestly be disappointing, Mamba.
It would be very disappointing, but then again, look, wait, are you talking about Revenant or W streaks?
I'm talking about W streak. If they lose this here.
But sure, if they lose this year, it's unfortunate, but look, they already have a map advantage, so they're still in the game. And let's not forget, Revenant came in as the hot favorites, and I feel like they have sort of dropped the ball, especially on their own pick, but Bad Love getting that pick, which was crucial. The person who's been always locking down the A side, but look, one tap card being so aggressive, can you find that is going to be the question. The Seeker going in, trying to find the first one, does find one, needs to fall back to stay alive. The retake, super crucial, null command being used to make sure there's no utility to work with the fragment. He missed it. Unfortunately, Buster missed it. Can he find the pick? Yes, indeed, he does.
Oh, they get the trade, but they don't know that Blackhawk is still towards mid, though. Him staying away from that ultimate of the KO allows that wall to stay up. That's exactly what they're banking upon. It's a 1v3 now. Xavi 8K needs to produce a 3K to get himself and his team to match point. But it doesn't seem like it's going to be happening. He's going to run back and save this operator. But is he going to be allowed to save is the question. Blackhawk is creeping up to him towards mid. He's heard this, I believe. He's going to try and get away. Xavi sticking towards his spawn region, right under Cave. Gets the kill, drops Blackhawk. He's got a tail coming in, escapes from him, and match point. They fight for overtime.
Oh, they do. That they do. But you know what I'm really upset with? Look, man, this guy, he can play well, ops well. I'm talking about Zawi, by the way. He's playing a professional match, and goddamn, look at his camera. It looks so goddamn aesthetic. It's like proper setup going right there, but it's going to be a lot of pressure for W3 because they don't have the best of buys. I'm assuming because they have Bulldog in the mix, but they can definitely pull this back.
Oh, that's a big value knife. Gives so much information. 3 players here, and Rex is going to try and give a little bit more damage. Good shock dart does deliver a bit of damage as W Streak prepare for this B hit with 3 members towards this B site now. Got Xavi coming in as well. Another shock dart going in from Rex. He's got lots more foot damage as everybody from the side of RNT are just holding down their ground. Xavi gets one. That's all they needed. They need that first kill. And now they're hoping for a little bit more, but Bad Love says otherwise. One back. Rex to trade in. It's a pinstripe wheel for the side of the attack as they're losing players one after the other. And now they've got one man standing, and that's Blackhawk. Can this Viper produce the same as the other? No, is the answer. Overtime, here we come.
Who would have thought? Who would have thought this map is going to go on for this long in the manner that they did? Sorry, in the manner that it did. It's just incredible to see the sort of Valorant that's being played away. It's certainly entertaining. But for Revenant fans, if there are any in the chat, it's not that entertaining, is it? Because they knew they had it in the bag initially, but then slowly but surely, W Streaks came clawing their way back into the match, and here they are in the first overtime for the matchup, which could certainly not be the loss. Because I find it really interesting the way Valorant overtimes work, because you only have one round in each half, right? There's a huge chance that it doesn't end in the first OT.
True. That happens a lot of times. And of course, like you said, Revenant are not finding this as entertaining. They're, not really in the zone. They're letting this come a little too close given their standard. It's that meme, right? It's with the dog sitting on the chair and there's fire all around it. This is fine. We got this under control. That's exactly the environment right now that Revenant are thriving in.
But you know what? I'll hand it to them. They had one tap god coming in who created a lot of impact, by the way. He's sitting on top of the scoreboard, is making sure he's creating the space, getting those first picks as well. But what in the world happened to Maui? Like, what's up with him? Today, he's been absolutely on point, locking down the sites. And I feel like, I ideally say this, right? You don't want to be the only... So you don't have one player on your team which is winning your rounds. But if you have somebody like Maui playing the way that he does, making sure that if he's anchoring A side, nobody walks in. That's an exception.
Yeah, that is true. Oh, there is the first kill. It is Paradox on the defense who's going to make the first move for his team. As Halls is being heavily contested. They've got 3 players here running straight through. They're trying to take these fights. They're pushing them back to try and make this A split work. They've reduced them just to the spawn, but one tap god actually towards mid is going to make value. That operator was going to be the X factor, and now they're going to be worried about this. He spots another head, trying to spam it down, but it's going to be Wimp. Take down 2 more as the Halls push falls straight down to the ground, and the 1 man left standing is going to be cleaned up by Paradox as Revenant find a flawless in the overtime.
Switching sides. Match point.
But this is where they start. No, I want to see if they actually go in towards the A side or the B one, because Maui has been locking it down. It'll be pretty brave of Revenant to go back to A and try and contest this. But at the same time, it would just be logical for them to not commit to A.
Yeah, well, Maui has been absolutely getting those 4 kills. Those taps are so crispy. He just knows every position of every player, and he's not even afraid to push. Look at this guy. He's just running, going through. It's nobody's business.
I feel like once again the flash drive is going to come and he's going to find some information to work with. But look at Rex though, this time around it's not going to work. Padlock's getting a quick trade, one tap god going in, but Buster is going to be there to hold the line, but quickly gets traded out once again. It is a 3v3 and Revenant Esports in the driver's seat in this round to try and take them to the 3rd map, but they're not committing to it, which is, I feel like it's an okay decision because they knew they spent too much time inside A main without actually going in. But Equinox being spotted gets the frag onto Paradox. Now this is where the problems start, increasing, because Rex had information towards A main, had the space. He knows there's one more player, he's gonna get that one, and it's just as easy as it gets.
Yeah, he's got the spike though, Bad Love, so he's got a chance, but he's got Xavi waiting for him. Now, Recon, I'm pretty sure, is not gonna be touching him at all. And then he walks into that crosshair, he's going to be a dead man. But he's taking his time with this one. He's got 30 seconds. So he's making
seconds left.
his way from elbow. And Xavi, good to realize this as Equinox spots him out. And Shock Dart going to be pushing him off his mark. But Xavi misses his shot as well. Problematic. But time is against Bad Love, and it's in the favor of the defense. So they're going to try and work that one out. Even before he can touch that spike down to the ground, it is going to be 13 and 13. As we head into
Switching
overtime
sides.
too.
Overtime.
Yeah, just as we mentioned, right? It's pretty rare for the game to end in the first overtime because of the way it's structured, but it's entertaining nonetheless. And you have to hand it to double streaks. Here's the thing: why do they keep hitting Hayne when they know that they've always been struggling with the A side?
Yeah, well, it seems like they have this challenge that they know if they take out Maui, they're probably going to be in a good situation, right?
But they're
going to have... Yeah, still. It's that bit of confidence that you get. This time, on the defense, they've taken a little bit of a passive approach, the side of Revenant. Equinox, though, he's running straight in towards Halls to open up the door. He's got a player coming in right towards him, and one tap god takes him straight out. Really risky from Equinox there, and doesn't actually give him any sort of value, but what it does provide is a little bit of a faking opportunity as everybody actually is now heading in towards that B site. Maui still towards that A site, holding down his ground, hoping that there's a rotation that he can cut off, but his teammates down on B need to fight 2 players here, and they need to win these fights.
They need to. But Zavi, look at him. He knows exactly where they are, and they. Wait, did he actually get the wall bang? I'm not quite sure. But Faster, in the meantime, he's all alone over here in a 1 versus 4. It's not going to be an easy task. It is an uphill battle, but well, there's certainly a chance for him to make it happen. 40 seconds on the clock. Can he pull this off? We'll find out in just a bit. But Wim playing it so patiently. One tap gone. Won't miss that shot. And once again, we see Revenant picking the first round in the OT. The question is, can W Streaks hold it together? Is Revenant going to be smart enough to fake and go B? Or are they going to go back to A? Who knows? We'll find out.
We will find out, but for the moment, it is a timeout for the side of Revenant as they are looking to try and maybe break this synergy of defense that the side of W Streak have, especially Maui, because clearly both these teams love the defensive half of Breeze. That's where they've thrived on this overtime so far. Malix might be coming up with a strategy to try and take them out of the equation. Maybe sell a fake, get somebody out of position, or bait out that pushing Viper. How do you get Maui's kill without him finding the first kill? You know what I'm most interested in? I want to find out how many first bloods does Maui actually have as a Viper.
I don't think a lot, though. Probably like 5-ish.
That is a lot compared to, if you compare that to the other members of the team.
Fair point. For a Viper, 5 first bloods is quite a bit. But you've been spoiled by matchmaking when you keep seeing like 8, 9 first bloods all the time.
Sure.
Yeah, 5 is not a lot, but 5 is quite a bit for a controller.
Yep, let's find out if this controller can hold it off this time. He's actually switched up position. They're going towards B. He probably thought that this timeout was going to be switching up play, but no. This time it's the Jet and Chamber who are going in for that A main push, and it was kind of a disoriented double peek. It was the Jet peeking in first and then followed up by Equinox, and Xavi loses his life with no trade because of that. Great wall actually to isolate that bridge fight and going straight to the spawn, but Buster and Equinox actually find 2, and it's come down to a 3v3 now as Revenant get the plan down towards A.
Spike planted.
Well, Rex, he's in a decent spot to be able to get this pick, but one tap god, he needs to be taken down right now, but he's going to peek around the corner. Yes, indeed, he does connect it. And W Streaks this time around as well, they have the man advantage to work with, but bad luck, can he connect these shots? That is a question. Paradox trying his best to use the tour de force, but not being able to connect those shots is so unfortunate.
Lost it. Oh, why? Never mind. They take the fight anyway, and they double peek it out. That grenade and that Molly does not work, but Maui still gets one with the classic. Time is of the essence. He needs to run in for this right now, and he's gonna have an operator to face off against. He needs to stick the defuse, or else it's not gonna work. He fakes it out. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Revenant taking Grease.
Well, congratulations to Revenant for keeping their dreams alive, but it was closer than expected. It shouldn't have been this close, especially with the sort of start they had. Nobody would have seen this coming, but W Streaks, you have to hand it them. They are holding their ground, they are holding the line, and let's not forget, this pick was Revenant's pick.
This indeed was, and I'm pretty sure that they are going to be, they are going to be a little disappointed with the fact that they let it come so far. 15-13 is a scoreline that you would see when there's 2 teams who absolutely love Breeze. W Streak, they had a really bad game against Velocity. They lost 13-3, and that should have been an example to the fact that Revenant also could pull off something similar, but W Streak stepped it up majorly, especially Maui. He was the most important player for this team in that map, but he just couldn't clutch it out in the end. Time way too far gone, and that double peak swing towards the right side of the A site was all that they needed, because they expected them to run away towards the other side with the KO grenade coming in, with the Viper snake bite coming through as well, but they swung towards the right, took the fight, and Paradox did just about enough to keep his team alive, as we, ladies and gentlemen, will now head into Bind.
Oh yeah, but you also have to hand it to Revenant for the fact that they stuck to it. They expected the rotate. They expected the Viper to go to B in every single time. Even in both the overtimes, right? They expected the Viper. You know what? Maybe he's gonna go B. We'll keep hitting it again and again and again. And for the second OT, I even called it out. Are they gonna be smart enough to go to B? But no, they were smarter. Definitely smarter than me, because they expected the Viper to go to B.
It was a double fake in a timeout.
Yeah.
They thought that, okay, you know what, this timeout means they're probably going to go B. Let me switch up my position. But do you think that with Maui staying on the A side, do you think it would have made a difference? Do you think they would have won that round and we would be in another overtime right now?
Potentially, I mean, it was working for them. For sure. And Maui was
Yeah.
feeling it, right? Because a pick or two could have been the difference. If Paradox was not able to stay alive over there, that could have also been the round for W Streak. But regardless, let's have a look at the match MVP.
Yeah, it is going to be Paradox, 26 kills, 5 first bloods for him, a 274 AC as he keeps it relevant and makes the best of his chamber. Top scorer of the server, and of course the top scorer of his team as well. Deservedly the MVP, keeping his team alive, and of course the winning moment coming through him as well. And right below him actually is Maui, who, by the way, has 4 first bloods.
Yeah.
He's
Not
kept
not
it
too
pretty
far
close.
off. Yeah, he's kept it pretty close. Yeah, 4 or 5. But yeah, no, four first bloods with a Viper is quite impressive. And the sort of anchor that he was for his team, right? I believe that was the difference between the team keeping it together until overtime or being completely dominated in the second half.
Yeah, that is true. Overall, the structure of kills, of course, handing more in the way of Revenant's top 3. One Tap God, Paradox, and Wimp did quite a bit of the heavy lifting, as Bad Love and Blackhawk didn't really have that much of, fragging, duties today, of course, in this map, but they did support with their utility as much. Bad Love's shock darts were actually pretty amazing. And his ultimate as well found, I think, 2, maybe 3 kills across the entirety of the map. So overall, pretty good stuff from the side of Revenant to make sure that this doesn't slip away. And now they have a chance of going into a glorified best of 1, which is Bind, and try to settle this once and for all and see to themselves that they make it to that group final. It's going to be happening at 8 p.m. today at IST.
Oh, absolutely, and it's not going to be easy, that match, because both these semifinals is going to get the better of the two teams that play in all these matches to the finals, and it's always difficult the deeper you go into a tournament. But regardless, right now it's time for a really short break, ladies and gentlemen. Do not go anywhere because we will be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Valorant Invitational India by Galaxy Racer, where we've just had our second map, but technically first map go through of play, as W Streak having their lead, which was a huge advantage, taking Ascent without having to play it, have now dropped it on Breeze. And here we are on Bind with a glorious best of one coming our way, which I believe is, just kind of best of two at this point. And having Breeze go by in the way that it did, Mamba, what do you expect on Bind? How do you see this panning out?
Oh, it's a tough one. Look, as much credit as I want to give to W Streak, you need to understand this. It was Astro being an absolute rock on defense and not allowing anybody in, getting those multi-kills. You need to be able to replicate that across the board, right? The entire team needs to step up, which they did, but not in all the rounds. So I feel like that's where Revenant lost a couple of rounds, especially when they were being taken on by just one player not being able to get the trades. Which again, I don't understand. Like, how could you possibly miss out on trades when one player himself is taking everybody out? So if they can fix that issue, I feel like Revenant might just be able to inch it out.
I believe he had 2 rounds where he got that 4Ks that we saw, those taps, insane taps that he did, sitting in the same spot, by the way, back of sight on A. He just stood there and he got 4 kills in multiple rounds. I think 2 or 3 rounds, not sure. But either way, now all of that doesn't matter. What matters is that we've got a map of Bind coming in, which is probably going to be really, really competitive again. W Streak, again, is a team that I think loves Bind. They have got a pretty interesting squad for Bind as well. And of course, if Maui continues to play on that Viper, if they have that setup, right, they go for that double controller setup, if they want to go for that Brim and Viper and, allow the rest of the team to just work around that, then I'm pretty sure that they're going to have a really strong defense. But speaking about defense, it is Revenant who are going on the defense for the side of on the map of Bind, and I believe that their lineup is going to be really interesting as well because they're going to play that. I'm actually not quite sure what they're going to play because Logista is not there, right? So no, never mind. Actually, Logi's back.
This is interesting. That's actually pretty interesting. What are they going to play? I don't know. Honestly, I do not know because the last time, we had a different player in the last map this time around. They might go back to one of their old comps, but I'd rather just wait instead of try and figure out what they're going to play because now there's a lot of permutation and combinations. There are a lot of new agents that have come in, over the course of the last 1 year. And earlier it was easier. It was easy. You had to pick and choose from just like a couple of duelists, initiator. You knew exactly what worked the best. But now the meta has evolved so much that it's really difficult to pinpoint what exactly is going to happen.
Sure, that I would have to agree with, but I'm just going to point out the last time, this team, Revenant Esports, played Bind, which was again in the grand final against Enigma Gaming in the qualifier 1, where they beat them 13-4. And Bind is a out and out Enigma map. We know that Enigma love Bind, but these guys beat them pretty comfortably, clearly, and they took the map with as I'm looking at it, they play the double controller themselves. They play the Viper, Brim, Chamber, Raze, and Sky. So they play the single initiator. They love to play on that double controller. Logi loves to play on that Viper himself. So I'm looking at a bit of an advantageous situation for the side of Revenant, having beaten one of the best teams on Bind in the South Asian region, which is Enigma, of course. Them going into this game, I see that they have confidence because out of the 6 times that we've seen W Streak play the map of Bind, they played it only 6 times in their entire history with multiple different lineups. I know they've only won it once. 5 times out of 6, they've lost this map, and I'm not sure how this lineup is going to fare against Revenant on Bind.
I think you do bring up an interesting point. Losing 5 out of the last 6 games, or the only 6 games you've played on Bind. But you also have to realize it's a fairly new team, right? So it could go either way. But here's the thing: you think, in terms of controller, they might actually use an Astra instead of a Brim? Revenant?
Yeah, so Maui is a guy who loves to play the Astra as well. He is the controller mirror, of course, of the team. So he keeps switching between the Astra, the Viper, depending on the map situation, right? So if he's playing the Viper, I'm not quite sure if they're going to go for the Astra because I don't think anybody has the susceptibility to try and work the complexity of what Astra requires. You need to be really quick on your fingers. You need to know where your team requires what star, right? So I think the Brimstone is going to be easier for them to pick up just because of the fact that his utility is a lot easier to use. The lineup, of course, with the Molotov is a lot easier. And his ultimate is a for sure post plant, and of course, retake utility that they're going to love. But speculation all out of the window as we're going to see live right now who is going to be picking up what W Streak are going to go with. Let's go to the agent select.
Fade! Huh. Okay. Not surprised. We've seen Sky quite a bit. Revenant picking Sky quite a bit. But Fade, I'm not surprised at all about that either because it's a very, very powerful agent. Can create a lot of impact. And Blackhawk, is he going to go in for with the Brim? We do have a Brim on Maui for sure.
Were you going to say Phoenix?
You know what? While we're at it, might as well see a Yoru.
I mean, Blackhawk on a Yoru is... I'm joking. I don't think that's... No. It's not a bad, choice. I would say that in the most farthest of imaginations, maybe we could see that happening. But Blackhawk is such a, disciplined controller / initiator player. He's going to stick to his roots of knowing what he's going to be doing best. But on the other side, we've got a Breach coming in. A double initiator on one side and a double controller on the other. So one team is clearly focused on their attack, while the other is going to be holding down the ground with their defense and their smokes. So
select your agent.
This is going to be, I think, a really difficult first half for both of these teams. I think it might just end up on a 6-6, if not anything, because given the spread of utility amongst both of these teams in terms of both attack and defense.
Honestly, this is turning out to be quite an interesting approach for both these teams because two teams, two different comps and two different play styles. One super aggressive, making sure they use their utility to push the players back, and the other obviously being very defense heavy. But you think this also plays a part because Revenant is going to start off on defense instead of starting off on attack. You think that is the reason why they went in for this comp?
I mean, not necessarily. They usually go for this comp either way because it's even on attack, the double controller is really helpful because of how much time they can, bide by in the post plan. Because they've got 3 smokes of the Brim. They've got the Viper, utility, which is regenerative, of course, right? So they can waste a lot of time with those Brim smokes and the Viper wall. So on the attack, even, they pick up this composition because that's how they're comfortable. They know that Logi can be that lurking lineup, a guy who can do stuff. Blackhawk is the one who initiates the team with the stim beacon and then stays back with his ultimate if it is available. And of course, the remaining 3 are the attacking forefront. You've got that Fade, who's got pretty strong utility. Of course, the Prowler, 2 Prowlers, 1 Han to clear out most of the side. And of course, her ultimate, of course, if you add on to that, is a sure way of making sure that the opponents have no clue from where you're coming because you get deafened, your trailer's given up, and you've got a Prowler chasing you if at all it is there, right? So even on the attack, I believe that this lineup is pretty strong, but I believe that it is up to W Street to make best use of their one agent, which is, I believe, the Breach, because he is I think, going to be the X factor in not just initiating attacks, but even when they go on the defense. I think his stun, his ultimate, his flashes, and of course, every single piece of utility is going to be really important to stop attacks from coming through because Revenant are really slow with their attacks, right? Because they don't really push in. They've got 2 controllers, so they've got time. So they use it to the longest time possible, and they make the best out of it. And that Breach needs to be alive till the end and not die early on their defense.
That's what you aim for, right? But regardless, the match is about to start, so we'll just hop into the game and see what happens, what's going to transpire in the next potential 24 rounds or more. And, Revenant starting off on defense with the sort of setup they have. They have a Viper, Fade, Raise Brim, Chamber. But I feel like they might show some aggression in the first round itself once again, you think?
I mean, they might. I believe that they could go in for a little bit of aggression. It doesn't seem likely at the moment. It looks like they are going towards the B long side, though, for aggression. As you can see, there's 2 players there. I think they're going to throw in their utility This is pretty deep. Yeah, they're going for it, it seems. It's a good Viper wall, actually. It is keeping the side of W Streak right out of the mix. Flash, brilliant flash to push Paradox off of his mark. Forgive me, bad about his mark, but Maui? Hello? He just jumped through a Viper's orb, stepped into a pit of poison without any support, and just gave his life up.
Friendship in 2022. That's all I have to say. Yeah. Rather unfortunate for him, but a battle of who wants to hold that angle? Will he get taken out? Yes, indeed he will. He will pay the price.
One enemy remaining.
There's one more thing I've noticed. You know, a lot of chambers have actually started buying the sheriff if they really want to go in and try and get those picks, because it makes more sense. You get a lot more bullets than just the headhunter. But Maui tried to go in. That was unfortunate, and there was nobody else there to back him up. So I believe there was a bit of miscommunication over there because of the fact that if he's the only one going in, then what's the point?
Exactly. I'm not quite sure why he jumped through like that. He expected the position to be correct, but the classic triple burst, my friend, is not.
Oh no, it's trash. It's absolute trash. Trust me. Trust me when I say this. I've tried it so many times. It doesn't work out in my favor at all, ever. But oh, that's a good reveal. That is a good reveal. So Wimp definitely spending time in a custom server, practicing lineups. You would expect that from a professional player at this level, obviously, but it's just nice to see once in a while.
Yeah, most certainly. I'm kind of a nerd for these kind of lineups. I love seeing them, you know, when they do something really wacky that you don't know, comes out of a corner that you don't expect. But here we go, as Xavi 8K leading the charge towards this B site, hoping to find some value. Nobody on the site though. Logi is towards B long, struggling to remove that Prowler, and he loses his life as well. Okay, W Streak all of a sudden have just taken that B side by storm.
Spike planted.
At this point, I'm confused. I'm honestly confused at what's happening. The way it's all happening, it's all being played out. But regardless, a 2v5 retake. I don't think they're going to go in for the retake. They'll probably just go in for exit frags, make some money, and make sure that the other team... Ooh, Blackhawk. Finding two for himself. And Astro did get the first pick, but that's not going to be enough. And Blackhawk all alone in a 1v3. Can he pull it off? That's how I expect it to work. It connects that shot as well, but will get spotted because of that haunt. And ooh... Through, you know, it's so annoying when you get hit on the head through the wall, because one, you're still alive, and your crosshair is all over the place.
It's a really frustrating position to be in, but for the moment, the frustration I think is on the hands of the defense, because losing that round is I'm pretty sure they didn't expect that. They had weapons right in their hands, but W Streak, all of them jumped into the site together, and they found Logi in such a, you know, really unguarded position towards B long. He had players behind him, he had players in front of him. He couldn't even run away towards elbow for some reason, and because of that, they're back on a little bit of semi-buy. Got a couple of Vandals to work with, half armor across all of them. They wait for W Streak to make their move.
Toxin screen down.
That they do, but Logi is playing so aggressively. The Prowler is going to force him back. Is he going to jump down? Yes, indeed. Well, he has to. There's no way he was going to wait over there. But, yeah. 1-1. W Streak making a good comeback in the second round, which was crucial for them to not go away too much momentum. Buster straight up just going in for the Phantom. He's like, you know what? I'm not going to waste any time whatsoever. Despite up, Blackhawk in the meantime holding off short, does have one smoke available, which he is going to use because I believe he spotted Xavi over there, but never mind. Loses one, he needs to find this pick. If he does not get this, it's a problem, but regardless, he's actually not going to be able to get that one.
Well, the C's will keep them out for a bit as the defense now prepares for this retake. The 5v5 situation as well. Plant denied for the moment. They can rotate if they want to teleport away. They're keen on taking this Rexy. Throws down the recon to the back of site. Destroyed. And now the smokes have gone, but Buster has taken out one. Blackhawk to trade back instantly. Wimp, he's got a close range weapon, and he's going to hope to get the kill out of it, and he will. Xavi unaware of the player on the back of site. And Revenant somehow stabilized this. One man left, Rexy. He's got trouble in front of him in the form of Logi. He's going to go and stick the plant. He plays for a bit of money.
You think in a situation like this, in a 4v1, if you're the only one holding the side off, you could probably go in and push because you can afford that. But Rex trying his best to stay alive. Can you? Oh,
What?
He can't. Logi's just, yeah, he was just running and gunning. Connects a headshot. But yeah, no. I was wondering if you think it was appropriate for Logi to actually push in earlier and not let him have that plant. I feel like so usually you would want to avoid that, right? You want to avoid 50-50 fights, especially 1v1s. But in a 1v4, when you can avoid that plant, or you can make sure that he doesn't get it, I think it's something you could do. You can make an exception to the rule.
Yeah, I believe that. I think he was waiting for his teammates to come through because he just had a sheriff, right? So he probably didn't want to lose his life. They want to keep this round clean. So at that moment, letting your opponent get away with the plant, I think is okay, because keeping your man advantage, keeping yourself alive, and building up your economy, I think is better in the longer run for them. As Revenant have actually pulled out a round that I didn't expect them to. They had half armor, they had a sheriff on Logi, they had a stinger on Wimp. So good stuff from them. See if they can further up this lead, as Showers being instantly detected by Wimp and taken control by the attack at the moment, as Paradox is actually going to go for the fight, and unaware of the fact that Xavi's coming so close, and he gets a kill back. Another one. Paradox's grenade will find one return even after he's gone to the grave, as Blackhawk is just another prey falling to the hands of Xavi, who's been running around with this race, causing havoc in this round number 4.
It's going to be a difficult retake for sure. A 2v3 retake is never easy, especially when you have that man disadvantage, but it's not impossible. But Maui playing so close. If he gets taken out of here... Oh no, he has a trade available, never mind. I assumed that Raze wasn't there, but they're holding lamps pretty tight. So they have information over there for sure, and we do have a Fade just waiting it out. So Zavi using paint shells, making sure they can't stick the defuse, but Logi, ooh, the snake bite! So much impact, so much value for that piece of utility, and they are actually going to go in for the retake and do get it.
Amazing stuff. They hold off U-Haul perfectly. That snake bite, like you said, most important piece of utility. It softens them up, gives them damage, and makes it easier for the kill as well. Well done from the side of Revenant, as Logi's come back into this team on map number 3 has an instant impact here, Mamba.
Well, that they do. They do have an instant impact in this round as well, right? Double Streak doesn't have a lot of money to work with. All we're going to see is sheriffs all around. So it should be a pretty easy round for them. Next round, they're going to have to also work with the Breach and the Fade. So I'd rather just have them wait it out. But look at Badlove and Blackhawk. They read the game like a book. They knew they don't have a lot of utilities. They went in. But the showstopper. He's going to get it.
He's pushed Paradox off his mark as well, and that's a weapon to be retrieved, as back comes the most important member team. Raze is gonna try and make this work. Paradox picks up secondary weapon as well, as he just runs straight by towards A short. Satchel's work for him. Blackhawk is gonna try and deny this plan. That Molotov, I think, is just about missing him, but the backstab comes in, and Paradox takes care of Maui. And never mind, that grenade was not even required, as Badlove takes him out. 4-1. Side of Revenant in a really good position now.
Oh yeah, they're looking pretty comfortable right now. 4-1 on defense on bind. I think that's a comfy spot. But W Streak, they have a lot of work to do. Sure, there was an eco round, but this round might just be the one that changes all the momentum, because they have the Rolling Thunder available, they have Orbital Strike, they have Fade Ult as well, which I don't believe they're going to need unless they will use it in the post plan. But actually, not in the post plan, sorry. To take the side, they could use Rolling Thunder in the post plan, and Orbital Strike, if they want to take in AA lamps early enough, they can insult it. Ooh, look at that.
There is a Viper's Pit towards A short, but look at Hadlov. Really aggressive, and he awards him for the kill on Maui, who, by the way, is the sole controller, which means him dying, and of course with that orbital strike as well, a lot of big utility, round-winning utility, not available to them now.
Face
They're gonna have to focus about that Fade ultimate, which does come through. Oh, Paradox. He's holding it down straight to the face of Equinox. As now they're trying to force off Logi from his A shot, but look at this guy.
Spike
He's
down
got a
A.
jump,
One enemy remaining.
and he just shoots him straight in the face. A complete takeover by the side of the defense as they find a flawless round. I'm not quite sure, Mamba, why they were trying to challenge this Viper Spit when they could have gone towards Hookah and gotten some more control.
You know, I just want to report bullying at this point because you're in the Viper's pit with a judge. That's
Yeah.
and especially in a choke point like that, it's practically impossible to go through unless you take them down. This is where, by the way, Harbor's ult might come in handy because it gives away position. Right, it creates this
exactly.
purple streak in the sky where you might be able to get the position. Oh, by the way, I've actually saw a clip. It's pretty easy to avoid the ult, so you might not get
Yeah.
stunned, but at the same time, it still gives away the positions, which is good enough.
Yeah. You know, the thing about Harbor's ultimate is a lot of people, I think, you know, they say that they can escape that stun, but when it's situational, all right? Imagine you are on the A side, right? You've got attack coming in from both showers as well as A short, and you're standing behind green boxes triple, right? And if there is a Harbor ult that is going to be coming your way, how are you going to run? There's going to be an angle towards the left, there's going to be an angle towards the right, but you need cover, right? So you'd rather get stunned and stay there than actually go and take that fight because you know that both sides are being attacked. And that stun is going to force you to stay there, and there's going to be spamming bullets coming your way. So in a way, Harbor ultimate is actually not as, you know, easy to dodge as people think it is if you're in a pressuring situation. But if it's just used, you know, as a freebie tool, then I think, yeah, the Harbor ultimate is going to be easy to dodge, but the value is given in terms of information. Talking about information, right now it's W Streaker getting a lot of it.
But that was rather brave from the Rays going in like that. But look at that, the orbital strike coming in, the rolling thunder as well. But Logi's still up there, he's still alive, he's not stunned. He's functional, he can create a lot of impact over here. But Equinox finally finding the trade on the Battle of Warby trying to go in, but he's going to be able to stay alive. Nope, Wimp claps them all one by one by one. And that's a lockdown and a half.
Well, that was a expensive round. They used up ultimates that they really thought was going to come in handy for a round wins. They've lost the Hunters. Forgive me. They've lost the Rolling Thunder, which is a win condition in my eyes. You've lost the Orbital Strike as well. And Blackhawk has used his as well. I'm pretty much sure that this is the side of W Streak just not keeping up with the pace and the tactics of Revenant by just simply being taken out in terms of people who have utility. This time though, Equinox will find Paradox peeking alone towards showers. That's a free kill. Man advantage, but it looks like Wimp and Blackhawk want to take it back. They're pushing towards A short, giving a bit of pressure, but looks like W Streak are expecting this, so they're going to hold on their ground.
Oh, they will. They will hold on to their ground. But Rex so aggressive with the spike, that too, by the way. If he gets taken down, whether that's a problem and a half. But I like the aggression that Revenant is showing over here. When playing super close, but he will get spotted. Does have the haunt available, but that's not really going to help because he will get forced down while he get blinded as well. Being bullied on the court. Wait, hold on. How in the world is he? Wait, he gets 2 kills with it. What?
He got 2.
Not so tough after all.
Oh my goodness, this is... At this point, I'd understand if we were both just too stunned to speak about what just happened over there.
This is the double controller effect that I was talking about. You know, if they had just a Viper, they wouldn't have been able to do what they just did. Blackhawk giving that smoke down instantly, supporting Wimp, and even after that, Wimp getting that 2K, brilliant. There's no way he was supposed to survive there. He got 2 flashes. He got a Molotov in his direction, which didn't actually touch him. That Molotov was misplaced. The flashes weren't, but nobody just capitalized upon it because that smoke was so well timed. Now W Streak are stuck in an eco, are stuck 8 and 1 down potentially, because now they're playing on just a couple of sheriffs.
Yeah, no, that's not going to be enough unless Revenant end up making a mistake and they will commit, which I won't see happening because they're absolutely feeling it. Everything they've touched has turned to gold. And yeah, no, the double controller effect is in full force. Imagine having a Brim Smoke along with the Snake Bite. It's just so annoying. There's no way you can go through.
Blackhawk will be pushed back as Equinox as well. Not going to be using his bullets to keep them for a better time, but here he goes. Blackhawk gets one. Wimp will trade another. Out comes the ultimate just to make sure that nobody is going to be able to hear them. As Xavi, oh, okay, my God. Well, he gets a shot for his TikTok reel, but not for his team's round. Xavi, what a shot. I wish I could see it from his POV.
I'd rather not. Honestly, it's just too depressing to see somebody be that cracked at something like a sheriff, right? Because you can only wish, you can only hope and dream that someday you're mechanically that strong. But yeah, no, it has to feel satisfying for sure.
Indeed. W streak though, they're definitely not feeling satisfied in terms of this game. 8-1 down is a situation that I believe is going to be keeping them thinking about this a lot in that halftime pause. How to reconvene. What is this? Wimp, he just swings out, finds a free kill. Comes right back. Unscathed. He's not touched.
Well, Buster, all he needs to do is just wait it out because they are already making a lot of noise on A. Is this going to be a fake? I mean, it's a 3v5. I'm not quite sure what the idea is over there because the initiator is still towards B without the spike. So they want to show the spike and TP back, I'm assuming. But I'm sure Revenant is smarter than that because they already... Wait, so the Fader is going to start rotating when he doesn't need to. But Buster is going to try his best to get that pick. Viper giving away the position that he was in. But Buster doesn't know if there is anybody over here on the side.
He's still hoping that somebody walks into his crosshair. Logi might do it if he's going towards elbow. There comes the stun. Out pops the support. As Maui's gonna go in, but Logi finds Buster, and that's a spike on site. Now they're gonna have to take this fight. They're gonna hold on to that spike for as long as possible because there's backstab coming as well. RNT are all over this. B site, A site, the entire map itself. It's almost as if they just are not giving any space.
Yeah, no, they're absolutely not allowing W3 to have any sort of information, any sort of control, denying it with the two controllers that they have. And rightfully so, right? Because they came in with a plan. They knew exactly what they were doing with the Brim and the Viper to slow them down enough. So just in case, even if they do get the site, they would have had bought enough time where they can rotate in.
Yo, that haunt has found value so many times now. Why is nobody breaking that is my question.
I'm not quite sure if they know exactly where it's landing anyway.
Well, doesn't matter where that's landed. It's where Maui's landing his shots. He's had a little bit of a quieter game this time compared to the last. It's the first kill though. It's Wimp. Oh, he spots him out. Spam it across. Doesn't know that he's crawled in towards the left corner. Still has a Prowler left though, so he can check it if need be. He's gonna hold on and wait for Logi to probably take the fight and swing out of his contact. Ball goes up. Buster gets detected.
Ooh, a showstopper coming in, but is that going to work out in his favor? I'm not quite sure. Paradox just yeeting himself out of there. He knew he doesn't have to be there for that one, but regardless, Ari just going in, has a sheriff to work with. They've managed to take control of the site. I'm pretty impressed.
Well, they've got the plant down, and they've got man advantage as well, and they've got a big ultimate to use, that is the Fade's Nightfall. Let's see how they're going to make work of this. They've got an operator, and they've got a Vandal to work with. 5v4 retake. Revenant, all's in your court.
Face your
Ball
fear.
is in their court, but the Nightfall coming in, and they will have a lot of information because I believe 3 players have been spotted, but they need to make the most of this. And for now, they're not peeking, they're not giving away any fights whatsoever. But look at that, though. Can Blackhawk connect that shot? That is a question. The C's coming in, the aftershock as well is going to force them out of the angles, but they are still fighting those picks. Blackhawk isn't going to miss that one. He needs to push in right now because he wants to defuse that spike. Does he have enough time? I don't think so. He has enough time, but look at that.
Player standing.
Oh, the Molotov was perfect. And then it rewards them with round number 2. That Molotov, the winning I was actually a little concerned that it was not completely covering the spike. It wasn't, but that gap even is still a part where if they touch the foot down, it was going to give them damage. So well done, Maui, for keeping himself alive, going for that lineup play. The Brimstone wins the team a thrifty. Much needed thrifty as well. Otherwise, this would have been 10-1, and I think that would have been game over. But now, hopefully, they can believe in the curse if they get to 9-3.
Well, is it that day? You said it depends on the day, right? If you believe the curse.
We'll find out. We'll find out.
We'll find out. We'll find out. But Astro being taken down over there by Paradox, and Boombot as well being used to perfection with Buster falling prey to the Boombot. But look at Paradox. He doesn't want to stop. Takes out the showstopper. He's going to go in. Oh, almost taking him down. But the judge is going to conquer that fight. Bad Love still up there with the operator. And I feel like WC could possibly pull this off.
Well, they're pretty darn low, and Bad Love's ready for that swing. He takes care of Equinox. Xavi gets another. He's on 8 HP, and he's making this work. I don't know how that showstopper didn't kill him, man. Like, there's no chance. That was not supposed to happen at all. Oh, he's playing the 200 IQ game. He's pushed in towards spawn, and now he might just expect that both the players are coming on the flank. They're gonna be out IQ'd on this. They might rotate back towards the A side if they're feeling a little bit more come. Not down goes the plant. Xavi's got no idea though. Does okay now he's hurt him. Now he's
No way.
Xavi 8 HP in a dream. It's a 4K to get this round win. Clearly avoids the Viper snake bite, and he will not be able to avoid Blackhawk's bullets, but he still gets him down to 25 HP. That was so close.
That was actually pretty close. I was just mumbling to myself, no way he pulls this off. I would rip my hair out. Absolutely rip my hair out if he did. And you would also feel bad for Paradox, right? Because that showstopper should have killed him, but it was just a tiny bit too far. But here's the thing. It's a game of small margins, right? You can't afford to make any mistakes. It's a game of small margins, and if you give them that space, if you give them that opportunity, they will always come back. But look at the frag deficit on W Streaks. Xavi is on 11 and the second player is on 4. So there's definitely a lot of difference in terms of how these players have been approaching the game. At the same time, you also have to give it to Revenant for the fact that they've absolutely shut them down every single time.
Yeah, it's a full-on team effort from the side of Revenant. You can see it on the scoreboard as well. Everybody is contributing to their best. 13, 12, 12, 10, 10. They've all got kills on their names. They've all got impact frags on their names. And their shutdown on the defense has been amazing. But now it's time for their attack, where they've got 2 controllers and an initiator to work with, which is a lot of utility, of course, a lot of post-plan utility, might I add, given that we have a Viper and a Brimstone. Are they going to go for that lineup play is the question. For the moment, this pause is probably going to be the most important bit of time for W Streak in their entire journey across both these qualifiers. If they are to win this, if they are to even think about a comeback, they need this pistol. And they need it bad, really bad.
I think at this point, you just start taking every round individually. Just take it one round at a time, one play at a time, instead of thinking of this monumental comeback that they need to make, right? Winning, I believe what is 11 rounds in a row is not going to be easy. But that's when you start breaking it down into smaller goals. It's of course, easier said than done, but you also have to remember these are professional players who are used to competing at the highest level there is. So you don't expect any lesser from them. But at the same time, you have to hand it to them. They need to take it one round at a time.
Indeed. Well, let's find out if we are going to be seeing this comeback happen one round at a time, and it starts with the pistol, the most important, as the halftime pause has expired. We will be heading into round number 13. 10-2. Big margin to cover up. Monumental task, but it all starts with one step. That step, I think, is going to be coming towards Showers. If they're able to fight it, that is. Not quite sure if they expect this heavy A split towards Showers being the more heavier region. That wall from Logi should give them an idea as to where this attack is coming.
What if it's a fake? What if it's a fake? You never know, right? Because at this point,
sure.
Look, here's the thing. When you have zero momentum, you start double guessing yourself every single time. But I don't think they're going to take that risk, given the fact that it's a very precisely placed wall. They know exactly what they're doing, right? But Paradox needs to make sure that he absolutely gets the first pick. Otherwise, it's going to be a problem buster. I'm not quite sure what the flash was supposed to do because there was nobody to peek inside. So I'm quite puzzled, but look at Paradox. It's going in, doesn't want to stop at all. Will use the paint shell, but almost being taken down with the other one.
Well, the plan is going to go down as Wimp makes that sure to happen. And now Revenant are in a post-plant situation. 5v4 as the defense need this round. Paradox gets another sitting in smoke, and he's running it towards U-Haul like it's nothing. Finds the third as well. Busters found two, but there's still 3 players alive inside of Revenant. Make that one Paradox! One Frenzy. That's it. One Frenzy is making all of this work. And he's got the grenade as well.
Somebody needs to remind him this is not FFA DM. It's an actual professional match. He needs to chill out. But he wants to go in for the yes. He's going to get it. Nope, that is not going to happen. Rex will shut him down. But Rex can't possibly get this defuse going because he took too much time to get the frag on the Bad Love. But Wimp will shut him down finally. Will get taken down himself with the spike. But Paradox, what a monster. What a Chad.
That entire round was just on the execution basis of letting Paradox freely roam around the A site. They put down the 2 smokes so that he doesn't get challenged from the back of sight, because he knows that the minute these smokes come down, there's going to be a lot of utility to follow it up, right? So they allow Paradox to run in towards A short, find that person sitting in cubby, and there was a cover towards U-Haul as well from the Viper orb, right? So he's led in a free roam position, and he gets a free kill, which allows the plan, and then he sits in the smoke waiting for the rest of them to just, make this crosshair, and he does it again. Double peek towards Showers. What amazing stuff.
I'm calling. It's game done and dusted. At this point, ooh, good shot. At this point, they're just mentally toying with them. The sort of confidence that they have, right? The double peaks, every single thing. They're in absolute control of the game right now, and there's no way, at least I see no way W Streaks can make a comeback in this one.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it. They've got a little bit of life left on Rex. 55 HP. Make that 0 by Bad Love. As 12-2. Landslide victory seems like coming through here. Xavi must have just been like, what the hell just happened there? A double peak. So well, that verticality of it is exactly what makes it so difficult to fight that back, right? Unless you've got another player with you.
And I like how it wasn't even a fancy strategy. It was just a simple double peek. Be aggressive. Don't let them have shower. Shut them down. It's more than anything else a mental game, because every single time you try and peek an angle, you're being shut down. That takes away so much confidence from you, right? And that's a very integral part of playing it in a professional circuit. If you lose faith, if you lose confidence, you're not feeling confident peeking an angle, you will absolutely take an angle. Look at that. Oh my lord, Paradox, what in the world are you doing? This is just, we're done.
Yeah, this is the end of W Streak's journey in the Valorant Invitational India, as we've got one man left to save their hopes and dreams. More. It looks like he's going to be falling to Bad Love. Ladies and gentlemen, call it a night. It is Revenant to take bind in probably one of the most iconic Paradox performances that we've seen so far.
It's just Paradox doing Paradox things. But hey, man, you had to give credit where credit is due because W Streaks on the last map, which wasn't their pick, they brought pretty close. They absolutely brought pretty close. And for Revenant, there was no other option apart from making it. Well, from the two maps they played, making it a 2-0 because they had to forfeit the first one, unfortunately. So they did what they had to do. But W Streaks, honestly, I'm pretty impressed by the performance in Breeze. Sadly, it was a comp diff in Bind, and it was just Revenant being the better team on this given day.
True. They could have gotten this win. W Streak could have ended this on Breeze. They were in control. They had the lead. They were 11-9, I believe, 11-10 up. Yeah, when you've got that, and you knew that the opponent was on a semi-buy/thrifty kind of a round, they could have ended it. That one round on Breeze, I think it was 11-10, which was Revenant's win, where they got, I think, a couple of half armors, one operator and one Vandal to make it work. That's where it completely turned around. They went to overtime. They took it home. And that should have been the winning point for a W Streak. But here we are now, 2 maps later, and Revenant taking a landslide victory. Almost seemed like, it was kind of too easy for them at points. They were running into angles that, they shouldn't have had any point running in without any sort of respect. They just did not care about what the opponent was doing, especially towards that B long region, towards Showers region. They just went in for those fights. They took control, and W Streak honestly gave it to them. Revenant is a team that functions on map control ability, and they awarded them that instead of going for aggressive picks, on certain regions, and that just kind of broke down the entire game plan and mountain that is W Streak.
You think there's anything W Streaks could have done different? Because look, when you have 2 controllers, right? If you have only one, for example, a Brim, you can bait out the utility, you can make sure that you force a rotation, or just wait it out until 2 smokes are used, and on the last one you can walk in. But the problem with that is that the problem with 2 controllers is that one, you have a Viper which can always regenerate its wall, and then you have the Brim on top of it. So it's damn annoying to play against, and I think you have to hand it to Revenant for the fact that they not just came in better prepared in terms of what their composition was supposed to be, but they were also very confident. You didn't mention that they had no regards for the opposition whatsoever. True, they had no respect while they were going in, but at the same time, they were super confident in their own ability of getting those openings and getting those strikes. It was quite evident the way Paradox played.
Yeah, most certainly. And I think that with the way that Revenant have got, their entire structure set on Bind, it almost seemed like it was inevitable with that double controller setup because even on attack or on defense, you could see how much control they were having with just their smokes, right? They were playing aggressive on defense, and this man was the spearhead of that defensive attack and attacking attack. Both the times, this guy did a pretty good job of getting the first frags because I believe, I'm not quite sure, I think he had about 5-6 first bloods. I'm not quite sure.
I believe it was 4.
4, yeah. He had 4 first bloods. He did, forgive me. I can see it on the screen right there. I think I'm blind. Forgive me. Because I was actually looking at another screen and I lost my scoreboard there. But yeah, 4 first bloods, 21 kills, 368 ACS. It's almost like he barely died.
Yeah, no, look, here's the thing, right? They played what, 15 rounds, is it? Or was it 14? I'm not quite sure.
In the 15 rounds.
15 rounds, yeah. 15 rounds and he had 4 first bloods. So he could have definitely had more. Casually dropping a 370 ACS like it's a pug or a pub game. And just went in. He had no regards whatsoever. That was evident in the second half with the frenzy, the way he went in. Just didn't care.
The pistol. Like I said, that entire round was created so that this guy could make it work for his team. He's covered from, he knew that there's going to be somebody in towards Cubby, somebody playing close A short. They covered off U-Haul for him. They covered off back of side for him. And then they ran in together. And then they let him do all the work. Both the Rays have got the MVPs, but we clearly have seen the one perform the better. And that is Paradox. 21-9. That is a 2.1 KD ratio, I believe. And an average damage per round of 204.
That's insane, by the way.
Amazing stuff. That is amazing stuff.
I feel like that's absolute insanity. ADR 200 plus. it just goes on to show the sort of impact that he's had throughout this match, right? And Zawi,
Yeah.
sure, he had 12 frags, 14 deaths, whatnot, ADR 160, ACS with 246. But the rest of the team, look at that. 4, 6, 3, and I believe it was 5 kills over there. So he had no
Yeah.
support whatsoever from his teammates. And that's just unfortunate because there's only so much you can do all alone by yourself.
True. And like, I had the one winning factor mentioned right before this game started. That was the breach. The breach needed to make a lot of impact. But to be honest, I quite didn't really see any sort of raise and breach combination of attacks, right? Like stun U-Haul, I'll fly right in with a judge, and even when it did happen, I believe I saw it in 2 rounds. Revenant had read it. They knew that this is going to happen because they saw the economy of the opponent. They thought, okay, you know what? Maybe he's going to pick up a judge. He's going to run in towards U-Haul. We back right off. We don't even fight them there. We let them take the control and we play on the retake. So it was really, well read by Wimp and the rest of Revenant, because that breach and raise combo just did not come through. They found the first frags, consistently onto people who could have changed around for the side of W Streak. And eventually they just shut them down completely. And it is Revenant to move on to the final of this group.
Oh, absolutely. They are going to move on to the finals of the group. And this is something I mentioned, by the way, the one thing about, the entire team not being able to perform on the same plane, or at least on the same level, was in Breeze. When we mentioned that Maui was the one creating all that impact. Without him, it would have been Revenant. No, so here's the thing. Revenant did win it, obviously, but it would have been much easier for them. So that's exactly what you saw in Bind as well. The entire team couldn't perform, and there's only so much one player could do. But regardless, right now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a short break. We still have 2 more matches lined up, the second semifinal and, of course, the finals at night. So do not go anywhere. We're going to grab a quick lunch and we'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the GXR Valorant Invitational India VCT off-season. Of course, now we're at Qualifiers 2. My name is Asarai, and joining with me now here is Universe, and we'll be continuing this this matches of ours. I believe the next series that we'll be looking at will be Revenant versus Global Esports, if I'm not mistaken. Or God Squad, excuse me.
We've got actually Velocity up against
Oh.
Goblin attackers. Revenant just played previous game against the side of W Streak, and they took the win 2-1 in a comeback after the first map was handed out to them as a forfeit. W Streak had the advantage, and now we've got a one match coming up, which is Velocity up against Goblin attackers, and the winner of whom will be joining Revenant in the Group A final.
I did see that match that you were casting with your co-caster. I forgot his name. I'm so sorry, but Mamba. I actually thought that W Streak had a really good play. Savvy was looking pretty sharp, but unfortunately, that bind match, man, it just did not go their favor at all. What an absolute stomp. So this one with Velocity and Goblin, again, I'll be honest, I haven't really seen Goblin as much, but we have already known Velocity as a team. I think one of the big three right now in the India scene. Of course, someone can maybe correct me on that, but I have seen them be exemplary. We have seen Hell F, Right to Ace, Amaterasu, I think being the strongest players in that particular team. Even though they did fall against Enigma the previous time, I think they're coming back into this with a refreshed vigor, and we'll see how they perform against Goblin here, who, for lack of a better term, is feeling like the very new kid on the block.
I would say that Goblin attackers are, rather new. They are a bunch of friends, I believe, who've just come together. But they've defeated some of the better teams across the region to make it this far. They've beaten Lethal Esports in their just the previous game that they played, which is honestly an amazing, amazing feat, if you ask me. And for them to come this far itself is quite a feat, because this team has not been formed that long ago. It's rather new. It's been about just a couple of months that they've been together, and it's just a bunch of friends who have come together and have actually beaten some of the best teams around in India.
And speaking of which, here we have Goblin Attackers roster, Risen, Kibo, Lil Boy, Gravity, and Kel'Thuzad. Wow, I am seeing some names that would probably make Riot shake just a teeny tiny bit. If you know, you know. But yeah, as you mentioned, I'm very excited to see how this kind of goes, because it's always the underdog story in a way when a group of comrades, friends, as you mentioned, go into tournaments such as these, and the notable names that they have to, notable teams that they have to go up against, and see how well they play. As you mentioned, I also look at their quick match history. They also won in a series of 1 against Enigma. So there is that talent that lies in this particular roster. So definitely looking forward to see how they can fare up against their opponent, which is, again, as you can see here, Velocity.
Yeah, these are some of the best players, in the region. They, of course, have their stacked roster of insane aimers, as well as, great leaders as well. So they've got a big task ahead of them, Goblin Attackers. They've beaten some of the, better teams across, which is, of course, true. But this is the top of the lot. This is the king of the hill that they're going up against. And this is going to be a really difficult task for them, given that the 3 maps that we're going to be seeing is a long game. It's not a best of 1 where you can just instantly eliminate somebody and move on forward like they did with Enigma. No, this is a long-standing battle where every map counts, and every map could change the difference of what is going to be the result of this entire best of 3. But so far, Velocity Gaming have had a rather interesting journey in the Invitational India, because last time they were in Qualifier 1, they lost pretty considerably, and both them and God Squad, the 2 teams that everybody was touting to make it to the final, didn't. Instead, it was Enigma and Revenant to make it through, and Enigma have qualified already for the main event on the 18th, 19th, and 20th of November, where they will be facing off against multiple other teams, including the likes of Paper X as well. And here, to qualify through, Velocity need to get this win and another on the back of it, which will be against Revenant later tonight at 8 p.m. But for now, this map veto seems really in the favor of Velocity. I'm not going to lie, Azrai.
Again, Velocity has been known to just demolish their other strong counterparts in Valorant India and Haven. So I definitely agree with you on that one. I think we also saw maybe it was Velocity or Enigma that we saw just wreck on Breeze against their opponent last week. So definitely looking for that as well. And I will also note here that Pearl, I think, is more favored for these veteran teams than the newer ones, because I think there's just a bit of, what's the word here? I think there's a bit of finesse that you have to understand with Pearl that I think more of the, more developed teams can make happen, because there's just a certain bit of communication you have to do to make pushes work. I think compared to other maps, which, as we mentioned, like with Haven, you can always have your set plays, but with Pearl, there's a little bit of a difference that you'll probably see once you play, that particular map or once you see other pro teams try to play that particular map.
Sure, and I think that with every which way that we're going to see maybe Pearl end up, which not exactly confident with it after looking at the map pool, because Haven, again, is a Velocity map. They choose it almost every other time, if at all they get the option to. They're not going to be absolutely, they're going to be really happy the fact that, Goblin attackers have gone for this. So a map that they're going to be happy with. Breeze, again, another map that Velocity are top notch. So letting it slip into this map pool, I think might be a little bit of a doozy for the side of Goblin attackers, because I think they would have fared off better on any other map than Breeze. Literally any other map than Breeze, because Breeze is a game of lurk and trade, which is done, it's terribly well by Heleth. He is that pivoting point for the team, and he will do a great job on Breeze, and we will see it. Whether or not we go to the third map is a question, but I think Velocity have the key to this question. They are the ones who are probably going to be dictating the pace of this game, because they, of course, are the juggernauts going into this. But I would love to see an upset, Azure.
Yeah, it's always a risk, I think, because, again, Goblin Attackers was the one that brought out Haven very quickly here. And I think coming into this kind of map veto, right, you're expecting Velocity to just bring out all of their strong suits. And I think they coaxed Goblin Attackers into this particular map veto. So I think what's going into Goblin Attackers' minds is, rather than try to play away from it, just try to either create a strategy that works for you, or set such a huge momentum at the start that propels you to really put the pressure on Velocity. So I think it is a very big gamble, but it's a gamble that they have to take, because if they tried anything else, I think it might just not work against Velocity, that have been, again, touted as one of the stronger teams, has had so much understanding of each other, how they play. Again, this is a very coordinated team that has immense star power. So I think the thing about Goblin Attackers right now is how they do that shock and awe. How quickly can they create that lead with their style of play before Velocity Gaming adjusts?
Yeah, I mean, if you think about how exactly the entire situation around Goblin is going to work, is that they need these first bloods to work in their favor and make Velocity, strive for a little bit more, control, because they are, of course, on the attack. So they're going to try and make this one a little bit more difficult, in the sense that they might play a double duelist. I'm not quite sure. Goblin Attackers, of course, they're brand new. So, I've watched a couple of their games, not everyone. So, they've had pretty, let's say, distinguished roster changes that have come in through in their agents, right? So sometimes they play with one lineup, and the next time they switch it up and they still win. So that's how good they are. They know how to make their versatility work. And I think one of the main players is probably going to be Kel'Thuzad, because he is a player who plays the duelist. He plays the initiator. He sometimes even goes to the chamber if need be. It's really, up and down situation. But he plays a jet, plays a breach as well. He's kind of like, he's like Yes I Can from Fancy United. He's kind of, in that role. And he knows how to juggle between two roles really well. And his team plays always off of his support when he's on the breach. It's a really good tactic. And I believe that he is probably going to be the X factor, along with Ryzen, who is, again, a prodigy in the making. He's pretty young, and he knows his way around agents. And I'm pretty sure that a lot of people who've not watched him We'll watch him now and realize what I'm talking about. But Azrai, do you think that Goblin attackers have a chance in this game, or
Ooh.
is this going to be a clean sweep?
Absolutely. I think, again, they've come this far. I think they've already done as much preparation as they possibly could. And that pointed with the Ryzen one, Ryzen. He has been also picking up the chamber a lot more. So I feel like with this particular set of maps, chamber does have a lot of influence. So if Ryzen can get into that groove, it's going to be a really strong pivot point for Goblin attackers to utilize. So I definitely do believe that they have a chance. I'm not sure how strong a percentage chance they have against Velocity, but they definitely do have something that can let them maybe take that map off, or even the series against Velocity. Again, the percentage is not as high, but if you're looking at it, again, Goblin attackers have proven that they do have that pedigree to be able to take away games from these more stronger teams when, you know, they least expect it.
Yeah, well, that is true, and I really consider the fact that these guys are in a unpredictable situation as well. Because Velocity, most of the teams, they can read them up, they can see what they're doing, they can have a little bit of back end data running through their minds about, okay, they could do this, they could do that, but this is a brand new team. They haven't faced them before, so I believe that this is going to be a really interesting outcome. There's going to be a really interesting outcome, especially given that Velocity sometimes have fallen prey to unpredictability. So I'm just going to let that, be the go-to of this game, that everybody just don't expect too much. Maybe you could be surprised. Just sit back and enjoy the game, because Goblin attackers are a team which is of course the obvious underdog going into this game. But if the underdogs are able to even pick up one map out of this best of three, then they would have shown that they've got potential to become a lot more than where they currently are.
Yeah, here's an extra fact, Universe, pertaining to Velocity here. So the last time that they played Pearl was against Enigma Gaming, right, in a best of three. Where in that second game, which is Pearl, they did lose heavily to Enigma here, 13-4. So as you mentioned, with that inconsistency, there is that point that if Goblin attackers can push it to game number 3, that Pearl might look a little bit shaky for Velocity. I know that I mentioned that, again, more veteran teams will be looking at Pearl with a lot more concrete eyes, but there is always going to be that fact that since it is still a new map, the way that these teams kind of translate how they play on it is still very varying. It's still adjusting. You know, we're still kind of getting the grasp of this underwater stage. So there could be something here for Goblin attackers if they can win at least one of the two. But I'm looking at it that it has to be Haven, because that is Velocity's strongest map. At least if they fall on Breeze. I always feel like Breeze is just the weaker maps for those teams that just don't know how to play it, and it really does show. So at least Haven, again, you do have those set strategies. It's much more known by these players. So I'm looking at least Goblin attackers to win this if they can, and that will at least give us a safety to go into Pearl just in case.
Yeah, true. And given that we do have the Breeze map coming in, this is again Goblin attackers' first Breeze competitively. So they've only had 3 maps that they've played so far in their entire existence, which 2 of which was Haven and 1 is Ascent. So nothing else. There is literally nothing else that they've played so far. Breeze, Icebox, Fracture, Pearl, Bind. Nope, nothing. Any of those maps could be a surprise, and that's exactly why Velocity need to be careful. Maybe even on Breeze a little bit. I'm pretty sure they're gonna stick to their guns, not give up too much, of course. But if the side of Goblin take them down on Breeze, it's gonna be a highlight of a huge aspect. But we'll find out in just a bit, ladies and gentlemen. We should be heading into the Agent Select in just about a couple of more seconds. Both the teams are ready, locked and loaded in as we head into the first map of Haven.
Perfect. All right, looking at it, I don't think we'll see any variations from Velocity here. They always go for that that 2 initiators, of course. Fade and Breach, I think, is a staple right now for the Indian scene in Valorant. There could be a difference with the controller. I'm not entirely sure if we're going to see maybe the Astra or the Omen. Astra, I think, is a very strong supplementary to what they want to do on the defense, and she's very strong. And just, you know, as long as you see those stars, you're going to fear it because of that. Yeah. Anyways, Hell F. Nope, it's going to be the Omen. Still very, very strong. You do have that paranoia to kind of couple things up with your utility. So very, very scary stuff to go up against. I think it was almost a mirror match for the most part. So again, we're just looking at who can understand these compositions better.
Yeah, they have gone in for that breach play, which, by the way, has been a little bit of a newer side for them with the Raze and breach coming in on Haven, because the side of Velocity have stuck to the Neon on Haven for quite some time. So the last time they did play was against W Streak in the qualifier 1 in the previous qualifier of this very tournament, the Valorant Invitational India. But they had a Raze then. That was the only one and only time that they played a Raze along with the breach. And after that, before that, they had the Neon, right? So it's because of the addition of Deadly 10 coming into the roster and MW1, stepping out, because MW1 was the duelist. He played the Neon really well. He knows how to make that agent sing. But because of Deadly 10, he's more comfortable on the Raze, and it clearly looks like it's working for them. They did beat W Streak in the last time they played Haven. This time, though, they're sticking to that roster. And on the other side, we've got pretty much a similar lineup coming through. So these mirror compositions are going to be, just stating the fact that who's got the better, composition diff. It's not an agent, it's a team diff that's going to come through.
I think in every match of Valorant, that's always the case, right? It's a team diff.
I mean,
you're absolutely right.
Mirror. Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding with you, man. I totally understand it. Again, it just boils down to how well you translate. Because I think in any kind of game, when there's a mirror match, it feels like there's a certain weird pressure that kind of just gets or rather gets what's the word here? I think placed upon you again. Other than just the pressure of competition, there also is the pressure of just how, again, better are you with using this composition compared to the other team right now. Anyways, also I do have to say, even though the Neon has seen a lot of emphasis, I really just like the Raze a whole lot more on Haven, just because it feels a lot more solid. If you know any of the lineups for the pain shells for Raze, it can be a real stickler against default plants and really disrupt the timing for these teams. And even though you don't use that, right? The Roomba is just such a strong, or the Boombot is a very strong utility just to check out corners without really putting yourself in any danger. So really strong stuff, or really strong utility like that creates a lot of zone control, and usually that's what you see teams on defending side that try to hold long angles kind of fear a lot more, right? You get flash, or maybe you get that fault line. If you try to stick to a nice little corner there, if you don't have any dash or to get away, you can just get thrown that paint shells, and you're already done for, and then you open up the site for your team, right? So that's things that we have to look out here, and how well, again, they can understand how to utilize that and the timing for it as well.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure that the side of Velocity have this, a lot more in control in terms of the way that they've been practicing with this, new lineup. Of course, they've shifted a lot of things up in the recent past. Trying to go for a little bit more attack-minded approach, having Deadly 10 do a bit of the spearheading for the team even when they're on defense, which they currently are as well. So I would expect Velocity to not, give up their map control that easily. But on the other side, we've still got one really interesting person, which I believe is Ryzen. Again, I mentioned him earlier. I'm going to mention him again. He's a really, really strong chamber. He knows how to work that agent. He knows his operating skills are at the top. And I'm just waiting to see how they're going to stop this out of Velocity coming in for, their aggressive defensive pushes. We will be starting the game in just a bit, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm just hoping for a great game from both of these teams, and I hope that Goblin attackers have got something special up their sleeves.
Yeah, definitely. I think we've already exhausted all of the talking points with this one because of that I guess the lack of data that we do have with Goblin attackers, we still have no idea how they can fare up against Velocity here. But at least, again, looking at the match that they've had before, it does seem that they can make this happen. I wonder if, coming into this qualifier 2, are they going to be starting off shaky? Are they going to be looking at this a lot more stable? It's always one of the things that I think newer teams tend to struggle with is that, again, up against these more notable teams, they're going to be feeling, oh, maybe we can win. Can we win against these particular opponents? Maybe with that match that they won against Enigma that won series of 1, that could be the confidence booster that they're looking at. When I always talk with newer players, that always is the issue with them, is that how were you feeling in that game? I was so shaky. I was so nervous. I didn't know what to do. Usually, this is what I do, and I'll always dominate. But this time, it was just so different. So have Goblin attackers got through that obstacle, I think, is one of the biggest questions as well for them. Because again, that's always one of the biggest things that newer teams tend to struggle with: the confidence as well as the shakiness that they come into these tournaments. Especially when, again, it's such a big tournament that there's so many regions that's going to collide with each other. Especially once we finish these Indian qualifiers.
Yeah, for sure. What I'm excited most about is having Paper Rex come in, who are our first invited team from across the seas. And they're going to be, quite a number to be faced up against. Of course, we know they are, quite a strong team. Quite,
Absolutely.
strong also would be an understatement for what these guys are. So we'll find out how these other teams fare off against Paper X. It is going to be quite an interesting tournament next month, 18, 19, and 20th of November, where we've got the land in Hyderabad. And we hope to see you all there. If you all are coming, this is the place to be, right? But to be there, we might come there as audience, we might come there as talents, but these teams need to fight it out to make themselves available to play on that big stage, right? So this is that stepping stone for Velocity. It is that stepping stone for the side of Goblin as well, if at all you do go through.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, the wait is over. Game number 1 is about to begin in 20 seconds. I can already feel the chat. Casters, start the game. Guys, again, we don't know how to do that. We just have to talk and wait until the first one get started with. And anyways, Velocity will be on the defending side while Goblin attackers will be on the offense. We do have the Lil Boy who will be picking up the helm of that attacking raise. And as you were mentioning, Ryzen will be here on that chamber on the offense as well. He will be holding the lurk, come through that double door as well. Lil Boy gets a little bit closer. Do love the frenzy though. But is he going to use that boombot quite early to pinch out Deathmaker, or just go for the raw push here, which could catch him off? And that's exactly what he does. I love it. If he did use that boombot, he would have just TP'd straight away. Backs away first. Amaterasu holding onto A long. He's about to repick the angle here and actually start shooting, but now he's put himself in a weird spot. Nate's being thrown, and he's going to have to push forward. That's going to be a trade for trade. And now look at this. Goblin attackers have the numbers advantage.
Yeah, they've gone 4 up against 2. And the side of Velocity have got no idea about where this is going. It is going to C. This is going to be an open site for them. And Ryzen shuts down Hella pretty easily. As they got a pretty good pistol start here. It's looking like, well, just about enough of a flawless as it could be. Even though they lost Little Boy, he got a kill away from the A main side after he died as well with that grenade. He was able to put it down perfectly. And with that, it is the side of Goblin attackers winning the pistol. Good start, but see how much further they can take this.
Yeah, I wonder what was the reason for that aggressive A long push from Amaterasu, because he did have such again utility as a fade just to check if they're gonna over aggress, or even can he just hear the footsteps if they're gonna just run amok through A long. So I guess he was just maybe expecting that he could have just pushed through that. Oh, that read. Yep. It's going to be a straight C long here. The flash, though, blinds basically everybody, but Velocity trades in kind. Kel'Thuzad dealing some damage. They're trying to push through this, and that haunt is absolutely beautiful. There's only 2 to remain, but Kel'Thuzad shooting through the smoke creates massive, massive damage, although this is turned into such an expensive endeavor already for Goblin attackers. Deathmaker now trying to read if they're going to just re-aggress towards double doors, but that's not going to be the case. It's going to be Kel'Thuzad already leaving charge on A. Of course, the plant and his teammate could actually TP to heaven if he wants to. But more than that, I think it's good timing for Deathmaker to start going for that flank. Although, look at this. Both Goblin players now also holding that A-long angle.
Yeah, this is going to be a free kill for them. Oh, Deathmaker actually gets one. Ooh. He almost expected a second there, but this happened to be a really expensive round for the side of Goblin attackers. It shouldn't have even gone this far, given Velocity's stature, right? But Velocity now have a full buy coming in, and Goblin are stuck with almost no money to actually invest even into Spectres as that heavily as they would have wanted to. Gonna have to play, actually going all in on this, it seems. A couple of them are rescinded just to pistols. Ryzen is probably going to be playing just on his Headhunter, as Gravity has a Ghost, and that's about it. They're going to try and save this round, except for Kel'Thuzad, who's invested into a Vandal.
Yeah, it's what you call the bonus, and then one just goes for the hero Vandal. Vandal buy. Anyways, right to Ace. Loving that fault line. Deadly follows up beautifully. They try to get that control. Not going to work. Satchel for just that escape. And Lil Boy can't really find anything to follow up on. The aftershock. He's getting closer and closer. That's a little bit too greedy, but right to Ace. As soon as that smoke dissipates, immediately capitalizes. And even though this is turning into such a back and forth fight, it is looking a little bit better for Velocity here. Oh, that is so cheeky. Deathmaker barely makes it out. Doesn't take that much damage, but I honestly thought that he would whiff on that. Makes it happen, and that's going to be a solid round for Velocity.
Yep. They did lose 2 players, but that's not too much of a problem. Maker takes control towards A main. They're going to be able to reinvest, and here comes the first buy round for the side of the attack, which is not really a full buy. They're still banking upon the fact of Kel'Thuzad playing on that Stinger, and Kibo is on that Spectre, so a little bit of lesser firepower compared to the defense. Let's see how this fares out for them. They are going on a heavy A attack, it seems. Early aggression from Velocity, which is going to be countered by that breach. Grenade almost taking out Deadly, but he survives staying in that corner. This smoke from the attack themselves gives them that map control that they need, but on the other side, Deathmaker has taken out Ryzen.
Yeah, again, using that chamber TP to just aggress very deep onto C-Long and just TP out. Now, they're going to have to fear that there could be that flank coming in, because I'm pretty sure they didn't know that Deathmaker just went away, so they can't really double back, but they're going to force their fight here onto A. The double swing from Amaterasu. He might not be done, but Lil Boy shuts it off. 2 versus 3. Right to Ace is playing on the side itself. They still do have Kel'Thuzad here that does have his ultimate. So if you want to commit to this, they do have time to prep things up. The double stack onto A main. Deathmaker making a little bit of zone control on mid. And this is going to give so much information, if not all the information, for Velocity. Cheeky little angle. Doesn't make any noise. Little boy, a little aware of it. But...
Oh, no!
Oh, no!
Deathmaker!
Too preemptive. You know, just the tip showing off. That's not enough, man. Anyways, gotta go all in. That's gonna give them plenty of time to just plant the spike and play this post plant so perfectly. And again, that Rolling Thunder is gonna be huge.
Yep, it is most certainly. They've even got another ultimate on the back of it, so it is a pretty much heavy win condition for them. Right to Ace is coming on the backstab, which Kel'Thuzad expect. There is a stun available on right to Ace. Doesn't even need it. Oh, wait, never mind. He uses it. Kel'Thuzad dodges it, but he doesn't dodge the bullets. Right to Ace didn't even need any support. Just takes him all down by himself. The second round for Velocity comes right up.
Yeah, what a risky play to go for that split, right? But it was the correct call. Look at how late Goblin attackers, 2 players, just looked for the flank behind them. Little boy was like, why are you here? Yeah, in any case, huge retake for Velocity, because that would have gone definitely Goblin attacker's side because of the ultimates that they had.
Yeah, well, Kel'Thuzad was hoping that the ultimate wouldn't have to be used on a backstab and more on the site where the diffuser would be sitting. Unfortunately, will not be able to. Now they're on an... And hopefully they have a better usage of that ultimate if they, you know, get a couple of kills.
first frags. They're going towards B, it seems. At the moment, they've distributed some of their resources towards B and Garage. Deadly gets away from the boom bot. He's pushing in further. Might get a free kill. Yes, he will. The frenzy doesn't affect him, but the sheriff will. Still a 4v3. A couple of ultimates available on both sides.
Are they gonna use that Rolling Thunder to commit to it?
Cover going out.
Or, again, plant first, then back away? The scary thing here is right to ace is just right in front. And that smoke, not harbor smoke, so cannot block bullets. He's just he's just holding a very, very tight angle. I wonder when we can actually see harbor be put into play for off-season for India. I'm kind of excited about it. I've seen him. He has his where he uses.
Yeah, I think he's more of a double controller type of guy, right? He's
True.
that pseudo initiator controller, so he's gonna blur the lines between those two, archetypes of agents. Let's see how, for the moment,
30
Helef,
seconds left.
main controller, 4 velocity for his up. Nah, he's not gonna get that kill. Ebo gets him pretty clean and easy. They're running into the C site. They've done damage already, Goblins. They find more. Nah. Looks like there's a double breach ultimate coming through. Right to ace is gonna hold on towards C-Long, which is a good position at the moment. He's keeping them at bay. Gets a free kill as well, thanks to his aftershock. Eats a little bit. Hiltuzad makes it work, and he gets the win as well. Somehow, it's come down to a 1v1,
Planted.
and now Deathmaker's left to do it all with the operator.
No more utility for Kel'Thuzad here. Oh, he's barely about to peek at Deathmaker. It's clearing the corners. The timing! What a sidestep from Deathmaker! Oh.
My word.
I'm in shock. That was marvelous. Just, wow. I'm lost for words here, Universe. That was so good of a peek from Deathmaker.
It was so close. I think if Kel'Thuzad would have probably waited for half a second more, maybe he will, he would have gotten that kill. Again, is that preemptive peek? Deathmaker got it handed to himself. This time it's Kel'Thuzad.
Oh my goodness. Again, people just have to understand how difficult it is to actually do a sidestep like that when the situation is so tense. Because you're on an operator. One shot, one kill, yes, but when you miss, there is no chance to rebut because Deathmaker did not have his headhunter, so he can't quickly switch up to another weapon to try to challenge, right? So it was all in for him at that point when he went for that jiggle. So again, just wanted to point out how difficult that is. Anyways, there's going to be a huge commit onto the A site. Is going to be, of course, the showstopper plus the Nightfall just for it. Amaterasu. Oh my gosh, you're so dirty. He got the lineup. Nobody broke it in time. And now this is going to be a retake that should be a lot better for Velocity now that there's no showstopper on Little Boys, and they can at least abuse the fact that they have one of their own.
Well, there goes the ultimate, the Nightfall up, and follows up with the showstopper, but in the wrong direction. He doesn't even check to turn where they could be. He just fires it off under heaven, thinking somebody's there. And now they've got a little bit of a chance. If Gravity's gonna be smart enough to teleport on top of these boxes and maybe work it up, he could be an unexpected factor. Time is running out though. Gravity's doing such good work, just standing towards his A-short position, and I think it might just be over. There's no way Right to Waste wins this. Deathmaker is gonna run away to save the operator, and the side of Goblins find their third round.
Oh, that was kind of awkward though, right? The aftershock for Hell, as well as the showstopper. That was too much jelly on one part of the bread. You gotta spread it out a little bit. And unfortunately, I think there was just too much overheat for Deadly 10. He thought that he got that kill already. And then because of just how far flung he got, because of that showstopper satchel combo, nobody from his own team could have gotten that refrag quickly enough, right? So that definitely as you saw, Gravity was able to TP away back into short. So that was really strong just reset from him and reposition. And as you mentioned, he was just doing so much damage in delay tactics for the team.
Yeah, indeed. All right to Ace. He's still stuck on the back of side. He's running around here. I don't know how he's getting away. Gravity, though, finds one, but Helllife will find him back as he's running straight into the side, taking really expensive fights. And he's not afraid of spending that much of his life and time there. Deadly, though, getting another. That's good damage being done by Velocity members here. This little boy is trying to make the least of it. Even after all of that, it is still the side of the attack, which is still not having as much money as they would have hoped to, right? Because look at them.
Yeah.
Kibo is probably not going to be able to afford a Vandal unless he gets it dropped by somebody. And Gravity is going to be barely able to afford a Vandal. So Velocity still in charge of the money, that is being transferred between the two teams right now.
Yeah, I gotta say though, this is what I like to call the tooth and nail type of rounds, where you just have to grit through the fights, right, just to get a point in. And honestly, this is still not bad for Goblin attackers, because they're finding those fine lines where Velocity aren't willing to actually challenge them in. And honestly, this close contact play that Goblin has been using, even though again it is so nitty and gritty, it's working so marvelously for them. Like, look at this. There's a lot of pressure for Velocity to make a bit of their presence known throughout the map as they're pushing through as defenders, but Goblin isn't really flinching as hard, right? They're not like readdressing mid too quickly. They're seeing if Velocity are gonna push out where they already went in, which is a long, which I really do like. And look at how they're just using that time to make sure that there's no weird positions that Velocity have kind of taken. Now this dog, okay, does spot out Ryzen. Oh, but that wall bang was massive. Matras has got to back away. He's got to respect the damage.
Yeah, he's down to 53. A bullet and a half could take him out. This small little, slow little push towards C is giving them a bit of control. That smoke is going to allow them to get a little bit closer, and Little Boy does have a satchel to jump straight in, but he's got two different players waiting on the back of it. Out it comes. Righteous is going to try and stop them, but there's so much happening around them that they're going to keep on taking pressure. Somehow they survive. Kiltos has taken on Helef. Still two players left here. Matarasso falls straight down. Right ways will be able to stand for one. Stands for two. He's got support, and they hold down the C site. And for the moment, it's going toe-to-toe between these two teams. Another round for Velocity.
Oh! Whew. Another round for Velocity indeed. That was huge from right to ace. So aside from just the fantastic shots that he's done with this one, right, Kibo, and then the follow-up, that initial fault line was so good because, again, there's only one entryway from C-Long, right? It's C-Long itself. So hitting that with a straight fault line stunned all of the players of Goblin attackers running through. So even though they did had such a strong ultimate users on the Rolling Thunder, it basically got null and void. And even though Lil Boy was able to access a certain part of C site, again, there was just nobody to kind of follow him up on. And that really delayed everything, which allowed, again, Velocity just to reinforce backside control with Deadly 10. Such strong utility usage here for Velocity, keeping them afloat in these rounds.
Yeah, well, they are on an eco now, Goblins. So they're going to have to They're going to have to choose and take their fights. You can see that Ryzen's actually moving in towards B. It's a really thin line of defense. They're right to ace, holding it out from A-Link. He's hoping that somebody walks into his crosshair. Deathmaker, though, he can teleport away from the garage window towards A-Link if possible for him, too, to support right to ace. It looks like it is heading towards A. Recon is good. It does give Amaterasu a little bit of information. But I'm honestly loving this smoke control from the side of the attack. Every time they want to take A-Long control, they just smoke off that far angle, and they get so much space to work with. And Velocity actually don't know how to counter it. They're not pushing it, nor are they trying to throw anything past it.
Again, okay.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, that's a starter, because now the pressure from Ryzen on mid and then the A site pinch is going to be massive. Although I think they know now that A is just way too hot. There's like 3 players there, and they're going to wrap around all through C site. I'm not sure if they're going to... Okay, no. Hellf is not going to do any damage with a judge. I like the idea that he's going to...
10 seconds left.
Yeah, he has C-Long control, but no range on this one. Great delay! Oh! This is barely going to be able to work.
The plant's gone. Is it? No, wait, what? Oh my god. They actually were going back because they thought that the plant is not going to come down. That is so meticulously close. Right to Ace finds one. Deathmaker adds on to the second, but Gravity hits back with one. It's still a 3v2. Right to Ace being the big man. The man who can clutch this one out for his team. Both the players have been caught out. Gravity gets away, but Right to Ace! So aware, so much of a genius. My God, I almost lost my tongue there. And Velocity almost lost the round, to be honest.
Yeah, Ryzen, such a great entry frag, but again, you just see how huge IQ the players of Velocity are able to read the situation so well. Yeah, it was a little bit of a mistake to stop kind of pushing when you already use that Rolling Thunder, but it doesn't mean that you're just booped away from the site itself and you can't like replant, right? It just means that you can't shoot fast enough because of the concuss, so you can always just replant that. But that read from right to ace was just absolutely phenomenal, and you can see in the kill score, he's 15 kills right now, Universe, in 9 rounds in. Just massive control from this Breach player. Huge vault line, though, and Dudley should be able to escape. Wow, that was clear cut and very quick called by his teammate. HellF, though, I think Ryzen has heard this, but he's not expecting. Well, the bullets did show itself, but still no massive damage on HellF, and he just backs away onto C-Long just to double check things.
For the moment, they've slowed it down in Deathmaker. He's got the one bit of weaponry that is going to be stopping this A main control that they've been taking time and time again, and it is the Operator. There's no way that he's going to run away from that fault line, but he does have support in the form of a Nightfall, which goes the other direction, actually. Deathmaker still there. They make him fire a bullet. Gravity takes a bit of damage as Ryzen still playing along with his counterpart. There's no way he's gonna have to push him off of this angle unless they make him teleport away, which he's not doing. Deathmaker is not giving up that A-short position, but he's not getting a kill either. Deadly, though. Oh my God, no.
Shadows traveling.
That was smart. Again, that trademark only blocks the entryway to C long, right? But you can still actually place yourself far on the corner, so they were still very much aware that somebody could be cheeky enough, but that was very quick. And honestly, I thought that they didn't have time to rotate for C, but they still somehow managed to access it, which is massive for them, and they still have that numbers advantage. Gravity kind of caught Rock in a hard place, but does have the paranoia. If he at least gets a whiff of the push, he can always go aggressive in on that. HellF on the stun. We don't know about this. Ryzen coming in for the big flank on Garage. Spots it out. This is beautiful because now he has a pinch play coming in through Garage here, but rest of Velocity still pushing in. There is such a strong commitment for that C-long post plant, and again, Ryzen's flank is not going to be spotted out. He still has to stop the defuse here because somebody is still going at it. No way. Right to ace. His shots are sublime, but there's just one more that is making it difficult for him, and Ryzen survives long enough, and that is going to be another one from Goblin attackers.
Well, it's going blow for blow so far, Azra. It's just been back and forth for both of these teams. 3-3, 4-4, 5-5, and here we are heading to round number 11 with both the teams constantly putting the other ones in a bit of a tough, economical situation. But for the moment, look at the buys on both of these teams. Velocity have called this timeout, but both these teams actually don't have money, because you can see that the attack is actually playing currently on 2 Bulldogs, 1 Spectre. So they've lost money. But on the side of Velocity as well, they've got money to buy a couple of Bulldogs and Spectres, but they should be ideally on an eco if they want to give this round, if they want to give this half at least a 6-6 scoreline, right?
Yeah.
So let's see how they fare off against this. What is exactly the purpose of this timeout? Because I believe that with the way Velocity have been, working. Okay, that's not Helif.
I apologize. I'm very bad with like faces, so I only know them from their names. Even in the Philippine scene, I have no idea who the faces of our pros are.
That's actually Deathmaker. I think his cam has turned around. So I think that's exactly why we're not able to see LF's face, but that's all right. We got the others right here. Velocity. This timeout is going to be really important for them. As they are in an eco, they're going to be sticking to their pistols, as they are giving a heavy commitment towards the A side, and the exact opposite direction is where the attack is actually going.
Very aggressive here from Velocity to immediately creep up. 4 players are creeping up on A here, but again, there's that trademark. So once that blap gets cleared out, unless it gets smoked off, there it is, they should be able to sneak their way through. I'm not sure, though, if Goblin understand this is happening right here, but Kel'Thuzad should have seen that. Yeah, there it is. Look at Ryzen. He's waiting for him to peek out. Oh
What
my
the
god, but the
hell?
utility usage from Velocity
enemy remaining.
is so good here, Universe. And you know what? Your reaction is aptly done. Oh, what the hell just happened there?
Wow. Wow.
Wow.
Last round
They
in the
were
half.
taking garage control, but Velocity, their A main push. I'm pretty sure they heard the smoke. I know I
Yeah.
could hear it. You know, as we were seeing Ryzen's POV, and he knew that they were pushing up, right? But there are players outside of garage who just became, you know, a victim to that flash from right to ace, and then it was just headshots after headshots coming through, and they couldn't do anything. Hella found two there. By the time they could even stabilize, 4 players were dead.
Right to Ace's flash usage has just been perfect. I think that's just the word that we have to use, right? Perfect. Absolutely perfect here. They're now looking for the 7-5.
Oh no!
Great pick, though, from Lil Boy. That'll give him an upgrade to a rifle here. The double stack on Raj right now. They see the legs. Nice use of the Prowler, but they still can't really push too much on this. Oh, the supplementary paranoia. Although they got a fear, Lil Boy. Showstopper, huge damage. One pickup. Right to Ace, down to 28. Aggressive push from Hellf on mid. Gets absolutely spotted here. 2 versus 3. Deathmaker now trying to clear things up. There's no trap on outside of A, so he can go for the pinch very much so. But look at this. They haven't planted on default spot. Although if they do... Oh, never mind. Okay, so they're going to plant safer for site take. They know it's a 3 versus 2, so use the numbers. Use the closeness together to make it work. Deathmaker has an opportunity here to find one pick. Sees the barrel. Perfect. Wall bang. It's not good enough.
Doesn't expect
And he
it.
doesn't know. Yeah. And right to Ace, just... He's gonna be my hero if he actually gets this. Like 28 HP and then 3 versus 1 without any utility. It's not gonna happen.
He tried to fake flash there with the frenzy, but it's not gonna work. As Velocity give up number 6 to the opponents, and halftime, ladies and gentlemen, it is nothing that separates these two teams as they go toe to toe against each other. And it's been quite entertaining so far. The competition between these two teams has been brilliant.
Absolutely agree with you. Again, we still didn't truly know the capabilities of Goblin attackers because this is my first time casting them, and as you mentioned, they're a fairly new team. But I gotta give it, man. The fans, if they already have any, I think I'm seeing some on the chat right now. It's very well merited because of just how aggressive and successful this team is. Like the ability for them to just do the reads, and Ryzen's ability to get these initial frags. As you mentioned, the first bloods was going to be absolutely important, and we do see Ryzen opening things up for the rest of Goblin. So this is really working out in favor of them. 6-6, as you mentioned, no gaps in between, and now we basically reset the board and see how well Goblin now utilizes his composition on the defense.
Well, we'll find out. Are they going to do anything different from the side of Velocity? For the moment, it seems like they've got a heavy commitment onto A. They expect this A push to come through. Or they might just be messing around, talking to each other, and they're going to run away from here later on. But I think they know that Velocity is probably going to be hitting this A site. There is a heavy commitment. And I'm just hoping to see that Velocity, they've got something in the bag, because if this team is going to be given a little bit of space, you can see how they're working it out, right? Little Boy, Gravity, Ryzen, all 3 of them are getting kills pretty convincingly. They're winning their aim duels against some of the best aimers off this region. So they know that their aim is not what they're going to be, worried about. They're going to be worried about how the game pans out in terms of utility usage. Who's going to be able to create more space?
Yeah, and again, Deadly 10 is just shown to be very proficient with double satchel, quick burst into sight style of play. So I wonder again, as you mentioned, right, how well they can address that, if they're even going to fight for it, if they're just going to back away, how much are they willing to throw at the very start of the round just so that they can have an idea of where Velocity are going to start things off. And now as we resume, here we go. As you mentioned, Velocity looking for a massive A push here. Everybody's actually here. And that Haunt is going to spot this? No. The smoke from their own team, I think, blocks it out. And they're going to have to back away at least for the moment. But these Prowlers going to give away Gravity's position as well as the Roomba. Although I don't think it's going to spot anything. That was too greedy from Lil Boy. They're still going to supplement it with like a double peek. And it has been blow for blow. 3 versus 3 as the round continues. But now that they've exposed a lot of presence on A, they're just going to back away here and start moving their forces up onto B as of now. While Ryzen is still playing on the C side, he can try to maybe wrap around from Garage, but we'll see how that kind of transpires as they go push for B.
Yeah, well, they're taking control towards A Link, and they're pushing it, actually. Amaterasu,
Spike
a lot of
planted.
control. There is a triple sandwich moment, pincer moment from the side of the defense as they've taken control of C Link. Velocity are all stuck on site. Amaterasu spots one out. I'm not quite sure if he knows that Kiltazad's here. Stun comes through. There's a free kill that should be coming one. Wait, right to waste finds another. He's got 3 in his bag. What he doesn't know might just kill him, and that's one player coming in from mid. Unexpected. Ryzen needs to make this work. Out comes the Recon. It's gonna give them value. He knows where the sound cue came from. But Amaterasu needs to get this kill. Amaterasu! Does he clutch this out? No, he won't! Kibo! He gets the kill. 8 HP. He survives, and he will defuse the spike. The pistol goes the way of Goblins. What the hell just happened? That was a Velocity round out and out.
You just gotta hate sometimes that Valorant is still a tactical shooter, so there's what we call recoil. And look at this crossbar placement.
Oh my god.
Oh, it's at the head, dude, and the bullet just keep going top right, just whizzing past Amaterasu. Oh,
It went right next to his ear, his hair, everywhere but his head.
just whizzing past, man. Valorant can sometimes be frustrating in that way, and you kind of gotta feel for Velocity at that point, but can't take it away from Goblin attackers. Huge retake there.
He was pretty low as well, Kibo, so it's a really amazing, pullback from him. Get that round. Velocity have got control of A main, but this is a lot of utility being dumped as well. They have forced into the round, so this is going to be a fair fight across both sides, except for the fact that the attack has full shields and the attack has half shields and the defense has full, but they're running straight in. They're not afraid. They've gotten the sight. It's a 5v5, and it is going to be a retake with the spike down.
Spike planted.
How are defenders going to respond to this?
Well, the start would be Kibo having himself that dirty lineup again with the Han. Yeah, I'm gonna call it dirty, guys. It's kind of disgusting on how just strong that is. And they do have massive utility for retakes. First of all, going to be the aftershock, gonna clear it out. Yep, they flash on Hell here. That's gonna be huge. But the counter paranoia just to stop anybody from coming through on default. Here it is. All hell breaks loose, and the trades just phenomenal from Velocity here. Still having 2 in that 2 versus 1 against Gravity, and that's gonna work out. And this force buy works in the end. They knew exactly how much money Goblin attackers will have, and they went up and challenged it, and it worked again phenomenally here for Velocity.
Oh man, I don't even understand. It just, sometimes you have these retake situations that you've got a pretty good chance of working. The problem with that one was that Under Heaven player was just alive. They just couldn't eliminate him until the end. And he caused the chaos that the other players focused upon and took control by coming in and instantly getting that adaptive crossfire. Hence, they won the round. 7 and 7, and well, there is trades going back and forth. There's still Velocity in control. They take over the C site.
Ooh, great shot with the frenzy here. That smoke. Okay, that smoke was from Goblin attackers, so that did give them some time to create space. Kel'Thuzad trying to be maybe cheeky or pick up a weapon on platform, but it did cost him his life in the end. So Kibo, now alone, does have a sheriff, but it's going to be quite difficult because, again, he does not have any information whatsoever, and 3 versus 1, he has to peek everywhere, and this is going to be, again, just an absolutely difficult time for him, and he's about to go against Amaterasu. Spots it. Ooh, okay, never mind. Let's see how this works. He's fighting. A flash will not actually fully blind him, so he still has a chance to get closer and closer, but again, time not of the essence. LF. There it is. Okay.
Well,
Velocity were made to fight for this round. They've lost 3 weapons in the due process of getting that round. Even though they've got the lead here, side of the defense have got more than enough money to equip themselves with a lot of utility and full armor, as well as vandals. Now, it's still going back and forth here. That's right.
Yeah.
6-6. It became 7-6, and we expected it to be 8-6, but nah. Velocity hit back with a force buy, and they continue it up against the eco of Goblins. And now the Goblins, they're on their full buy, and Velocity actually have enough to match it up.
Great start for Goblin here. I mean, it's just, simple pop shots, but anything that they can do in terms of damage is honestly just huge. And they still haven't really backed away from trying to get that map control. Ryzen should be hearing all of this aggressive push onto C, as well as the plant on that spike. But I think he's aware that somebody should be lurking somewhere on mid here. I don't know how well he can read the positioning for Deathmaker, but they just missed each other, excuse me. Now the retake comes in. It's going to be a 5v4 for the moment. Kel'Thuzad trying to get at least closer and closer. But utilities being thrown left and right. Deadly finds one first, as that Rolling Thunder gives him an opportunity. They back away first. Shots from Kibo actually good. It's going to be a 1 versus 2. Gravity does have the HP advantage here. Nice nade from Deadly. He should know that he's going to be playing somewhere on default, but he's making so much noise and doesn't know that Deathmaker is right there, but somehow deals with him. Not a lot of time, and Deadly, he's not going to know about this, but that smoke just to give him a little bit of cover. But again, because time is not in his favor, he had to have it first before challenging Deadly. Oh, he even saves the weapon as a cherry on top.
My word. That could have been a heavy, heavy round for Velocity if they hadn't had that Rolling Thunder from right to ace. That was the one factor that I think won them the round, because it kept the opponents back.
Yeah.
And Kel'Thuzad was, stunned when he was trying to take that fight. Otherwise, the retake would have probably been successful with that Nightfall. Now, 9-7. An eco for the side of the defense. Looking like double digits pretty easily on the way for Velocity as they head in towards A yet again.
Ryzen, no fear at all though, but there's a trap to his right immediately, but he wants to catch somebody with that speed of his peak. Ooh, it's gonna be cheeky, but not gonna be unseen at all. Deathmaker's just holding the flank here, but can't really play that cha-cha-cha dance well enough to the rhythm, but he's already stopped one. I don't think anybody's going to allow them to repeat that. Look at this push from Hell F coming in through short, just in case Amaterasu doesn't do any damage whatsoever. Kibo's alone on Heaven here, and his teammate, Lil Boy, stuck on spawn itself. They don't really have any strong buys, so they can at least hope to go for these exit frags. But again, just such a great crossfire setup for Velocity. Now they're going to try to exit. Lil Boy's already challenging, but with a Stinger, it's going to be far flung from working, and Kibo just way too far from the opposition. Even if he tries to do anything, yeah, he knows. There's no time.
Yeah, he just wants to get killed by the spike and not give away a kill to the opponents, that's all. And now Velocity, they've taken control and lead by 3 rounds. This is exactly what they needed. Goblins, that one round that they should have won should have been 9-7 when it was the previous one. They should have won that one to finish things off. Give me 8-7. They should have brought it back to level scores. Now they've pulled up the operator. Ryzen's got it on his hands. He's playing in towards a short. He's got Kibo to his support, and there is a full force of Velocity for him to fight off against.
Ooh. But he decides to back away because of that haunt. He didn't place his rendezvous early, so at least this gives him that TP out on a long, and that smoke dissipates. So this is perfect timing for Ryzen here. I just wonder how fair he can fight against this. So I like how they're using the Prowler just so that they can check each and every of these corners to give that ample information for Ryzen for peeking, but they're putting a lot of emphasis on this. Now, that's good. Okay, the rotation from Goblin attackers is much merited here. If they push aggressive onto B, they always have Kel'Thuzad's utility, especially the ultimate attack, kind of delay them even further. Deathmaker just backs away, tries to test the waters on the B site, But this is not where the rest of the onslaught comes. It's going to be a wraparound onto A side. Ryzen's going to be on the first contact. Backs away first. He does hit the shot onto right to Ace. There's going to be a huge fight as well coming in through B here. What? That spike is all the way onto the A side. Deathmaker can actually plant it. And if they have... Their smoker's still alive. So if they can re-smoke on Heaven, he should be able to escape fairly quickly onto A. Although,
Ryzen
doesn't need it, but Ryzen is doing such massive damage. That's the headshot. Deathmaker at least shuts him down, but the numbers heavily in favor of Goblin. Hell F. Huge paranoia, and he TP's back to his teammate with that from the shadows.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, no! They don't take the corner! What?
They are dead.
Oh. Did they think it was going to be a straight up A long play or short?
I'm not quite sure. I think they were really unaware of the fact that Deathmaker could be in a forward position, but that smoke from Helef, so good. It gave him that little bit of space to work with because now they had like 3-4 different angles. One to the left, and any part of that smoke, he could be standing anywhere.
Yeah.
Small little technical timeout though.
Okay, I was gonna say, you know that peek that you do when you try to clear angles, where it was a half. I don't want to. It's a bad word. It's a 50% peek, right? You kind of just quickly flick there and then immediately look at another position. That's what Kibo did. So he saw him and then he just like, oh, that was messed up because. In retakes or clearing corners, it's always the first person that checks everything, right? And if he doesn't find anything at the start, your teammate will not double check that corner as well. So for the most part, so that was a big no-no. But you got to give it to Deathmaker. He definitely made that work.
Well, Deathmaker made it absolutely work to the best of his abilities. He held that cheeky angle right outside the smoke. And that double kill, honestly, I'm not quite sure. I'm pretty sure Kibo had, time to stop and kill him, right? But
yeah,
he just ran through expecting, okay, you know what? There's gonna be like a routine check. Nothing's weird here. It actually was. Like, when you have a corner to check, you have a look at it, but that's exactly what you said, the 50-50 peak. I've had so many experiences of it, just turning left and then turning back right so quick because I think that no, they're not on the left, but I gotta check it for the sake of checking, and then I get blown to bits by the back of my head.
Yeah, I have known teams that live and die by that, just like that one fundamental issue of. Just saying, guys, I'm gonna completely check graffiti or something like that, right? So, and you see the impact that it gives if you just miss that information. Chat's probably just saying, "What the heck?" These guys are kind of diving deep too much into this, but it is such a big factor in certain situations that you do see the repercussions if you're not prepared for it. Anyways, moving forward, right? That is a huge, huge round that Goblin could have won. They had the numbers, they had the utility, they even have, again, the aim, the talent to be able to retake that. Unfortunately, we do see, again, Velocity's veteran status as a team just really showcase itself to us. Just quick, snappy decision makings in these fast intervals, and it is working. I think we've seen 3 to 4 rounds that they've done this, and that's the reason why we're also seeing 3 to 4 rounds of difference against Goblin attackers.
Yeah, exactly. Now with the technical timeout firing, here we go. The final chance potentially for the side of the defense to make this work. They are on a semi-buy. They've got a couple of stingers to work with so that they don't let this go to match point for Velocity. Hopefully get a thrifty somehow. Ryzen's got that big bad for the force
They're blind with fear.
to make it work towards B. They're keeping a pretty aggressive control towards C and B as Garage has been left open, and Helef is expecting that C push to come through, but he's patient. He's known for his patience. Will he check this corner where Gravity might just bring down the big one? Oh, now he knows. The sound cues are big. They're huge. And Gravity, he's got to work ahead of him. Will he be... Oh, Oh, Gravity! He had a free kill, but Helif's too quick to save his teammate.
Oh, one at the back of the sights. But they're all collapsing all around him. I do like the idea, though, but the Stinger is good for shredding, but in rush scenarios, you're most likely not going to be able to make that work. Okay, never mind. Kibo makes it somehow happen and gets back into cover. Oh, huge showstopper fight. Oh, huge from Lil Boy. Now he gives chance for his team to retake this. Helif going to be playing on platform. That smoke, much needed space. Good clear through. Kel'Thuzad picks up a weapon. Gets spotted. The whole bag is clear, but Hell F. Just an uber confident, massive clutch. No fear whatsoever. That was a saving grace from Lil Boy, man. Oh.
1 HP. 1 HP. One more bullet in the right direction, but Helif just swings out. He takes him down. Kel'Thuzad must be feeling this one. I know he doesn't like it. This is their map pick as well. 12 and 7, but Velocity loved the Haven attack. Now they're playing a little bit more comfortably. A lot more comfortably, to be honest. As the side of the attack, prepare for another A hit.
Kel'Thuzad's already priming that fault line for the peak from Lil Boy here. There's the contact. There's the follow-up. He can actually chase for a right to ace here, but that flash keeps him safe. Backs into the corner. That's a really strong start here for Goblin attackers. At least they take Deadly already away from the board, so no more double satchels, no more aggressive clearing. Oh, that's a huge aftershock. Can you cross? Absolutely he can. So now everything that they're using to check out the corners here, not really getting the value that they want, aside from just the information. But look at this, Universe. Look at where Deathmaker's kind of placed himself on. Very aggressive through Garage right now. He's just waiting for a little bit of that contact. Can't really push too far flung. Gravity already going to expend the ultimate just to check where they are. He actually decides to check for A long because he is already positioned at C, but he's alone here. Well, no, he does have Ryzen. Anyways, never mind. I don't think they're going to be able to push this aggressive, although we'll see how well this ultimate gets capitalized on.
Oh, Gravity! He's stunned, but he still will be able to take down 2 members of the attack. Good hold on the C side, but where has this hold been all this while? They've been pushed off so many times, and this time, even after that Rolling Thunder, they were able to keep themselves on the ground and work it out. Every single time Velocity's been attacking either the A or the C site, they've had to give up that site. Even though it's, utility that isn't as strong as a Rolling Thunder. Then they play on the retake, and Velocity's post plan is so good, they can't really do anything. I feel like their realization of holding down the site might just be a little too late here, Asray.
Well, still not yet over. There still is a couple of rounds in. Ryzen's... Oh, this is the triples. Just the triple stack on A. Kibo's giving away his position through that boom bot, though. Still has a Prowler and the C's. This is huge utility that they can use just to clear corners right now. Gotta have to call that Prowler sometime because they need at least some map control from Ryzen. A little bit more far forward here. Goes for the aggressive peek. But they're countering flash for flash right now. They really don't want anybody to know how many players of Velocity have kind of just pocketed themselves on A here as they're looking to explode on the site itself. They can actually line some stuff up with that fault line. Kel'Thuzad might be for the wiser. Oh, they know where he is. They've already showcased where he was in that position. What a flick from Deadly 10. The opening. This is just... What's the word here? This is a second nature right now for Velocity, how they took that A site.
4v4. Right to Ace has got his aftershock just in case he wants to stop that push in from spawn. No smoke available just yet to smoke off Ryzen from his angle. I'm pretty sure Helif should be getting that smoke. He's actually going towards spawn. Now the flash comes in. Here comes the defense on the retake. Right to Ace still under heaven. Trying to take out as many utilities being thrown in from the defense here. Ryzen gets 3 and Helif finds 2 back. 1v1 yet again, and he's got a teleport to work with. Watch him jump down. Gets in. Velocity find Haven.
Hell F. Oh my goodness, man. Just okay. So the play before that, right? How they got the site was again just because of how much emphasis Velocity made into making sure that nobody was gonna check the A long. So that
Yeah.
little bit of snatch of information away from Goblin just made sure that they can supplement more of these picks. And again, Right to Ace has just been fantastic with how he plays with the flash. And Deadly 10, his intuition, man, that was just so good at how he entered and flushed out the opposing breach. And I was actually surprised because the retake from Goblin after that was actually looking incredible, but Hell F was just built different in that situation.
Yeah, I've told this before, and I'm telling you, Halef is one of the best patient players of this region. He's got so much potential to play as a controller, to play as a sentinel. He just knows how time is rewarding, even though it's very little in this game. You just got about a minute and 45 seconds, a minute and 50 seconds to work this, right? But he
Yeah.
knows how much he can work with that time. So
Yeah.
kudos to him to try and do so much damage. And of course, I believe that he was the most impactful player who did have the most number of frags. He's got 11 assists as well as a breach. Amazing impact. But Halef was the backbone of this team, keeping it all together with 2 clutches to his name now.
Yeah, absolutely. It felt like he had such amazing spatial awareness, eyes at the back of his head. You mentioned the name already, Right to Ace. If, again, as you mentioned, Hell F, the backbone, this one is the spear tip for Velocity. Just able to create so much. Like, his first blood isn't even that crazy, but the kills that he had as follow-ups were just something different. The combat score as well, man. This guy, with how he enters with flashes and how he sets up flashes for his team, that double whammy, I think, just really gut punched Goblin attackers to submission. There was no chance they could retaliate after all of that set plays that Right to Ace did for Velocity here.
Yeah, that's true. And Velocity are going to have to thank him for every single bit of the assisting work that he's done so far. 11 assists to his name. He's given a lot of kills to a lot of people. But overall, Velocity had a more well-rounded team effort, it seemed, as compared to Goblin Attackers, clearly. You've got 25 on Right to Ace, who has been the star, but the remaining players did just about enough. Look at the amount of assists on Amaterasu as well, and Helef. Both of them got 6 assists. So basically, everybody's helping out each other. Everyone was doing something or the other. On the other side, Kibo did a pretty great job with his utility as well. 12 assists for him. But on the overall stature, the kills-wise, they just weren't able to find the impact frags. They weren't able to do, justice to the fact that they had to get one particular frag, and that one particular frag usually ended up being either a Deathmaker or Helef.
Absolutely. I think for Goblin side, they have strong individual kills all throughout this game. That's why you're seeing such high kill scores for Ryzen, Gravity, Lil Boy. The problem is, I think, the follow-up that comes right after, right? Where we saw that huge double kill with the showstopper from Lil Boy, but the quickness of that follow-up from Goblin attackers is still somewhat lacking or missing in most of these rounds. So I think that's where they really struggled with, and that's where Velocity was just absolutely phenomenal. Again, we keep mentioning how just amazing Hell F is with those a 1vx situation, 3v1s with Right to Ace, just able again to create a lot of confusion against Goblin and really bank on the fact that Goblin, I think, is still one of those newer teams. Again, they still have incredible talent, but unfortunately, the cohesion of them as a team definitely was strained a lot by Velocity, and you do see them crumbling in these rounds that were that were super crucial, and they weren't really able to take for themselves.
Yeah, and with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are done with the map of Haven. We've got one more, potentially 2 more coming up, but it doesn't seem likely at the point that we are standing right now that it could end up going to map number 3. Breeze is coming up next, Velocity's strongest map yet.
And whether or not the side of Goblin attackers are prepared for this, because this is their first ever competitive Breeze match, we'll find out in just a few minutes. Go grab yourselves a couple of drinks, a couple of snacks. We'll be back with the Galaxy Racer Valorant Invitational India.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Valorant Invitational India by Galaxy Racer, where we've just completed one map of absolute insanity from Velocity, where the first half seemed like Goblin attackers were keeping it real tight and close, but the second half was just a landslide victory, where Velocity just absolutely took control, won 4 rounds in a row, and made Goblin rethink the entire structure of their defense on Haven. I'm Universe, and with me is Azra as we take you through the second map of today, which is going to be Breeze, which is the strongest map of Velocity, and Goblin attackers have not played a single competitive game on it.
So there really is a huge gap in terms of what we know Goblin can do against Velocity here on Breeze per se, right? So with the name of Breeze, I don't think it's going to be a breeze for Goblin to bring it back onto Pearl. I think we were already expecting, again, this to be that 2-0 unless they went into Haven, because it's such a huge momentum boost to beat Velocity in their own particular strong map. So yeah, being put onto Breeze, especially with how I think difficult it is for Goblin to create space and clear corners, and Breeze being such a huge stage, it's gonna be difficult to even do anything against Velocity at this point.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be really difficult on Breeze, because these guys just absolutely love the spacing of this map. They love to have love to have Helef just run around, cause chaos, be the menacing, lurking player that he is. And of course, with him being that player, there's a lot of uh, corners that the side of Goblin attackers are going to constantly have one player looking at, because how much ever they think that, okay, you know what, everybody's towards the A side, they know that Helef's going to lurk, right? Even after they know, there's a lot of players in this entire region who, even after knowing Helef's playstyle, where he sits, how he plays, how long does he take on the lurk, they still not able to counter him. It's such a menacing, annoying fact to deal with on this map, because even though they know that Helef comes literally in the last second, they know that he sits towards mid, right behind those, big gray boxes. They know that he hangs around an elbow longer than pretty much the entire goddamn game. They still fall prey to his lurks. He's that good.
Yeah. Well, there's always just that gap, right? As you mentioned, in terms of the capacity of the capabilities of a certain player, and Helef is just showing that he's just a beast on a whole different level. So if they can't shut him down, as you are mentioning again, it is, I think, going to be one of those nails that just pins down that coffin, where I think like Goblin will rest. Of course, this makes it sound that we're against Goblin at this one, but I think we're just being realistic at this point that Velocity is just looking to be the better team. Now, again, I think you always have to point this out, especially with a newer team. Are they going to go for the standard composition with teams here? Because Velocity, as you mentioned, right, with MW1 not being in this roster anymore, there's no real particular change of duelists. So we should be looking at the standard double initiator, Sova with a Sky maybe, or at this point Sova and KO. You have your Viper, basically standard pickings. Is Goblin gonna go for another mirror match, or are we gonna see something different from them? Maybe a double duelist, if some sort. If they can't really set things up properly, might as well go for aggressive contact plays, and double duelist usually does that job. It's a little bit more simplistic and kind of going for a throwback in terms of comps, but it is something that is still on the table if they want to do something at least a little bit different coming into this particular second map.
Yeah, I believe that they will be going for that KO. I think the KO is a little bit more, utility-based agent in terms of, helping the team gain control of the site. Sky is more of an initiator who allows other people, but the Sky can be countered if you just turn away from a flash, right? But the KO, he completely disables utility. He's going to be a really important counter to a Chamber who's sitting with a tour de force somewhere, or with a headhunter, right? So he is one of the most important agents, on any map. KO is a brilliant agent. We all know that. But if Velocity are going to choose that Sky, which they have in the recent past, right? So right before this time, the last 4 times that they've played Breeze, they've had different compositions. Like the last time they played was against W Streak in qualifier 1, where they had the
Yeah.
KO, Sova, Viper, Jet, and Chamber, and they won that one pretty convincingly. They won that 13-3. And right before that, they played against Fancy United, where they utilized the Sky and Sova, and they lost that pretty, distinctively. Lost that, I believe, 13-6, right?
Yeah.
So it is a bit of a change. I think they depend on the team that they're playing against as to how they're playing. But I think that the KO lineup has a lot more success for them, just because of the fact that that KO has that, disabling abilities. That's the main factor that I think that 7 seconds of that knife being active, disabling abilities, I think is their go-to moment to let that Chamber, let that Jet dash straight in and find control of that site.
Yeah. So, okay, that makes a lot of sense. I'm just wondering again, with how Goblin attackers are gonna go for this. I think we already solidified how Velocity have played. They don't really have to change their format at all, because I think it's a very successful format, as you mentioned. Again, it's the capacity of just how great their players are, that even though you already know what's coming, how can you really stop Velocity's plays? So again, I just I think more so than not, I just wanted to again emphasize on what the adjustment will be here for Goblin attackers. At the base of it, are they going to go for that mirror match? Are we going to see the double duelist maybe come into play? I don't know if it's something that they've considered or if they've done in the past, but it is something that we can at least put out here as an option for them, because even though there is that huge risk, as you mentioned, with the KO Blade being such a strong suppression tool, if you have at least 2 people entering at the same time, it's a really strong point that you can overrun the site, use that speed to knock people down. At least it's just something to kind of point out there. I think the only difficult part here is that if they employ that, Goblin attackers is starting on the defending side. But I've also seen that double duelist can always just push certain angles together. If it's a Reyna and a Jet, you can always just escape with the dismiss and the tailwind. So it's really a good option in creating map control. There are some weaknesses to it, but there are also pros that Goblin attackers can utilize. So again, I'm just kind of thinking about this in my head, since we haven't really seen the agent selection yet, but it is something that is feasible for Goblin attackers.
Yeah, well, we'll find out. I mean, if they want to go for an all-out crazy double duelist, if they want to get the Reyna in, I'm not going to be disappointed at all. I would love to see a double duelist on Breeze, but usually not the case unless you are Paper Rex. Speaking of it, if you want to see them play, they're coming on 18-19 November to come down to Hyderabad. It is the perfect segue that I could find as we head into the Agent Select.
Yeah, no difference. All right, it's gonna be a mirror match. Okay, I wasn't really expecting it's gonna change or anything be crazy for Goblin attackers, but you know what? We can dream. I can dream. It's fine. I just wonder again how well they can really utilize this when it's gonna be them to start this off on the defense. I think what would have been really nice was if Goblin attackers got the attacking side first, because again they can dictate at least the pace of the game. They can start figuring out what the defense is for Velocity here, but it's much difficult, I think, to try to adjust how you set up your defense when you're up against a team such as Velocity, where again there's just so much pressure that each and every single player can create. It's not only Deadly 10 on this Jet, but Deathmaker can go for a huge lurk, right? So Ace can create pressure elsewhere on the map. He has technically global presence with his utility as long as he sets up his wall or his smokes early on. So we'll see how that goes,
Choose
but
your
I
agent.
bring it back. Hell F was the one that's going to be playing Smoker. I totally forgot that he plays controller. My bad, but yeah you get the drift.
Yeah, I get the drift, of course. It is going to be a mirror lineup for both of these teams. They are going to be playing with the KO instead of the Sky, and I love it. I want to see how exactly they counter each other. Last time, it was Velocity to beat out the mirror comp on Haven. Now they're going on to Breeze. They're going to have a lot of confidence going into this one. They're thinking already about this being a 2-0, but Goblin, I hope they've got something massive up their sleeve, because this is going to be a crazy, crazy match. And whilst we were expecting something along the lines of a composition of the Breach, Yoru, Neon, Astra, Viper, of course, the age-old, the most amazing lineup that we saw from Paper X. Not going to happen. We're going to have to wait a little bit more, I believe.
But hey, ladies and gentlemen, these two teams have got a similar composition. They are going to be fighting against each other. One of them for just the only step required to go through to the grand final to face off against Revenant at 8 p.m. IST, and the other one to try and force it to a third map who are facing probably the biggest and steepest uphill battle that they've had against the team on a particular map. Velocity on Breeze are Titans, and we will be finding whether or not they will be retaining the title of Titans after this game.
Ooh, I am very excited. We're seeing again teams from last week's qualifiers that weren't able to qualify come back into this. So again, it is that second chance at another try.
Sure.
Always excited to see how that becomes, because you do want to see how these teams have adjusted after that 1 week period. Were they able to reset themselves? Have they addressed the complications that they had in that previous game? I think one of those ones was God Squad. Just excellent team, but unfortunately they fall short, I believe, against Enigma. So can they do the same thing now that some of the heavy hitters from qualifiers 1 are not here anymore? Or is there another challenger here in qualifiers 2 that's gonna break them down? So there's all of these intricacies that is happening right now in the second qualifiers, and I'm totally up for it. So as you mentioned, so excited to see how this kind of unravels right in front of us.
Yeah, well, the side of Goblin attackers are on the defense, so they have that advantage, that velocity. Velocity actually love the attack on Breeze. They actually have their more, a statistical advantage on the attack of Breeze. So on the defense of Breeze. So on the attack, they're still as good, right? Overall percentage of velocity winning on the map of Breeze is close to 80%. They've played 38 games. Wait, have they played 38? No, they've played 48 games, out of which they won 38. They've lost just 10. And they've had a 63% win rate on attack, and a 63% win rate on defense, and a 61% win rate on attack. So
yeah,
the numbers are right up there.
Yeah, so basically they're ridiculous in this map.
Yeah.
All right, I definitely can't wait to see that, because again, all odds are definitely stacked against Goblin attackers. It's already series point. They're up against Velocity again in a map where they just absolutely dominate the competition. There's that thing where we talked about how they were definitely struggling with how quickly they can go for these trades, even though they can set utility up, even though they can create space into the site. How well is their follow-up, which I think is a really huge thing in Breeze, because there's always that weird transition point where you try to push from a certain main, B main or A main, and then pushing into the site. There's always that one lagging spot where you can make huge mistakes and it really transitions into you, or translates into you losing the round. And that's always a painful existence in Breeze. Anyways, here we are. It is, as we mentioned, Goblin attackers starting off on the defense. What are they gonna plan to do now to get that upper hand?
Well, let's find out. We do have, it seems like, a mid push of sorts from Little Boy, whilst Velocity are focusing on B. They've got a interesting split at the moment. Two of them have been detected thanks to that knife from the KO. Kibo is keeping it intact towards the B side. They've slowed Velocity down for the moment, but out come the walls, out come the knives, the recons as well. They've detected two players on the back of side, and they're crippling them, and they've destroyed them within seconds.
Oh man, that was a huge partition attack from Deadly, just to push straight in the middle of the site, right?
Yeah.
You don't really see that too often. It's the push aggressive on elbow. In any case, round's not over. The numbers dwindling closer and closer for Goblin attackers here. That dart gets immediately dealt with. The push out, but that is so just dirty from Deathmaker. He had a TP to go out of that position. Ryzen, always a damn deadly shot. The problem is, it's a 4 versus 1. He gets suppressed. No more Headhunter. Just downed to the classic. We'll see an instant replay well, not of the take of the site, but rather of what happened in the round soon after. But still, again, that is what we're kind of expecting from Velocity, just a clean-cut push into the site.
Yep. Well, Velocity absolutely controlled that B site. They threw in a knife, they threw in a recon right at the same time. They didn't know what to break. And they got crippled by the shock dart as well. And then came the split approach towards that side itself. Now this time they're going in for an aggressive push. Side of defense, a little bit of a blockage moment. They both thought that they're doing different things. One of them trying to sneak into this corner as Little Boy is trying to bait out for his teammate. Velocity are taking this a little slow. And the drones detected Keep. He's stuck and he will be taken out. Does a lot of damage actually. But not enough to get a kill.
They still do have Lil Boy close with the Sheriff. He's just about to peek here. Could find something, but Deathmaker's already gone for this flank. Ryzen, rocking a hard place. Couldn't really do anything. Once this wall dissipates on a near double doors, Gravity will be exposed if he tries to push through this entryway. And I think he's just waiting for somebody to aggressively or actively look for him for that final kill. Just to maybe make it expensive, but Velocity's just kind of tucked in the site itself. So either Gravity pushes or he just waits to, get killed by that event horizon of the spike so he doesn't give away a kill plus the charge on the ultimate.
Yeah, Gravity. I'm pretty sure he doesn't want right to waste to get his ultimate as soon as he possibly can. That Hunter's Fury is quite a deadly ultimate on this map. Maybe hoping for a free kill if somebody walks into the doors. I don't think anybody's going to be doing that. Deathmaker could. He's going to... No, is he going to? He's teleporting away towards Halls, forgive me. As Gravity will die to the spike. Slow 2 rounds so far, but now is where the game begins. A buy round coming in for the side of the defense as they prepare for the Velocity attack yet again.
Yeah, you're always... when you lose that first round, right? You're always shaky on the second round. Third round, this is where you mentally get that boost of confidence because, oh, these guys are not going to have the same weapons we are. So this is our chance to bring it back. Of course, financially speaking, that's definitely true because they, as you mentioned, right, they do have the stronger weapons. Mentally speaking, also gives them, again, that bit of courage to make things more aggressive here. One of those is, look at this, a double push onto Halls by Lil Boy and Kibo. Well, they do have a setup play on mid for that dart. So while the rest of Velocity are doing this, there is that cheeky play that Goblin can do. Drop on shoot right now, or Among Us. I don't know if people call it that here in India, so I'm just going to point it out there. In any case, aggressive on mid just so they can play that close quarter combat. But nobody's taking the bite just yet, although... Look at this, such a segregated push all throughout by the attackers. Kel'Thuzad is alone, but his aim is just that good. Gravity's going to be holding on. They don't know that one is going to be tucked in the corner at the back here. That recon dart's going to expose the positioning. That should be a very clean round, yeah, for Goblin.
Yeah, clean round indeed, as they didn't lose too much. Only one man, Ryzen, needs to be reinstated with a little bit of weaponry. I think he's going to have a drop. Is he going to have a drop? I'm not quite sure. I think he's going to be sticking to his headhunter for this round, as side of Velocity now have a full buy. They are going to be looking to yet again take that mid-region. Triple push, it seems that's going to be coming through there, as the other two are moving in towards A and B. A trap to actually hold him off. A pretty deep trap from Deathmaker there, so that the A main push doesn't come through. And I think if they've heard that, they should realize that they can rotate away. Deathmaker! A double peek comes through to just eliminate him, as Velocity make their movements towards mid and B. A split approach coming in, which might catch Kel'Thuzad a little bit off guard. No! He's going to keep himself alive, but only just for the one. Right to waste takes him down, and that's going to be a 3v3, as Velocity have a post play.
This is going to be difficult, though, because look at the defenders just very split up. Thankfully, for Velocity, they still do have Hell Ep alive, so he can bring up that wall. Both of those coming from Arch, McDonald's, whatever you want to call it, in Tunnel. is going to be segregated with Lil Boy here, so he needs to find that opening. But he does, just absolutely perfect. Now comes in for the pinch, and Lil Boy, he's coming back right now, Universe, with a vengeance. Look at how just crispy his aim is, as well as that retake scenario with the rest of Goblin.
Brilliant stuff from the side of Goblin to keep all 3 members alive and take out the side of Velocity. Kel'Thuzad did pretty much about enough, but I think this one little flank from Lil Boy, nobody expected. Nobody was actually even watching it because right to Ace went back to check on the back of sight, and he let go of that backstab position. 2 and 2. Velocity are now on an eco, so the side of the defense have a chance to go up on the lead position, get 3 on the board, and put up a little bit of money as well along with that.
Shutting them down.
Two of their players are pretty low. Interesting knife towards the B side, but nobody really to detect. As Velocity all currently focusing towards Halls and A.
It's gonna be good because they do have that that Hunter's Fury. Ooh, is this going to be a Hunter's Fury through A main while the rest of them just pour out on Switch? See how the timing goes. There's the drone first. Forget that initial information. The flash out because of the wall. And look at that cheeky push in. Okay, it's a trade for trade. Not really the best just yet. Ryzen is doing massive damage all the way through Ivy. And we're alone with Deathmaker on the site against his opponent. Doesn't know that the other one is going to be coming through double doors here, but somehow Deathmaker finds his way into the hands of a Vandal. Sees the other TP, but does he find where Ryzen is? Not gonna happen. And look at that. Ryzen as well as Lil Boy here, man. They're coming back. They're angry, and their shots are kind of showing it as well to us.
Yeah, they're keeping it really, really tight. They know that they've got to step up for this one map to try and at least make it down to third on Pearl. That's going to be a whole different ballgame if we do end up going there. But for the moment, Velocity back on the buy. Helef still hasn't opened up his shooting account yet. Needs to get a number. Oh, but Little Boy, he snuck past the recon, and they've actually gone through towards Elbow. Not quite sure if Velocity knows Deadly could updraft up and get the kill onto Kibo. That would be an amazing kill if he does find it. Drone being broken down by the chamber, which was put in by him right to Ace. Velocity, for the moment, keeping it real calm and slow. Letting Deadly do a bit of lurking towards mid as the Jet. I'm not quite sure if this decision is something that's going to favor them, because they might need somebody to enter that Ace side in full force.
Yeah, but they do have their fastest player already aggressing towards mid, although they've just circumvented each other. The double push coming through on spawn. But here's the trigger all the way, that null command. So you were talking about how the KO is going to be used as an aggressive initiator. Well, they're also using him as an entry fragger here and now. Oh, Kel'Thuzad got pinged. The follow-up. He still somehow manages to get through. Ryzen finds a pick with the operator. Here comes the flank from the KO. And the attackers just pinned into the side. Look at Kel'Thuzad finding more with the ultimate. We're down to right to Ace. And somehow Velocity feeling lost. They had an idea, but it got turned back on their heads. And a flawless round come through from Goblin.
I'm not really sure what exactly was the purpose of letting Deadly go towards mid by himself, when you know that you will require him to run into the site. And the one thing that happened, I think, was the most important mistake from Velocity, was that you saw that Kel'Thuzad got tagged by the Hunter's Fury, right? And he survived on the back of that Viper's snakebite as well. Nobody actually was going to spam him down. I'm pretty sure that the Viper, which was, I believe, Helef, saw him, because the Hunter's Fury not just gives you damage, but it also lights up your position, lights up your body. So if he had spammed him down, maybe Kel'Thuzad would have lost his life and they wouldn't have had a round go that way. But that Hunter's Fury from Kel'Thuzad, which came back and bit them straight in the bum.
Kibo's just chasing the kills like a bloodhound. No fear whatsoever, but look at the rest of BLT getting closer and closer, but the flashes turning in the favor of Goblin here. They reinforce mid immediately. Deadly Oh, what? Simultaneous kills, man. Hellef and Deadly finds an opening. The updraft exposes Ryzen, but no shot connecting. Finally finds one. And as the dust settles, it's only Kel'Thuzad the loner. Yep, his name says it all. Deathmaker, was he making noise on Nest? Because now Kel'Thuzad's looking in that general direction. No, he doesn't. Yep, he had an idea, but didn't commit to it. And all of this kerfuffle that we talk about goes heavily in the favor of Velocity. Sometimes you just got to go for those aggressive fights. And Velocity
I
wins
don't
those.
even understand how or why. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know how or why that round just went the way it did. They took control of Elbow. They got so many kills. They got the flashes working for them. And then suddenly they're like, okay, you know what? We're going to go give our heads to Slaughter. And it just... Nah, that
Wasn't
double
there a
peek...
round that happened like that in Haven?
Yeah, there was. Exactly.
Exactly what just happened. Maybe that's the thing that Velocity has, right? They have always that one thrifty round that always works for them. So they got to choose when to use it, and that was the perfect time because now they need that momentum swing. Kibo frantically, desperately trying to get some impact play as he peeks out through fence there. Unfortunately, not going to work. It's going to be planned on the spike. The double up on Pyramids here as we do have one lurking as a cross towards double door there. It's going to be difficult right now because Kel'Thuzad is alone. Maybe he's the pedigree or the Apex Predator that will actually get picks by himself. Not going to happen this time. Ryzen exposed by the recon. So much information given to Velocity. If they lose this, this is theirs to definitely lose. Deathmaker, oh, he knows. He's slowly clearing things up, and Ryzen has no time.
Yeah, neither does he have information about where Deathmaker is sitting. 4-4. Velocity immediately gained back what they lost. It almost looked scary for a moment there. The way that these players of Goblin were playing, that retake, especially the 5v5 retake, so good. It almost seemed like they were going to run away with a little bit more than what we just saw. But Velocity, with that thrifty that came through, that unnaturally crazy thrifty, and this one round here as well, they've brought it back to a 4-4 scoreline. They've got an ultimate to work with. That is, of course, the Viper's Pit onto Hellef, which is going to be a win condition. And Deathmaker just adds on to that by taking out Ryzen. The B side completely opened up, by the way, as both the Jets have an anime battle down towards mid, and it's going to be Little Boy to win that battle. Let's kill Kel'Thuzad. Oh, no, he doesn't check his back. Check your angles. That's too quick. He got no support, and he just runs in. I don't know what exactly was his decision there.
They basically missed each other too, but since he was making so much noise with all that running, Amaterasu was just like, yeah, this is a free kill if he doesn't check me, and you did see that kind of showcase itself. With this two-man flank from B main, if they try to go through window, which is what we're seeing right now happen from Kibo, because of that Viper spit, it literally has nothing to do but to just look at, you know, a blob of like smoke from the Viper through this angle. So I think the idea here is exit frag, save the weapons, basically it. He could actually peek again. You're just about to find another one. Yep, there it is. Has a flash for contact. Beautiful stuff. And Gravity helps it out. Okay. Very expensive. And Matarasu gets tagged by the explosion. Very expensive round in the end. But the round still taken by Velocity.
It still doesn't seem like it matters to their economy, though. Look at them. They've still got so much money left in the bank. I'm pretty sure Deathmaker had 9 grand going into this, and he was able to drop a weapon as well as we look at what just happened, as Velocity now have taken back the lead in their hands, and it is a timeout for the side of the Goblin attackers, who now have to decide what is going to be their game plan. Why are they letting Velocity get away with so much? There's a little bit of overextension, a little bit of corner checking that's going, you know, past them. And I think that they really need to make sure that they find those corners checked every single time, just as what Kel'Thuzad just did, right? He didn't check his left, and then running straight in like that, a little too much overextension, expecting that everybody's going to be on site. Velocity's a lot more experienced than that, and you need to know that. And this timeout should give them a little bit of time to just calm down, think a little bit through as to how they can approach this. Where can they actually be aggressive and find some, you know, potential to get that first blood, just like they did it towards Halls, right? They had Little Boy and Kibo push up. They took down Deathmaker on Halls.
That was a good push. That's a good region that they used to take control of. Now, where else can they do that? Is the question.
And they get a region control now. Excuse me, that region control now, especially that Ryzen has brought this operator to the table. He did get flushed out by Hellmaker, I think, at the initial peek through B main. So he's, I think, playing a more passive angle on mid. Unfortunately, oh no!
Yeah, that can't be pretty.
Yikes! His attention got caught on lower mid. Little boy though picks it up. Now he's got to get some guaranteed shots on that one. Picks the weapon again. That fragment gonna force him to flush himself out. He's good for it and picks up that massive 3K. So even though that operator didn't work in the favor of them, little boy doubles it up and still somehow managed to work. Although, here it is, right to ace. The big clutcher of velocity. Watch out, Kibo. He will be able to plant the spike, I think.
Well,
But
he is called right to clutch, so he's gonna be able to live up to that name. Let's find out. He's got a recon to work with. I believe he's got a shock dart as well. 2 shock darts actually. Got full health. Position still unknown. I'm pretty sure that they're not exactly sure as to where right to ace is. Looking towards A main. Just got a free kill. There's a recon going on, but he's going out of the open himself. He still gets it right to ace. Will he clutch this one out? Yes, he will. Oh!
Good thing I was
Right to clutch comes through after all. I'm gonna take full credit for that because I called it.
we need a hella replay on that one. But this one from Lil Boy. Ooh, so quick on that adjustment. But dude, that last spray down from right to ace made me queasy a bit because I thought he was not going to be able to readjust that in time, especially when Gravity was just about to fire back. Oh, just missed it. That was the most important part. But yeah, still makes it happen. You're absolutely right. I get full credit to you, man. That was so good from right to ace. Now, desperation peak, the flash out from Kibo. But the thing is, there's that awkward timing where even though you flash out as in that position, in that timing, in the first contact, it doesn't actually work. That's dirty. He finds another one. He's gonna be fearless because Amaterasu also has that null command, so he's just gonna keep chasing down the kills. That's gonna expose one. Finds it up. There is another one to kind of come through on box, and that is going to be Gravity. Excuse me, not Gravity, but Ryzen. But he finally gets flushed out. Gravity now having this cheeky angle, but that spike will get planted on Ivy. And now, right to ace, not really getting himself exposed. I think he's very much aware of that double doors position. About 5 seconds, he's going to have his recon dart up and running. Gravity's going to have to peek every single corner once again. He saw the legs of Deadly, but Deadly's just that fast. Immediately goes for the challenge.
Indeed. 7-4. Velocity take this half by storm, winning 5 rounds in a row. They were 4-2, and now they're 4-7 up. Okay, interestingly, it is Velocity who are calling a timeout here. What do you think could be the possible reason to call a timeout when you are winning?
From my experience on casting teams like this, it's usually just to kind of keep the ball rolling, right? If you already have such a strong control of the game, why not just spend a few bits of timeout that you have just to make sure that you can keep propelling that, right? So that's probably one of the things.
Fair. Or
Usually it.
Or somebody's just gone to the washroom.
1 minute.
Hey.
Ooh.
It's. I think I'm pretty sure you can make it. You got a couple of extra seconds around that as well. So.
Okay. Can you wash your hands after that?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure you can. You know, you just gotta be.
I gotta time myself later when we're on break. If I can do it in 1 minute, that I could do all of that while also washing my hands.
You got another 15 seconds here, right? So and 10 seconds before the timeout came in. So practically, you got about 1.5, close to 2 minutes.
Okay. We gotta ask them on like off cam or off stream, right? If that's what the reason why they went for that timeout. Oh guys, I gotta go. You know, you gotta go.
Nowhere to run.
Oh, where's the ultimate coming from? Gravity. Oh no.
Oh, Deadly! What?
Oh,
He
want
gets
to
saved. Just
play?
about.
Try to go for the-
That shock dart, so aware right to his nose. There's a push coming. And he's got his drone to do the work for him as well. Oh my god. Oh my god. Velocity should have lost 3 players by now, but they're so well established as a team. But never mind, as soon as I say it, Lil Boy finds 2. And it is the side of the defense who are now in a pickle. They've got an ultimate to work with though, and I really hope that Lil Boy waits for that ultimate to come through. Yeah, there it comes. He's got a third as well. Runs straight in, but Deathmaker sitting in the tight little corner. He's gonna keep himself alive. He's got a teammate to work with as well. Time is of the essence. They're playing the crossfire, but Deathmaker doesn't need anything. 8 and 4. Velocity take the first half by a huge lead.
they played that 2v1 so perfectly. Look at Deathmaker not even flinching to go aggressive. He knew that Amaterasu had him helped out, right? So he just let his teammate do all the hard work, get information, fight the fight, and then just go in for the kill once they're sure that he's in prime position for that double swing out. Those little bits of adjustment, huge for Velocity here. And as you were mentioning, again, a huge margin of difference in terms of the rounds as we are preparing for this second half. It's gonna be the adjustment here, man. Now they can actually go to the restroom.
Yeah.
I don't know. Do you call it restroom, bathroom, or comfort room?
You can call it whatever you want as long as you...
This is such a weird topic to talk about now. It just can't get out of my head, man. Anyways, yeah, they gotta adjust somehow.
Well, when you gotta go, bro. That's just it, right? Now the halftime pause does give them a little bit more to talk about. I mean, I think that the pause was really well timed from Velocity, just because of the fact that if they did, have a little bit of discussion, they probably had it for this half, right? Because they knew that they've got the first half in control, and right on the back of it, they've got this halftime pause, which is another 2 minutes added to what they already had. So that gives them 3 to 4 minutes of talk, right? So maybe it worked out perfectly because maybe, Coach Davi had a lot to say to the team. So clearly that saying has helped them bring up 8 rounds. And we've got Velocity now on the defense, which another part of Breeze that they really love. I mean, there are only 2 parts, but yeah.
Yeah. Maybe there's a magical secret third part that we don't really know that has yet to be shown by by Velocity.
Yeah, that's the observer. That's the observer. That's the third party, flying around in the cameras as we can see on the screens right now. He or she is the third part of this entire game.
Absolutely. Now, there we go. All right, all this stalling has done its merits. We're down. Are now about to resume. Second half pistol begins. All forces of Goblin here. Gonna try to go aggressive on A. And look at here, man. Nobody's gonna be there. There is that bit of trademark just to stop them from pushing in, but they still should have control. Everybody clumped up on B. Lil Boy's gonna find nothing, and it's all gonna be just pure 5v5 pistol on that retake. Lil Boy very far forward, dangerous positioning, but he does have the help of Kibo here as a certain don't look at Lil Boy while he has an angle right in front of our sides here, but no way. Look at the kills coming in for the follow-up. Kibo finds 2, Lil Boy finds 1, and that damage at position paying off for Goblin.
Well, what a pistol from the side of Goblin, as they just run right on this A side, and Kibo finding the important frags there as a follow-up from Lil Boy, who damaged them, softened them up, and then he got 2. Well done, as they yet again go towards the A side. They're not wasting any time. They just want to run straight in and keep it running as long as they possibly can. Speed run as many rounds as they possibly can.
Very fast. Any force buyers? Nope, nothing for Velocity. Deathmaker, though. 2 bullets on the Headhunter. Getting closer and closer against Gravity. But Well, you know what? Gravity is the force that pulls us in, and he gets pulled in for that kill. This is actually really huge right now for Goblin, because again, even though there was that 8-4 discrepancy that we saw, can always bring it back. That is so greedy. They're so greedy. They're just chasing down the kills, but there's so much refrag potential here from Velocity. It can get turned back into their heads because they've equipped basically every player right now with very strong weapons. Hel'Dazad is alone. They might have post-plan scenarios. It is kind of working though. Hel'Dazad's making it happen. One more, but this is turning very expensive.
Oh my
Gravity
God.
immediately goes for that refrag, but that got turned on their heads. Yes, they win the round, but at what cost, Universe? At what cost?
Boy, that is a heavy reinvestment that they're going to have to do in this round. I don't know what exactly was the notion, the idea of pushing in towards their spawn. A double push, yeah, sure, go ahead, but you need to have a coordinated push. The Jet peeked out first, got killed. The KO put the flash a little too late and got caught out with, you know, his pants down. That double push just cost them every single player who did die. And now, you're going to have to face off a fully bought-in Velocity. And the B-side attack has been instantly stopped for the moment as they've already isolated the Jet on side. And Helif takes him down as well.
Spike down B.
Yeah, this shock and awe shotgun kind of play does not work. You gotta recuperate mid-round. What's the strong points? Although Horizon actually able to create some waves through that tunnel push of his, and this gives some access or some safety to get that plant rolling. As you can see, Gravity's going to be able to put that in. The flash, though, nobody's allowed to plant anything, but they do have time. They're not really pressured for, yeah, that timer to just get any fights. But unfortunately, the thing is, Gravity is by himself now, getting challenged, but his aim is going to be true. Only for the one, though. Deathmaker finds it. 6-9. Nice. Yeah. Rounds goes in the favor of Velocity.
Finally, someone who gets it. I've casted with so many different casters. I've got my friend CCV. Right? Every time I say nice, just because the score is 6-9, it's a nice score line. You know, he cringes and he's like, "Oh my God, somebody shut this guy up." I've been waiting for the day somebody else understands me. Thank you, Asarai.
I got you. I got you. You know what? It's also the same thing on my end. I'm the only caster in the Philippines on the English broadcast that says nice whenever that happens. Even the 9-6, the reverse nice.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
For now, though, LF has got his Viper Spit active, and he just about did it in time before that knife is going to take him down. As Deathmaker, he's gotten control of ults for the moment, though. He's got two people. Oh, they double peek. Oh my God, that's nasty. Gravity. Amazing shot, and they can go and pick up that weapon as well. I think they already have. That's right, Ace is going to keep it up. And they've got that Vandal. It is in the hands of a little boy, who is the most dangerous right now. But look at how Ryzen's come up so close. How's he allowed to come in so close from mid? He's crawled in. Righteous is going to be able to take him down, but Velocity are scattered. They're unaware of where exactly they can position themselves. Righteous gets away with a slither of his life by escaping with a pixel behind that yellow box.
I love how they're just encroaching onto the site slowly but surely from bridge and switch. But the unfortunate thing is, Right to Ace already knows about the pinch, so he plays on a different angle on orange, and this is really strong. That shock dart is huge. Look at the damage done, and Matarasu follows it up, and now they're a rock in a hard place. They can still run all the way through B.
Enemy remaining.
It's a little bit hot now, so I'm wondering why they're still committing to the A side itself.
10
Well,
seconds left.
come what may, there's no more time to rotate, even if Amaterasu still has that spike in hand. So that's going to go all down the drain. Velocity picks it up. Double digits for them, 10-6.
Boy, this is turning out to be quite a half for the side of Velocity, as they've only let the one round slip, or 2 rounds slip by them. It was 8-4, and now it's 10-6, and they've got a full buy in their hands, and so to the side of the attack. But if they lose this, it's looking like match point could come up pretty easily, because the next round is going to be an eco. So this is a do or die win for the side of the attack. Goblin attackers need to find this one, or else it's going to be a problematic situation for them fighting, because then they're gonna have to look out for just overtime fights.
I wonder if Goblin are prepared for the mix-up here from Velocity, and by that I mean Deathmaker now has an operator in hand, right? Because they've been just fighting without the presence of that sniper. What's gonna be the adjustment now, especially with that one shot, one kill? Because Deathmaker can always position himself in such tricky angles because he's that chamber. Granted, of course, the KO Blade can always stop him, force him to go for a different direction. But Hellmaker's so, what's the word here, wily or smart with how he positioned himself, that he's always almost granted at least 1 or 2 kills before he gets either flushed out or taken down. So there's a huge emphasis of how they're going to be able to adjust things. Looking at the body language here from Goblin attackers, it seems like they're just going to go for a straight up B push, which could work because they can just isolate a fight, isolate an angle.
Yeah.
And it's a 50-50. If Deathmaker's not there, even better.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, Velocity, they've got one ultimate to use at Hunter's Fury. They are pretty close to Amaterasu getting that null command as well.
Deploying drone. I cannot use that.
See if they're gonna have to try and make this work. Alright, to Ace, don't take out the knife. This will not lose his abilities for the moment. But there is an ultimate that's keeping his abilities at bay, which actually is not causing that much of a trouble. They're not running in with this KO ultimate, and now they're gonna have their abilities back. There's no point of this, and that Hunter's Fury almost seems like a useless, point at this useless junction at this point. He does get a tag onto right to Ace, but again, with no information, they're making it work. Back comes the Hunter's Fury from the other side, and look at the impact that right to Ace has. He knows that all 5 players are crippled down towards that B main side. He makes it work. 4 versus 3. 1 win condition for the side of the attack, and that is that Viper Spit. Are they going to be able to use it? Because they need to get into sight to use that, and Low Boy, it's just slightly easier to get into one of these sites.
Okay, that operator did not work, using the Hunter's Fury as some sort of cover so that Lil Boy can sneak in the kill against Deathmaker. Very, very strong case there. 30 seconds. They have the ability to rotate now here, Universe.
30 seconds left.
Amaterasu's push was also well merited because it would have been really difficult for them to make anything happen if they didn't get that refrag. But through the confusion of their own Hunter's Fury, it does work out in the end. Amaterasu is still going to be there. Long lurk coming in from tunnel. There's the ultimate. He does have all the utility to actually stop them from planting in that spike, and they find Keldazad. This is bad. The little boy's going to have to go for it. Timing.
Oh, they don't have time.
Oh no!
Right to Ace
They
just
lost
need
it
to
already.
survive.
Oh no.
Last player standing.
And
That was
he-
unfortunate.
And he gets a complimentary frag on the back of it as well. Oh my god.
This is just unfortunate. I don't know why. Why was Keldazad still jumping around towards A main? I don't understand. The Viper Spit came through, but he's still waiting around there, jumping to see. I don't know what he was. I don't exactly know what he was speaking. I wish I would. I wish I would know, but I don't. And that kind of just threw them off. And now they're stuck in a rock and a hard place. They've got no money. They've bought in a duo hero, Vandal and Phantom. Let's see if it works out for them. A heavy commitment towards B. Sorry, forgive me, mid. As they run straight in, and Deadly just shuts them all down. Amaterasu adds on to that tally. And it seems like it might just be game over here, Asurai.
Here's what I keep talking about that last round. I feel like it's because they were so frantic about the time that it was just not going to work out. I don't know how Kibo's going to be able to escape this. What? Okay. The first right click didn't work with the blade, so the right click with the classic will do him in. But yeah, this is just, I think, cleanup already. Velocity super confident in their ability to just finish off the round and push us into match and series point. There is somewhat a broken buy here. Ryzen can occupy himself with a tour de force. So at least they still are well equipped. Not the best, but still somewhat can challenge Velocity here. And look at Velocity. They actually do not position Hell F with the ultimate. Okay, with the sniper or anything. Where did that come from? There's a chat somewhere coming in here. I wonder what that is about. But double kill. Yeah, this is just from bad to worse.
Double kill, no trade, and it was just one person who got that kill as well. He didn't even have support. It was just a knife and the Viper wall, I believe, that kind of gave them a small little tangent of damage. And now in this 5v3, there is an ultimate available on Amaterasu as well. He's got his grenade, he's got his knife recharging in just about a couple of seconds. 2 flashes. That KO is well equipped to stop this. Iltazat might have gotten a little closer, but that knife is going to detect him. Ryzen's taking out Deadly. That's one thing, but the overall grand stature of this game gonna work out. 4v3. One player is down pretty low as well. Deathmaker spotted out Ryzen towards mid. This chamber duel has been really entertaining across both sides, but this time Deathmaker might have won it all for his team, taking out the one player that they
30
needed to.
seconds left.
Iltazat's gonna be running into heavy fire. Should I say 1 bullet, which is probably the heaviest bullet in the game. 150 damage straight up. Might have to say GG, good night. This has been an amazing road, an amazing challenge that they've overtaken so far, Goblin attackers. But this is the end
10
of their
seconds
road.
left.
10 seconds. There's only so much he can do. And Deathmaker
Defenders
will
win.
end it all. 13-6. Breeze goes the way of Velocity as Goblin attackers end their Valorant Invitational India journey.
Unfortunately, Gravity already used his wall on A, so you were wondering possibly what happened with Kelsazad there. Why is he pushing Dry on B site? No utility to actually supplement him, so
Exactly.
he had to just challenge, but with such little time to really do anything, there was so many angles that he had to kind of face there, and I think he was just already exhausted at this point that he just ran straight into the site, hoping that maybe he can cross and miraculously plant the spike, force the post plant, and give a chance for Goblin. But that is definitely just a dream not come true for GA and Velocity. You were expecting them to win this Breeze map, and it really does show. It was somewhat close at the start. I mean, 8-4 is still very much doable, but there was that, again, that thrifty round in this series, both on Haven and Breeze, that just immediately turned the tide well in the favor of Velocity. And it kind of just showed. After that, there was no resuscitating the bleeding that was happening against Goblin.
Yeah, let's have a look at the MVP of this game, though, which I believe has to be Deathmaker. I think it's Little Boy. I'm not quite sure, or it could be Deadly. We'll have a look in just about a bit. But the one round that I thought could have made a difference was when they had that KO ultimate and the Sova ultimate, right? The MVP is Little Boy, but I do want to address the fact that they had that KO ultimate, right? But they couldn't even run into the side with that KO ultimate. The abilities were disabled. Nobody was actually capitalizing upon that. And then they had a rogue Hunter's Fury run in, which did detect right to ace, but it didn't get a kill. It was only a tag. And then right to ace returned the favor, and he found a kill with Amaterasu spamming through the smoke as well. And no matter what Little Boy could do today, it just wasn't enough. 19 kills, 292 ACS. He did an amazing job. He is the top fragger of the server, but in the overall situation, his team was just not able to keep up with the team of Velocity. Deathmaker, Deadly, Amaterasu, and Right to Waste, all of them on 18, 18, 13, 16 kills. The team effort is clearly seen here, and that's exactly what happens always on this map of Breeze. Velocity somehow have this really good tendency to perform really well on the map of Breeze as a team, more than one individual taking over.
Yeah, and I think that's where we did see Goblin attackers really struggle to match up to the opposition, right? Is how well they can really coordinate with each other and be able to use that against Velocity. I mean, it's one of the most simple, basic things, but again, that's where you really see the difference between top tier teams and teams that are still trying to get to the top. So with that 13-6, we're going to be ending this series again with Velocity just absolutely dominating the competition right here and now. Just look at those stats real quick. A nice little spread altogether for Velocity here. Hell F didn't get the most performance compared to last game, but to be honest, he didn't really need to step up that hard. Right to A is still doing so much. But again, you know what? Even if this is the series that stops Goblin Attackers show here on this tournament, it was still very entertaining to see how this team tried to fight against Velocity, because they still had some marvelous rounds. Unfortunately, it was not enough.
Yeah, that is true. I think that this team has a lot of potential. They got a little bit of nooks and corners to check up on their strategies and their playstyles. What exactly is the executes coming through when they are using their utility? But on aim, these guys are brilliant. Ryzen, such a prodigious talent he is. Taking on a player like Deathmaker, and multiple times finding that frag onto him with the headhunter, with the operator and whatnot. Amazing stuff from this team. And I really think that they've got a lot of potential going up in the future, where they will be able to give competition to some of the biggest teams out there. They've beaten some of the biggest ones to come to this spot, right? So coming to this top 4 in this group is not an easy task at all. They've beaten so many hundreds of teams to get here. And I believe that with this, Goblin Attackers, I really hope that you guys find your true potential in the time to come by the end of this year. And, they can do something from the start of 2023. But for now, their journey in the Valorant Invitational India ends right here, right now. Unfortunately, they have got, bested by Velocity. But, ladies and gentlemen, we've still got one more game coming, which is at 8 p.m. IST in just about 1.5 hours from now. We've got that game, which is going to be casted by Azurai, and of course, we've got Mamba coming in place of me. But this is the end of the game that we had so far today, ladies and gentlemen. 2 amazing best of 3s. One of them a little bit upside down, and the other one went pretty clean for Velocity. But Azurai, I want to ask you, what do you think of the final game? We've got Velocity going up against Revenant in group finals at 8 p.m. What are you expecting?
I'm honestly just expecting to see an absolutely fantastic game, because I feel like both teams have such already strong pedigrees, if not, strongest teams in India. So I am just super excited to see a back and forth match. I honestly wish it could go a game 3, because I just want to see some really good matches of Valorant. And aside from that, I just want to see how the strong players kind of go up against each other. We've seen Revenant do struggle from last week, but still somehow managed to win fantabulously on some of these rounds. Paradox, I think, is a hot and cold style of player, so I'm wondering how he fares up against Deadly 10. So that's definitely something to kind of watch out for as we wait for that series to undergo.
Yeah, and ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, if you want to stay updated on every single game that's happening, which is going to be happening today, later on, which is going to be happening tomorrow, and of course, the grand final between the two groups, the final slot that is going to be occupied by one of these two teams who are playing today, do go ahead and follow GXR on their social media platforms, on Instagram, on Twitter, to stay updated and be absolutely in check with all of your favorite Valorant teams and, of course, their matches when they're coming on and what is happening. But until the 8 p.m. game, ladies and gentlemen, go grab some drinks, go grab some snacks, have a good evening, play some pugs. If you get tilted, it's all right. Take a break, come watch the games here, and we assure you that you will have the best value entertainment of the highest Valorant action in India. But until then, we're going to take a small little break, and we'll see you all in the next one.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the GXR Valorant Invitational VCT Offseason Qualifiers 2. My name is Asarai, joined with me now by Mamba, and we'll be casting this best of 3 series between Velocity and Revenant Esports. Definitely a series to behold. Again, it's a very, I think, David and Goliath type of match here. What do you think about that, Mamba?
I'd like to put it that way, but I'll be honest, I think Revenant has a lot more potential than that. The players are really promising as a unit as well, right? There are moments of brilliance where you sort of realize that, hey, you know what? This team can actually go to places. But the problem is, I feel like they don't have enough experience as a team to snap back out of moments where they're losing momentum in the game, or a team wins 4 or 5 rounds on the trot and shuts them down. That's where I feel they start losing out on rounds and they are not able to close out games. So it really depends on if they can snap out of it today, because VLT is not going to be easy to take down.
I do feel that, at least for Revenant, it feels like the player that encompasses that has got to be Paradox. I think he's such a hot and cold player. I did mention this, I believe, with Universe last week, where I really was impressed by how he played Reyna back on Icebox. I can't remember which particular series that was, but he was really popping in that particular map. And I think it goes back to what you're saying. If they start real strong, they can really snowball that. But the problem is what happens when they start on that cold feed. They really struggle to get that ball rolling. And against Velocity, that is a definite no-no.
Oh, absolutely. Even if you look at the history, right? Revenant has pulled maps off of VLT, but they've never beaten them. Sure, it was a different lineup with both these teams, but at the end of the day, you want to know that the history between the two teams, VLT has always come out on top. And that's also partly due to the sort of experience that they've always carried. And it's been a fairly stable lineup for VLT, of course, with a couple of players coming in and going out, but the core has always remained the same.
It's so scary to think about that, because the percentage win right now is basically 100% to 0 for Revenant. And this is such an important, I think, series for them as well, because as you mentioned, right, because the change of the rosters and everything, there is so much to prove for Revenant here. They haven't taken a single series away from Velocity, so the pressure definitely is on. And here comes I think the team with the highest chance of success in this series. It's Velocity, Amaterasu right to Ace, Hell F, Deathmaker, Deadly 10. We saw them go up against Goblin attackers a couple of hours ago. It's casting with Universe, and boy, did this team really go above and beyond.
You know, what I really like about Velocity is the addition of Deadly 10, because I feel like Deathmaker had a lot of pressure on him in terms of fragging out. We all know he can frag out. Mechanically, he's pretty gifted, works really hard as well. But when Deadly came into the lineup, I feel like the balance between all those players shifted a lot more, and Deathmaker can take a step back and play the game at his own pace. Deadly, on the other hand, we've seen how cracked he is. He can go and open sites up. If not get the opening, he'll definitely create space for you.
I mean, I'm a newcomer to casting the Indian scene, and I definitely agree with you. There just feels like that certain click that works with Velocity. Deathmaker can sometimes get flustered a bit, but once now that he takes that step back, plays a little farther back into the site, he can really position himself quite well, and that's, I think, where the dynamic really showcases itself. Now, looking on the other side, we have Revenant Esports. Again, Wimp, Paradox, One Tap God, Blackhawk, and Bad Love. I think it was Bad Love and Paradox that get always hit into the spotlight, as well as, I'd say, Blackhawk. I think I've seen his Sage be played excellently when they played Bind against another team, if I recall it correctly. So definitely I think these 3 players are the ones to watch out for.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, even in the morning, right, when they were playing Bind, they looked dominant with 2 controllers, Brim and Viper. They were locking sights down left, right, and center. They did not allow any opportunities for the opposition to come in. But what I'm really interested in is the contest between One Tap God and Deadly, because both these players are pretty cracked. And we saw One Tap play Jet in the morning on Breeze, if I'm not mistaken. And he looked pretty solid.
Yeah. I do retract my segment. Sorry, it wasn't Sage that he was playing. I think he was playing the Brimstone in that one. But again, playing on a non-duelist role while being able to position yourself correctly and always have the upper advantage. Blackhawk just, I think, is one of the best players for Revenant to come out of that theme. I think he's always cool, calm, and collected. So that's definitely going to be something to really help their case against Velocity here, who love to try multiple things. I think that was the best example is quite recently, where they again went up against Goblin attackers. Deadly can just go ham and explode in one point of the map and then gravitate everyone towards him while the rest of his team attack elsewhere. There's really a lot of mix up that I feel like Velocity can really bring to the table. So Revenant's ability to also kind of react to that and not really laser focus on just one aspect and try to even things out is going to be so crucial in being to match up against Velocity here.
I feel like, Revenant, sure, they can absolutely adapt to what VLT is going to do, but at the same time, you also have to understand this. VLT is coming in prepared. They've seen what they can do, by the way. But let's talk about the map video. Yeah, Breeze, Haven, and Bind picked by Velocity. The first pick, Breeze. Revenant picked Haven, which is rather surprising because I feel like Haven is also a very strong map for VLT. So this is going to be pretty dicey if they can't win the first map. The second one, I still feel VLT can close this down 2-0.
I kind of want to see the entire map video. I think they were able to provide it to us because now I'm kind of curious what was the reason why they, as you mentioned, right, picked up Haven. This is such a risky pick, but it could also be because they're also confident about how they perform in this particular map as well. You know, just foregoing the threat of how Velocity played this. Maybe they have their own game plan, so that also is something to watch out for. But this Breeze pick, I definitely think that at least Velocity have a strong grasp on it. I haven't really seen that many other Indian teams aside from maybe God Squad and Enigma that play a good Breeze. So this could really be the first challenge. It's not second map. It's truly the first map. I know it's the first map as well to be played initial, but the stage itself, right? I feel like Breeze is definitely going to be the bigger of the two for Revenant to fight tooth and nail for.
Oh, absolutely. And they did look pretty solid on Breeze in the morning as well. But the only problem was Astro was absolutely closing them down, shutting them down with the Viper on the A side. Now, that's a twofold problem. One, why were you not able to get trades, especially when you know there's only one player who's been getting multi kills, not just multi kills, 4K, 3K. I think there were like 3 rounds in a row where he got like 4K, 3K, 3K, which is absolutely mind bending because of the Viper completely fragging out and out fragging everybody on your team, including the Chamber and the Jet. But bottom line is, Revenant might have had a lesson or two to learn from that matchup, and if they did, then I feel like we might have a very close match at our hands.
Yeah, I mean, learn from your mistakes, right? If they had struggled a little bit there, I mean, granted, Revenant did win that series, but it took them longer than expected. And honestly, W Streak is still a fairly new team now, going up against their technically rivals of a team, and VLT being one of the stronger ones in this particular tournament. It's definitely going to be quite a challenge to mix things up. But as you mentioned, there is that possibility of adapting. So we'll see how that kind of goes. But again, I think going back to how this map veto has been unraveled in front of us, it feels like VLT have this locked and loaded. So the odds definitely are stacked against Revenant here. But of course, not disparaging this team, they can really perform. It really does just feel like VLT was able to play them around in this veto.
Now, here's the thing, right? I mean, sure, we know that Revenant has a lot of potential, and we want a balanced fight. At least we want to see it go to the third map, but the numbers don't lie, right? And we only can predict what's going to happen in the match that we have at our hands by looking at the data that we have. And the data clearly says VLT has won every single match. Are they going to maintain their record of 100% win rate? Are they going to lose? Only time can tell. But for now, all we can do is speculate and hope that Revenant is able to stand this attack that's coming their way.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the match history here for Revenant come Breeze, right? I mean, they were able to win that match against W Streak. They had a solid performance against Lethal in a 13-2, but everything before that, they have been really struggling in Breeze itself. I think the last time they went against Velocity on Breeze, it went 13-5 on the favor of Velocity here. So there is that kind of back and forth performance output that we can see from Revenant. So again, as you mentioned, they have that chance. They have that ability to pop off. The problem is, at least looking at the track record, it has been a very shaky road for them on this Breeze map. I'm not sure what the struggle was, if their mid-control was lacking, because Velocity loves to go for that. Anyways, I do believe that the agent selection is coming. So we'll see Mostly, I think we see mirror matches here, but I would love to see Revenant kind of mix things up. And all right, it's about the same. They are going to be opting for the Sky though, but they have done this in the past.
They've done this in the past for sure. Well, KO, so fair game. There's no doubt about that. But yeah, no, this is interesting. So substituting KO for Sky, it really does come down to what sort of a playstyle you have. Because
Yeah.
KO can absolutely take down the Viper wall if you get the knife right. But the question is, are you always going to be able to get that right? Because apart from that, with the recent nerf that came in, you can't be that aggressive with KO anymore.
I think, yeah, I do agree. I think more of the right-click flash has been severely nerfed on his side. Sky, on the other hand, it's still really good for setting flashes for your teammates. And of course, I think we can't disparage that Sky, compared to KO, has a lot more sustainability because of that regrowth of hers. So if you get into a fight, you can always top off your teammates. That might not be the
Select
biggest
your
of deals, but when you get when this is Breeze, a map that you always have to fight in the side of, right? And it's RNT, Revenant starting on the attacking side, it's always nice to be able to top your teammates off so that if you're successful in taking the side, if you're going to be able to get into that post plan, you can always get back to 100 and challenge a lot more fights more comfortably than, you know, being like 20 HP and you're like, oh, am I going to be able to win this battle? If you're back to 100, it's much better for you to be able to do that.
Well, absolutely. And I think it's just, there's a lot more use for it if you want to be super aggressive, right? Or you just want to make sure you have a lot of map control on both the sides, because of course you can enable your team to get a control on one side and also rotate back, help your teammate out, because the flash will always regen. And as a matter of fact, it's been buffed. Of course, there's one more mechanism where there's this clocking time, if you want to call it that, right? The longer you hold it, the longer the flash is, which is just incredible, because if you get it right, I think it takes about 2.5 seconds, is it?
Yeah,
If I'm not mistaken, 2.5 seconds.
There's like a small meter that says it's a weak flash, and after that, it's already a full flash. So it's really strong for setting flashes for your teammates, but bad for kind of getting a pop flash. As you can't do that. I mean, it's really weak now. I've tried it. It's kind of sucks. Also, I know I'm an initiator player, so yeah. Anyways, I also want to add as well that I feel like you just get a lot more control per se with the Sky Sova combo in terms of clearing corners, because the Sova drone is good, but it is a little bit slow because it doesn't have that fast mobility. Also, if you play your cards correctly, the Trailblazer is incredibly strong at flushing out corners, and if you're able to concuss, follow up with maybe your jet that dashes in, it's possibly an easier kill for you to entry up onto the site. So I really do like the Sky at this point. I think she's really strong. And of course, when you're able to activate those Seekers, it just makes it easier for you to, you know, do something. So if your initiator is uncomfortable being that entry frag and KO, you know, at least you have that fallback of the ultimate just to kind of clear corners and help out your entire team.
Well, absolutely, and it's especially useful against the Viper spit, right? Because a lot of times it's difficult to find where the Viper is. Sure, we're not using Harbor right now, so we can't even talk about that. But the point is, with the Seekers, it's easier relatively to find where the Viper is and potentially get that round. But we've also seen that work against the team that's actually using it a lot of times, because if the Viper is being super aggressive, the Seekers won't react in time. So it really does come down to how you use it and what your playstyle is as a unit. Because there's a lot of permutations and combinations over here. Sure, you can look at the line of the agent composition, be like, you know what, this comp looks stronger, this comp doesn't look as good, but it also does come down to the sort of playstyle that you want to bring to the table.
Yeah, I'm just really excited because, again, I think Sky is the best initiator that you could ever ask for. Again, Sova probably has the more clear-cut utility, but I just like how she's kind of a Swiss Army knife that you can have a healer, you can have that flash, everything that you kind of need, zone control as well. I don't know. I'm just a huge bias.
You also don't
for
need
Sky.
to entry frag. That's why maybe you're playing initiators. Who knows?
Hey,
Who knows?
you can still entry frag with Sky, all right? I mean, the flashes are weaker, but you just have to play a lot cheekier. If you think about it, Sky is the only agent that can ever do a fake flash, right? Because you don't have to activate the guiding light. You can opponents will have to respect that they have to turn around because they're expecting it, and you just swing out for a free kill. Much easier than just flashing because the draw time for the weapon's worse now. So stuff like that could be seen.
Look, man, everything's a flash if you're brave enough. throw a pistol around the corner.
Throw
who
a
knows?
pistol out in the open. Yeah.
But the funny thing is, like, as stupid as it sounds from a third person's perspective, like, I would never fall for it. But let's be honest, we've all fallen for it at some point in our lives.
100%. All right. I believe the game is ready. So let's stop all this silliness. No, I'm kidding. It's not silliness. It's actually legit talk. See what happens on that pistol. Honestly, again, odds definitely are stacked against Revenant. So there is a lot of emphasis for this team to get that ball rolling. They were successful with this composition against W Streak, but it took them a longer time. And that is a team that hasn't really been formed for long. VLT has been playing for a very long time now. And of course, again, the pedigree of this team is quite high.
Oh, it's quite high for sure. But, well, here's the first round going in, ladies and gentlemen. We do have the toxic screen coming into us here. And the guiding light as well. One tap god is not going to wait. He wants to go in, absolutely goes in. But look at that snake bite, taking away so much HP. That's a problem and a half.
They slowed down the pace already, as they have to respect that the wall blocks their entryway onto the site itself. What's kind of good is, again, a one-tap god. I believe he was healed by Wimp. Ooh, that is going to be bad. Shock Dart, though, from Bad Love is horrific. The fight, VLT, is making them work for it. One-tap god now going to be stuck at fence, but it's a 2 versus 1. I don't think Materasu has been rushed out already. What a shot from Materasu. This one bullet is all he needs, although Paradox pins him. And that is going to be a starting round for Revenant.
Yeah, that was quite an interesting round, to say the least. But the fact that One Tap had to fall back all the way because his teammates were not able to come in was rather unfortunate for him. But Revenant Esports, at the end of the day, they still come out on top. Somehow managed to make it happen. VLT, not the best start, but I think it was good enough. They had enough frags to work with. So economy on attackers, if they lose this round, they're in trouble.
Yeah. Well, what's kind of good as well is, I think, just the reset for Revenant there, right? Because as you mentioned, One Tap was already so far from his teammates that backing away, again, was a smart decision. And he can always, again, play it slow because he had Wimp that had full utilities. Not going to know that the flank will come through on mid from Deathmaker. Makes it into the 1 versus 1. Have to respect that he still has some bullets on that Headhunter. He's looking for the target, but finds him first.
Yeah, I think that was rather brave of him to go in with one bullet. I mean, sure, you're mechanically gifted, but you want to take that risk. Understandable, but that doesn't work out. That's a very expensive bullet. But regardless, Blackhawk trying to just find the last person alive. And Materasu, who's going to try his best to get some exit frags if he can. But Wimp, on the other hand, not quite sure what he's doing over there. Regardless, Materasu will get taken down. And ladies and gentlemen, that is a second round for Revenant Esports.
Yeah, pretty clean, actually. Just a straight up aggressive take on mid, primarily through elbow. Now, of course, as always, this is the first challenge. The buy round for VLT is where we dictate. I wonder what's going to be the adjustment here for Revenant. They know that they're going to have the weaker weapons. They still have the Viper's Wall that'll make things a little bit more palatable for them. I think an A-take would be still not a bad idea, because they do have the threat of the flash, and as we saw, One Tap God can always just play safe. But now the problem lies, they won't really be able to flush a lot of positions. But as I say that, now we see on the minimap that it's going to be a through tunnel push, which could actually work because they're going to be playing in close quarter combat here, Mamba, as they start coming in. But Deadly ready for that swing.
Oh, he is. He absolutely is. But I feel like this is actually the right take to go in that way with Deadly. He is going to get spotted. He needs to stay alive, trying his best. But while his teammates go in, Hellfire fighting too. And that's a problem because here's the thing. I feel like the idea of this execution was, at least in my opinion, right, was correct. Because if you go towards A, you don't have the best of weapons to work with. All you have is SMGs. And that's a very, very open site, right? So if you have somebody on the bridge, maybe playing backside, it's not that easy. On B side, on the other hand, you have a lot of cover to move around with. So the idea was there, but the execution was shut down by VLT because they had 3 players on B and 1 towards mid. So the read was absolutely on point.
Yeah. I think this one was live or die by the entry frag of One Tap God. Because if One Tap got the successful take there, that would have been much easier for them. Ooh, I like the Cloud Burst. That'll give Deadly at least some free leeway to keep pushing mid. And I'm not sure if Revenant will actually expect this. I really want to see his perspective there. There we go. Now he backs away. Does get the information, though. So he's going to call maybe some of his teammates to start rotating in. But VLT not really flinching just yet as they see the wall. Right to Ace does have utility to actually slow things down, excuse me, with the shock darts. So as he hears the footsteps, maybe he can set things up. It's a little bit too close for comfort, but I mean, he's still unseen for the most part.
That's a good shock dart. That's an even better reveal. Look at the amount of information he has now. His teammates can come in as well. Right to Ace, in all information in the world. Playing his role to perfection, but will get taken down by Wimp, and Deadly is not going to slow down either. One tap being taken down by him. Finds that trade. I mean, he got the flag before him, but Hellfighter taking down Bad Love. It's going to be Wimp all alone in a 1v3. It's not going to be easy for sure, but you think there's potential?
Yeah, but look at where everybody's looking at. Plus that wall from the Viper. It's going to be quite difficult. Great ping, though, but unfortunately, the bullet's just not connecting. They're waiting for the flash out. I saw Hell F just looking to the wall. So they were very much prepared for the push out because that wall, I think, got back to a full 100. So the duration was just enough, more than enough for that defuse. So he really had to challenge. But again, without that flash, it was very difficult for Wim to win that.
Oh yeah. Good round for Velocity though. They only lost 2 players and they had technical time. That's unfortunate. But the point being, it was a good round for Velocity because they had 3 guns surviving over there. So a lot of money being saved, of course, winning the round as well. Revenant on the other side will have a lot of strategizing to do. I hope they have a plan A, B, C, D, E. Maybe a little more alphabets, who knows. But the point is, this round I feel like is going to be it's not going to be a complete eco. They could go in for a half buy, not a forced buy, and see what they can do with it. But apart from that, I don't think there's anything else in this round that's going to happen from Revenant's side.
Macro wise, I feel like Revenant are doing correct by rotating and everything, right? They set their utilities properly. The problem is, I think they just get challenged so hard in transition to that post plant. Right, that phase where they want to position themselves and force VLT to retake that site. But VLT has always gotten so many more kills. And when we get into that part where VLT can just, go for that spike, start defusing it, there's no more real threat level for Revenant here. Yeah, they have like 2 players remaining, but the utility is looking very thin, if not existent at all. The problem is as well that their positioning is very much also predicated already. Oh, everybody's going to be at A main. We already saw them exiting there. There's no time for maybe that one player for Revenant to wrap all the way around double door without leaving their teammate in a 1 versus X, 1 versus 3 situation. So there really is pretty big difficulties, I think, for Revenant just to get into that good transitional phase of post plant. And you kind of see that in the past 4 rounds. And Velocity are pretty much playing this so well.
Oh, they are playing it really well. I feel like right to Ace, the sort of impact he created by just staying alive, right? Staying alive, being patient. The first shock dart, of course, dishing out a little bit of damage. But the recon was absolutely on point. Got all the information in the cubby and on the side.
What's going to be the adjustment, right, for Revenant now? Just technical timeout, at least, giving them some much-needed breathing space. We talk about how it seems like Velocity's already winning, but it looks like 2-2. So the chat's probably like, what are you talking about? But the way that this match is already going, Revenant definitely is struggling just figuring out what happens when Velocity can buy up full. The utilities, the setups and everything, it's a definite struggle for them. So I wonder if they're going to try to go and just see the defense by just aggressing towards maybe B side. They haven't really done a full B push on a full buy, so that is also a possibility to watch out for. Could be for sure. Yeah.
Chat's always pretty dicey, isn't it? I don't know if you actually had a look over there. I prefer not to watch it at all.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, it's funny sometimes. I do drop by to watch matches and I see all these opinions and I'm like, that's an interesting take. That is definitely an interesting take, and you start questioning your own reality because a lot of things don't make sense. A lot of things don't make sense, but it is what it is. It's a lot of fun, and let's be honest. All these supporters for all these teams, right? They carry a lot of passion in their heart, so I can completely understand where they're coming from because they want their team to win. With Velocity, with Revenant, especially with Velocity, by the way, because they happen to be one of the most popular teams in the country. Also because some of the players they have been around for a while, and the team itself has been around since the inception of Valorant and the competitive scene. So sure, the fans carry a lot of passion, and you see that. You see that on social media, you see that in the chat, and you see that in person as well when you attend all these events and you see these players needing an escort to come into a LAN event. It's something I've not witnessed in India before this year.
Oh, I've seen it before in a different game. I've been to Kolkata and Hyderabad before, so this will be fun to kind of see what happens for Valorant this time. This will be something to watch out for. Plans can be definitely wild. Now, thankfully, the technical timeout is already done. I want to see what happens here, but might not see too much in this particular one since there's not really much firepower for Revenant. They do have the blades for one tap. Again, this is where it becomes a bit difficult. Weaker weapons. Although, if they slow push us on B, no smokes have been used, no snakebite push. So if they can find that opening, this could be strong, but they still default back onto mid here. They haven't really done any damage. Those wall barriers shoots through the smoke could, but yeah, it's low probability. Not going to happen. Now they have a clear picture of where the rest of Revenant are. One tap now slowly peeking up. This could be good. Oh, that was huge, but Deadly still holding on B.
That was a good contact play, but I'm still not quite sure why would he peek something that open. But Deadly, oh no, but even that but still gets it. It doesn't matter. That's a third. And the Monster also coming in clutch with the backup that he needed. But with 5 HP, he's still peeking that angle. The amount of confidence that Deadly has is unbelievable.
He's the one-tap god right now in this scenario. 4K on the Thrifty round for Revenant. You have that replay for that one? That was sick. Look at that. Unfortunately, one tap didn't have any teammates to flush out Deadly. So that was kind of awkward, right? Where the rest of them were setting up utility and it was only one tap for contact. Maybe if he had an extra player with him, Deadly would have been less confident to actually challenge. Or at least, you know, Revenant would have had a percentage chance of maybe trading that and opening up the site entirely for B.
You know what? I'll be honest. I feel like Deadly redeemed himself after Hellfighter died while he's not watching B main, getting that 4K that he did. If he did not get that first pick, things could have been different. Things could have absolutely been different, and that would have been unfortunate because I can imagine Hellfighter being like, "Yo, I was counting on you to watch B main." Ooh, look at that. Another command coming in will not allow any sort of U-turn, and there's Revenant stuck inside A main.
Look at this double up position for Velocity, right? Both initiators on the left corner on fence here. But as soon as the null command dissipates, Matarasu and teammate just back away onto the back of site, which I still really like. They do have the molly, they do have the shock darts. If they commit to this fight, there's no more Sova drone. And always that recon dart can just be broken, you know, 180, shoot the wall, it's easy. So there's not really a lot of things that Revenant can do coming into the site, so they gotta go in blind, but the Seekers are there. Yeah, Seekers can't be stopped by the blade. So this is the perfect time for him to readdress. Amaterasu still playing close. He's trying to play around the recon dart, which I still do like. They line up for him, but Revenant just has the numbers.
Revenant has the numbers, and right now, they're actually down to a man deficit. It's a 3v4. Make that 1v3 because Deathmaker right two ways. How can you take down players one by one? It all comes down to Paradox. The X Factor, as people like to call him on Revenant. Pull it off. We'll find out. Nope, he can't.
So the reason why we saw VLT just get stacked up like that, right, is they already have the Viper Spit on B main. I think they were just confident that nobody's going to try to push through that. You also see Hell F just kind of hovering towards tunnel. So he would have heard maybe some running through elbow. If he pushed out a little bit through mid, he would have seen any rotations come out through there. So that's why there was that massive 4-stack for VLT on fence. And there was such a... And I think that was the right call because you saw how much difficulties Revenant was trying to get that backside control. It's kind of good that they got the A site, but the problem there was... how do you say this? That positioning is just very susceptible to shock darts and snake bites. And you saw Revenant kind of take a brunt of damage throughout the entire team with those specific utilities, which made it so easy for Velocity just to finish them off, even though they almost got that plant on the spike.
What I really like is the fact that they've taken a timeout at the best possible time. Malik's realized that the team needs a moment to recalibrate and go back. And this is exactly what I was talking about as well, right? The moment you start stealing away the momentum from Revenant, they start falling apart. And that's what Malik's recognizing. Like, you know what? Let's take a moment. Let's recollect, recalibrate, and take this on one round at a time. Imagine it's 0-0, right? Just move on with it.
Reset. Yeah.
You want to
Mental
play?
wise,
Let's
that's
play.
absolutely true. But we also can't take out of the board how velocity. Yeah, this Deadly's just doing deadly things. Whoa! There was like 2 people, and they were hearing him just hovering towards that. Yikes! Also, that spray through the smoke. Look at the HP for one tap. Again, thankfully they do have the sky here for that regrowth just to heal things back up. And this is, I think, the perfect chance for Revenant now because they got the 1-to-1 trade, and more importantly, that one that they took away was deadly.
Not ready.
I'll be honest, it's so much fun watching Deadly play the way that he does, right? It's almost cocky the way he goes in, but he has a skill to back it up.
And we kind of see that on mid, right? Ooh, big flanks by Deathmaker as he does stop the one lurking through mid. And this is just an all-out shoot bonanza. Who's better aim? Seems like Velocity are on the top of that. Finally deals with Deathmaker, but look at how close the rest of Velocity are already on Shop, and seems like they're going to have themselves a nice little buying spree as they take 1, 2, actually 5 of the kills on the side there of Revenant. Retake will be successful, and Velocity, they're really just enforcing their will on this entirety of the map on Breeze.
Oh yeah, they're throwing the weight around for sure because the way Deadly went in, right? That shows the amount of respect they have for the opposition, which by the way is none. And they're just going at it. That push was so dicey, right? Because he had nobody to trade him out. If he died there without the first pick, then that would have been a problem for VLT. But I guess they're comfortable and confident enough to push in like that, and they know Deadly mechanically can deliver. The moment he sees a player, he's going to be at least able to get 1 kill for sure before being traded out. So as long as it works out, right?
He's built different.
Deploying drone.
Let's just in on it. Ooh, he's kind of exposed on B. But since Deadly is holding the angle, yeah, that Sova's safe right there. This smoke's about to dissipate. One Tap's taking so much time for this. He might actually get caught by the peak from Deathmaker, but Amaterasu doesn't give them any space whatsoever. In transition, gets caught out on double doors. Does find the pick. What a shot from Deathmaker! Fade away, jumping one tap, and hits him with what I like to call, man, the fly swatter. What a shot.
Let me take a moment. Because the silence speaks 1,000 words, right? Yeah. You should say it's a picture, but bottom line is, what in the world was that shot? I don't even know if he scoped in, but you can't describe something like that. There is no appropriate word for that apart from being clapped. Absolutely clapped.
When I hear that word, I chuckle. I'm sorry, but you're absolutely right. Yeah, but you're absolutely right, man. There is just no words for that shot from Deathmaker. How many times have he done this before? Okay, Deathmaker hasn't had the most kills for Velocity, right? It's been Deadly and I think Hell F for the most part. But that doesn't mean that he's any less of a player for Velocity here. When he needs to, he performs. And we see that from time to time when he's put on the pedestal, and boy does he give us a highlight reel.
Oh, absolutely. He delivers when he needs to, and we've seen that. He performed really well under pressure, but Deathmaker being the first pick, first player to go down on Velocity side over there right away, so he might need a lot more backup than that. Does get the information. Can he find the frag? But yes, indeed he does. He had backup to work with as well. He was not able to get the gun out, by the way, in time. If he did not have his teammate to back him up, would have been taken down over there with the Humphrey's Fury coming in. Deadly could potentially go in, but will get taken down by Bad Love. And finally, see around going Revenant's way, but Paradox quickly gets a trade onto Amaterasu, which was great. So that's good spacing, good calls, good coordination, making sure that if you take a fight, you're making the most of it.
Shot done.
Well, this is the perfect time for Revenant to get a round in on their sails. Paradox holding the cross here right to Ace. Took a lot of time waiting for that push because of the recon dart thrown by Bad Love. And now it's all about the exit frags. Bad Love gets out in the nick of time. Both Sova players here will live to fight for another day, but finally a round on the board for Revenant. I love that they have a set play like that. Being able to smoke bridge just gets them so much map control, and the pinch from switch so that nobody on the A side can actually get back into cover. Huge, huge tactical play from Revenant there.
Oh, absolutely. But you have to hand it to Deadly as well. He's been playing out of his mind. We've seen him perform at a really high level, getting all those picks, but it's been, what, 9 rounds? He only has 13 kills to work with. It's just incredible to see the way he's absorbed the pressure of being put amongst the best in the country and making sure that he performs day in and day out. That's just commendable.
And this has been like going through the rest of the day, right? They've played so many series already, but Deadly's just that consistent as well. Ooh, the recon dart I love. Oh, the push! Blackhawk still hits the shot. We haven't really seen Blackhawk do too much this round, but finally a kill that really puts the position better for Revenant here. I think they're still going to be committed for pushing on this A side, but the Matarasu snuck up on Bricks. Wimp will use... Oh, I don't think the dog spotted his position. Even though the flash does come out, I don't think they're going to be checking this, but never mind. That Sova drone still doesn't spot him, I believe. They're still pushing it on this, Mamba.
Yeah, he's going to hold it. He can absolutely hold that. The recon is going to get taken out of the equation as well. It's going to be Hellfighter taking the first contact. Amaterasu is in a great position. He could potentially push in if he wants to with a flash, but does not need to. Has all the information in the world, but Paradox is coming in. This is when they need to make a move. They need to get that information going, and that's exactly what they do. Look at Amaterasu. That's spotted bot. Lands the shot. That was very, very crucial. If you'd missed that, that would have been a problem, but now they know it's a B take coming in. Paradox has already picked up the operator. It is a 2v3, but I really like what Paradox is doing. He's being super aggressive. He's picking that fight because he needs to reduce that mad advantage that VLT has while the spike goes down.
Unfortunately, no one was peeking through Nest there as Wimp was planting the spike. Could have been a delay or even a deny at that point, but got very lucky. Paradox, though, the timing is going to have to be crucial. The Matarasu finds him in transition. Wimp exposed by that recon. He's going to have to find that first pick, but unfortunately, HellF shuts any possibility of that down. It's going to be a straight-up retake. They save the operator as well as just give more ult charges back again. And look at that. Viper Spit up and running already for HellF to utilize for next round.
Yeah, that was so much patience on Amaterasu's behalf, and even Hellfighter, right? He played the perfect teammate. Made sure the recon, so the owl drone was taken out of the equation, the trailblazer as well. When the recon dot came and he broke that as well. So even though the recon dot wasn't a threat, he made sure that he had all the attention directed towards him instead of Amaterasu, and perfect information play as well. The moment they realized that Paradox has taken mid control, Amaterasu decided to push in. Of course, he had footsteps as well. But he decided to get that information, and I feel that was very, very, very crucial.
Wow, he couldn't do anything at all. That KO Blade just deactivated the util of the Matarasu straight up. Paradox trying to get that finalizing pick, and look at that, 3 simultaneous kills. Deathmaker still on the side itself, and he's holding on. Does have his teammate HellF to equalize things a lot more. Now it's a 2 versus 1. It's still the weak buy for Revenant, but they should be able to pick up weapons in transition. They're thinking about what is going to be coming to double doors, but HellF has gone all the way around, and they're not going to know about this. Wimp is looking right behind him. Bad Love doesn't even know about this. Although he is in a prime position to get closer with that Spectre, could find the fight against HellF, but he's so aware. He gets pushed forward and plays it perfectly. What a read from HellF, as well as the flank, and that's going to be an easy, easy clutch for the man himself.
Look at Ace in the background, so happy, right? He was just so happy. He knew how much this round means, because if they would have lost this, it was an opening for Revenant to start making a comeback in the match, but they want to shut them down. They don't want to give away any sort of leeway. They don't want to give one more round than they deserve, and that's exactly what Velocity is doing. Hellfighter coming in clutch when his team needed him the most.
I wanted to read to see that how Revenant got that simultaneous 3K at the start, because they were so weak on buys. Maybe it was a reset at double doors, right? They waited for that suppression on one tap to diminish so he could start pushing in with the blades, threaten, and then Blackhawk just got follow-up after follow-up, which was incredibly important. Now Revenant also threatening with the Tour de Force, but What do they have when Hell F does have that huge utility in hand? But one tap does not respect it, walks straight up to his face and say, I'm going to take this side. You shut your Viper Pit down. It seems like he's not stopping at all, but now he kind of dictates to do so. But it's a 4 versus 5. Might as well play the slow game since they're looking to at least control this post-plant situation.
100%, he does not need to overextend. Luckily, Viper's Pit comes in the picture. He can play inside that. But question is, ooh, Deadly being taken down over there by Win. And Deathmaker does strike back, but is that going to be enough? I guess we'll find out in just a few moments. Deathmaker, though. Yeah, he actually wants to play around his rendezvous. Didn't want to push in. This is where one tap can actually push out of the Viper's Pit and maybe get a pick up.
Player standing.
Wow. They are committing a lot of this. Oh, sorry. It was last round, so it's fine. But really strong and great read of the situation there for one tap just to push aggressive through the Viper Spit of Hell F. Because he heard the snakebite being thrown in front of him, he had the idea that Hell F was still in transition to bring out his weapon, so he immediately just, again, went straight forward, right, rather than retreating back to his team. So that I think that one play really helped them secure the site and in turn the entire round. So 8-4, not too shabby for Revenant, who definitely was struggling in that first half.
True, but I have to point this out, right? One tap God just pushing into Viper's Pit, especially given the fact that he knew that his team was over there to back him up, and not just back him up, get the trade in case the Viper takes him down. So that was a very smart play. It shows confidence, understanding of the game, and the understanding of fundamentals as well, because that is the only reason why they were able to get that round. Point being, played it perfection, 8-4. They still have a chance, but the pistol and the first spy round is going to be very, very crucial.
It's going to be an adjustment here with Revenant being on the defense, right? I mean, it still is a similar, if not mirror match, with just the Sky and the KO being different. So how are they going to defend with this particular composition? Maybe this is actually going to be better for them since Paradox doesn't really have to aggress anymore. He's the one just holding on the back of sights and stuff like that. Even if he can get suppressed, he still has cover between cover as opponents come in. So I think this is where Paradox plays the strongest. Again, I go back to before this first game started, where I think Paradox really had his strong rounds when they're going to be on the defending side, because he just likes to play those really cheeky off angles that I think opponents don't really expect at the couple of rounds, and he kind of banks on that and really steamrolls himself to victory with that kind of play style.
Well, that it does. I mean, we saw Revenant struggle on attack in the first match as well today, so I'm not too worried for them as long as they have a strong start on defense. Otherwise, it's going to be difficult for them. But I do believe that they are more than capable of getting a strong start and build on that snowball, that momentum. But I guess we'll find out. But Velocity, on the other hand, there's no stopping them. Once they find the groove, once everybody starts stepping up, especially with the way Deadly's been feeling himself, right? He just goes in, he doesn't care. He just simply does not care. He has no respect for the opposition and has the skill to back up his cockiness.
Honestly, if you're in that kind of position, right, imagine what it is to be on the other side of the team. Because in that kind of situation, the receiving end of that would either have to fight it or just be tormented by it, right? And that's kind of a risky thing to think about because WF has so much leeway now against Revenant. It's kind of hard to explain, but when you're in that situation, there's so much attention that can really be put on you. And as I mentioned, though, Paradox does love to play himself, play that defensive side because he can always just be that aggressive. Anyways, VLT trying to spread themselves on this map, not really working too much, so they default back onto A, but the damage has been done. 3 versus 5, and this setup lineup, look at how he just envelops right to Ace. Unfortunately, that will be the end of him. Spike has been planted, but the retake is going to be horrible right now for Velocity.
Last player standing.
You have to hand it to Revenant. You have to hand it to them. The prep work shows every single player, right? The Viper, the Sova, the Shock Dart, Snakebite, absolutely on point. And yeah, going in for the default plan doesn't really work out in his favor. But what a round. What a round by Revenant Esports. You have to hand it to them. Paradox, one top god, both of them getting those initial picks. The question I have is, sure, you want to lurk around, no doubt about that, but wasn't it too early for him to be pushing in?
I think he wanted to make up for the loss of life that happened to who was that? To Deadly. Plus, they already showed their forces on B somewhat, so it would have made sense to start pressuring, I think, Halls. I think what happened there was just a really good read for one tap. Plus, it was still a 4 versus 5, so his teammates were evenly spread out on the map. So I think they were just making sure, and due diligence pays off. I think that's what happened.
That sounds like a gambling addiction gone wrong, right? You incurred a loss, double down on it. But no,
Yeah.
jokes about Paradox is, again, playing super aggressive. He just knows when they're about to peak. Misses the shot. They're almost connected it. Saw it happen. It will fall back. We do have the Toxic Screen along with the Cloud Burst, but Paradox is not going to let them come in. Gets the first pick. Needs to find the second as well, but Wimp is caught between a rock and a hard place. And they both get taken down, but Bad Love coming in clutch and making sure, ooh, does he connect the last one? Nope, he does not. Amalteros is surviving on half HP. Less than half, as a matter of fact. 3-2-1. It's not going to be easy because Blackhawk is going to make sure that he does not let Amalteros across to the side with that Bulldog.
Bad Love, even though he got that 3K, it took him a while to actually find that. They've already almost gotten control of the site itself. Thankfully enough, he was able to capitalize on it. I think he was looking at Amaterasu, who was tagged by his drone, but didn't really expect that there was anyone out in the open after pushing through the smoke. In any case, good compensation for Revenant there. They did still lose a good chunk of their players, so the play is here, Mamba, to kind of go for this broken buy where somebody will have to force themselves, somebody will have to save, so that they do have some buying power in the next round, come what may. That is a huge... Oh, okay. Huge guiding light with the 4-player peak. Hey, sometimes you gotta do the Avengers, right? No Sage Wall here, but yeah, nice push.
That was so cheeky. They knew exactly what they were doing, but Wim needs to stay alive. Needs to find one at least. Does he have enough? No, he does not. Paradox though getting a quick trade. It will get taken down. But it was so cheeky. I loved it. They knew that they could peek with Guiding Light. That's why all 4 of them wanted to peek together, but turns out nobody peeked.
Deploying drone.
Unfortunately, it doesn't translate into anything much big for the rest of the team. Right to ace and teammate gets tagged in the back of the site, but there's so much delay tactics here, delay utility for BLT. That was a sick flash from Amaterasu. And even sicker on the follow-through as he gets the 2K. One tap alone. Yeah, he's just going to abandon this. 4 versus 1. No chance in heck. Might as well save the weapon, give it to somebody else. Or maybe save it for himself because he doesn't have the blades come into the next round. Really difficult here. The attack from Velocity is just very well thought of.
Oh, absolutely. They were prepared. They were prepared for anything towards B side. And the moment they started pushing in, they went all guns blazing. That was a good execute. Amaterasu with that flash was so confident. He knew exactly how the flash was going to behave on the ground. Did not even flinch when it hit the ground right around the corner. So he knows his mechanics in and out, and it worked out in his favor.
Worked out so well. What's going to be the adjustment right now for Revenant? They're struggling to keep this map afloat for them. I mean, they're trying multiple things right on the offense, but it hasn't really worked out. I think it's because there's that certain point of part of that push where they just say, you know what, screw it, let's keep pushing and see what happens. Right? There's no supplementary follow-up to it. One tap just aggresses, hoping that he can get a pick at the start, or maybe his teammates are able to follow through. There's that bit of disconnect, I think, that happens here for Revenant that just makes their push a lot more susceptible to getting disrupted by Velocity if you look at it slowly as they start attacking the site.
Oh, yeah, but one thing I've really appreciated about Malix is the fact that he knows when his team needs a moment, they need to recalibrate, and once again, taking the time out when the team needed it the most. Hopefully that allows them to turn the tides around. But if it doesn't, then well, Velocity already came in as the hot favorites, right? So no harm, no foul. Hellfire, on the other hand, was spotted but deadly, getting the first pick on a Paradox.
Here.
Ooh, spotted one coming through on Nest there. Wimp slowly backing away here as it doesn't have any form of backup come what may. Oh, the charger from Deadly. So big on the punish. Now one is alone on the side. No, make that two, but Deadly still finds the pick in the end. It's going to leave it onto Blackhawk's hands. Very capable, but he's taking such a bit of a beatdown, down to single digits already. Could try to go for the wraparound as he kind of tried to see him, but Deadly was already hard on the chase. I believe he had the information from his teammate and knew exactly where his opponent was, but he waited for that, or rather, opportunistic maybe, for that updraft dash into the face of Bad Love.
I'm convinced that Deadly thinks this is a pickup game and not an actual professional match. Man just walks in casually. He knows where the Hunter's Fury is coming from. He knows he can go in. There's nobody backing him up. Casually drops a 4K. You know what's funny, Azurai?
What is?
I have the confidence minus the skill that Deadly has.
I feel you. Right? Whenever you watch any of these god duelists do their thing, and you're like, you know what? Why don't I hop into a game of Valorant and see what I can do? You know, I've watched it, I've learned from it. You get 1-2 rounds where it works, and then after another round, you're like, what is happening now? Oh, you know, I'm just not a good player. Thank you very much.
You get 1-2. Man, I get 0 rounds, but better humbled earlier than never. Well, getting back to the game though, Blackhawk does get some information to work with, but does he have enough to stop the push? Nope, he can't. One tap got so close to the door. Don't think he's going to be able to dish out any damage whatsoever, but Battle not being taken down. Deathmaker taking his sweet time. It almost felt like he was going to drop a high in the chat before he knocks him out, but well, there you go. One more round going Velocity's way. 2v4 retake. Not going to happen with the sort of weapons they have.
Yeah, they really like to stress the defense of Revenant, especially when they know that Revenant don't have the utilities. And more times than not, it's been successful because I think Revenant just aren't able to match the pace of the offense, right? It's a very viable thing to happen. Matarasu finds the last pick. But yeah, going back to my point there, you really do see that be well committed. Look at how just Deathmaker slowly but surely creeps up onto Halls because Paradox wasn't able to put that trap. Maybe he forgot, or no utility, or no money to do so. But again, it goes back to the point where Velocity are always willing to fight. They don't assume that, oh, this is trapped in Halls by the trademark, so I won't push it anymore. But they don't. They just keep stressing it. And it really has put a lot of strain on Revenant's ability to defend multiple angles here on Breeze.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what's happening with the trademark being on the B side and not inside Halls. Regardless, Paradox is going to fall back. Had a lot of presence. Almost got taken down, but look at this though. They don't want to stop whatsoever. Paradox wouldn't get in the first pick, but Amaterasu with the fragment. Ellie gets one for himself and a lot of trades coming in. It is still a 2v3. Actually a 2v2. Make that a 2v3 now because right to Ace is going to bring back Amaterasu to life. He's going to try and push in. Hellfire might just get taken down, which indeed he does. But right to Ace will quickly trade him out.
Really fast ability to... Okay, he's been exposed already. This is perfect. I mean, he has to wait for that triple ping from the drone before he starts pushing in. Blackhawk has not found any form of leeway in this particular fight. Look at how right to Ace just backs away. Although that wall cover actually doesn't spot him from this position. That shock dart actually connects. 26 HP. How quick is your flick? Not fast enough. And right to Ace, right to clutch. That's going to propel this Velocity team to match point already.
Yeah, the only time being quick would be appreciated, but you know what? There's more to it. You gotta be accurate as well. You can flick your mouse as fast as you want, but you gotta connect those shots. And
Yeah.
I feel like if he would have stuck the fuse, he might have had it. I'm not quite sure though because I didn't pay attention to the ball, but it did feel like it. But it's also a very brave thing to do. But Velocity, you know, it did look like initially in the second half they might struggle with it, but You know, the irony of the ironies is that Revenant
Spike
got the first two rounds in the.
down
What's that?
Yeah, it
Yeah.
misaligned. It hit
Yeah.
the very top, so it's not gonna find anything whatsoever.
Yeah.
This is the perfect round now for Revenant to at least win, because there feels like a disjoint at this point for Velocity. Also, one tap. Unfortunately, we weren't able to see it. He aggressed towards a main, and you gotta respect how Revenant.
Last
Yeah,
player
they're
standing.
still not backing away from the
Spike down
challenge
A.
of their opponent, right? Where they keep fighting and keep challenging these locations. Amaterasu very much at least aware of what. Oh no, he's not gonna be aware of that. That swing in though, quick and fast, but Blackhawk was ready for that trade. So still a fighting chance, but 5 rounds in, it's gonna be a tall order for Revenant to bring this back up.
It's definitely going to be a tall order, an uphill battle that they need to fight. But I feel like even with that missed recon dart, they were able to do a pretty fine job. Paradox, on the other hand, is trying his best to make sure that his team's hopes stay alive. One Tap God has been getting those crucial frags, but just not enough, right? It's just not been enough to win those rounds, put those rounds on the scoreboard. Williams wants to be aggressive. I'm not quite sure if that's going to work out in his favor, but does have the information at least to work with.
Maybe they can bring this back, right? Stand-up position altogether. Recon Dart does find a bit of information here. Bad Love, no traps on Hall. So he's kind of using, or he's up to 2 tasks right now, which is to cover Halls as well as Nest. And it seems like Velocity have picked up on this. And Bad Love holds on. Deadly a little bit too far forward. Look how 3 defenders are already at the spawn, but Velocity is ready for the swing. Deathmaker finds one. Paradox is alone, but he's separated by the wall. Can't really get for a trade. And he is just going to get abandoned on the B side, while the rotation on that spike is going to go all the way around through A. One tap does destroy Hellmaker on spawn, but now he's not going to have any map control here on the A side. So this is going to be a plant and possibly a post. Oh, they hear that cloudburst. Is he going to be able to sneak in? That's the question. Absolutely, he can. And Hell F has a pistol. What? Oh, there we go. He picks up the 5.
Oh, yeah. Does pick it up. But it's not going to be easy because I didn't want to play a 2v1 together so you can trade each other out. But at the same time, right now being split out. Oh, he does get the trade. Was going to be a problem for Hell F because he would have had to find 2 frags in 2 different positions. Revenant, again, just easily getting the round in their favor. Once again, just keeping their hopes alive. They have 4 more rounds to go to push it to overtime.
Such a weird position for Deadly to have actually forced himself on spawn. But honestly, even though that was a great retake for Revenant, you can see the struggle for them to be able to cleanly defend against the opponents. Now, One Tap is going to be the one to be equipped with the Operator. This is perfect for him because at least he does have the Op plus the Blades, so he can have himself long range and rough skirmish kind of fights. Loving the flash as well, but he gets blinded in the end. Is he going to updraft? Maybe get that high position? Nope, this is still peak. And he's going to be able to escape. Updrafting just so that he doesn't get the wall bang and backs him to position. Forces the 4 versus 5.
Deathmaker, though, getting some information towards Halls will not be able to land his shots because it's not that easy. But look at One Tap, though, again, once again being so aggressive. I believe he has spotted Maturasu, does find the drop on him as well, and Wimp in the meantime just adding to the tally. Deathmaker being taken out of the equation. It's only 2 players now. I believe Hellfire and Right to Waste in a 2v5. They might just fall back for a save.
Are they struggling that much with the economy? I'm not entirely sure. Wasn't able to keep track of it, but they might be forced, or they can actually try to go for a fight here. They haven't really placed the wall, I think. I don't see it anywhere from Hell F, so he can at least try to position that if ever. 30 seconds. They're still waiting if maybe Revenant will be pushing forward for a bit more information, but Revenant understand it's a 4 versus 2. They have the numbers, they have the map control, they have all the cards in this round, so they don't want to really lose any more utility, if whatnot. And I think you're right. Yeah, Velocity will just have to go for a save.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, no, absolutely. All they can wish for is maybe an exit frag or two. Wish that's a confrontation they want to avoid. That's a caffeine kicking in, by the way. They want to avoid it because if they do get taken down, the problem is they lose more than they achieve. And that's the reason why they wanted to fall back, right? And now, since they have those guns safe, they can go in for a force buy once again.
Gotta give it. Being able to equip one tap now with the operator is creating a dynamic that Velocity have yet to really understand how to deal with, right? And one tap is not, what's the word here? Dropping the opportunity to hit a shot. And this really emphasizes Velocity's ability not to get this refrag, because one tap is just out of there as soon as he peeks. So I just wonder how many rounds can he be able to squeeze that kind of performance and threat before Velocity chases him down. Because again, it's a really strong point that might push us into overtime, but we also have to be aware that this is still 12-9. So one big mistake and Velocity already claimed game number 1.
Yeah, one more round, that's all they need. But Revenant needs to take it one round at a time, and that they're doing. Hellfighter will get taken down, and things are looking bleak, because if they lose this round, Velocity, they won't have a whole lot of cash to work with, and they will have to go in for an eco, which is going to force the 11th round on the scoreboard. That is, of course, if Revenant win this one.
Velocity just deciding to back away smartly now. I think they know that there is that smoke by the Viper on B main, so they're going to try to force their luck here on A. Fortunately, if they do challenge one tap, he is without a dash already, but this is going to be interesting on how they fight this without their own smokes.
30 seconds left.
They're already about to creep up. 30 seconds in. Wall. Ooh, null command as well, and hits the shot through the smoke. The challenge again, but right to Ace. Finds the pickup. That is a cheeky play, and Deathmaker, cherry on top, finds the fadeaway shot on Bad Luck before he gets back into cover. 3 versus 3 as the round continues.
The round continues, but Revenant, they need to claw the way back in. It's still a very doable round, but the flash right coming in. Paradox avoids that to perfection. Once again, is turning it on.
Player standing.
Ooh, Deathmaker though. He just spammed through the toxic screen, making sure that he gets the trade. This is where it starts getting tricky. Really tricky. Blackhawk surviving on 30 points of health. Can he pull it off? Nope, that's not going to happen. Realty locking it in, locking it down. 13-9. The first map goes away, and yeah, that's the first map gone from Revenant's hands.
This is some high-level play for Velocity. They didn't have any big utilities, but their ability to, I don't know the exact term for it, but the dip in, dip out, right? The pressure coming from Deathmaker as he opens switch, that caught the attention of one tap, and he had to choose whether to deal with the one shooting at him from the side or the one that is already challenging him from A main. Unfortunately, he couldn't really juggle both, and that really opened up A main, or rather A site, for Velocity here. So that bit of, again, high-level play was, I think, what was the final, again, nail of the contest. I mean, we saw the round, how it underwent, but really smart way of how to attack a site, especially without their controller for the rest of that round.
Yeah, we saw that for sure, but you have to hand it to Revenant. 13-9 is not a bad scoreline to lose with against VLT, or at least a team of VLT's caliber, but you also have to hand it to Deadly for having played the way he did. Has created a lot of impact for sure, getting those initial picks. I'm really excited to see how many first bloods did he have, because I'm quite sure he had quite a few.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he kept challenging mid so many times by himself, right? We were already saying how so far forward he is for the rest of his teammate, but still somehow managed to get a pick, maybe even 2, when he know the threat of the refrag is there. So Deadly was just playing deadly things, uber confident, and just able to execute and follow up on things like that. And you gotta hand it to him as well. His timing, even though it looked incredibly risky, was actually well thought of. That one push onto lower mid near the pillar. There's also that play from, I believe that was the Soba from Revenant side, when he was using the Hunter's Fury. I'm not sure if Deadly was actually anticipating that, or he still he just was at the right place at the right time. But his ability to know where to commit was definitely also a pivotal factor as to how I think Velocity really solidified that entire first game.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But I feel like he just reacted to what happened, and Delhi, of course, being the map MVP, not the match MVP. 4 first bloods, 281 ACS, Econ rating of 70, and 22 kills. I mean, that smile. You know he's happy. Of course, the picture was taken much before, but I think with the way he's played, the smile is going to go on for quite a bit.
I mean, he's been doing this for the rest of the day, right? We've seen him just be able to basically wreck Goblin attackers by himself. And again, I think you and Universe were talking about how a big difference in terms of playstyle does he bring to the table compared to, I believe it was MW1 that you guys were mentioning before. But he really is, I think, one of the again, pivotal points for Velocity right now. Because of him, players like Hell F, right to Ace, Deathmaker can do whatever they want and supplement all of that. So it really is such a cohesive thing for Velocity right now. But you're absolutely right. As we're looking at the team score as of this moment, we do see Revenant still being able to fight on for a couple of rounds. They mixed up a lot of their strategies, and it does work, but Velocity are very quick to catch up on that.
Oh, absolutely. But, the good thing is Deadly 10 takes off a lot of pressure from Deathmaker in terms of dragging out, right? So, of course, when Deadly's having an off day, Deathmaker can step up and he can obviously be the duelist, or if he wishes to, can stick to chamber and get those picks and play super aggressive. He's capable of that. But it's just nice to see somebody taking that load off of him. But you have to also hand to One Tap God. He started out as a stand-in the morning, and he's just been killing it so far. Even in this matchup, right? ADR of 135 is pretty decent. Deadly, on the other hand, with 185, those are good numbers.
Absolutely. Well, it still was a very entertaining first game to have witnessed, but that just means that Breeze, at the end of things, Breeze is still pocketed by Velocity here. They have one already in the bag, one more to go, and Revenant is out of this particular series now. The next map that we do have, it is going to be the life of me, I keep forgetting. I think it is Haven. So we'll see if they can beat Velocity in the map where Velocity just absolutely dominates. Anyways, guys, we're going to go on a break. When we come back, Haven will be our second map.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Valorant Invitational India by Galaxy Races. I'm Mamba SR. Alongside me is Asurai. We saw the first map go VLT's way. Can Revenant strike back? I guess we'll find out. But what's your take on the first map?
Take on the first map, it got closer to more closer than I was kind of expecting. That 13-9 definitely was a delight if you're a Revenant fan. Even though they did lose, they weren't really afraid to kind of still try to do things right. When we got that second half switch, you saw Paradox as well as One Tap still go very aggressive, try to look for those picks, and I think those were like crucial rounds that gave Revenant in. So I really like how Revenant aren't afraid to challenge Velocity here, and anything that has happened to them, they didn't really change up because they were being pressured by Velocity. So I really do again enjoy how Revenant were still willing to fight after all of that has happened for that first game.
Oh yeah, but I feel like Malik's has been doing a wonderful job calling those timeouts. I feel like those were absolutely on point to sort of recollect them, and that's one problem we've seen with Revenant. Right, a lot of times they start falling apart. I feel like they're trying the best to hold it together, but Velocity is just turning out to be the better team. And rightfully so, right? Because of the amount of experience that they carry. But I wouldn't take away anything from Revenant because I personally believe they have a lot of potential, a lot of untapped potential that they can live up to. But it's only a matter of time. Or I guess we'll just have to wait and see if they're able to take down a mammoth like VLT.
Now, the next map that they're going to be facing Velocity in, they haven't really lost for a good chunk of times now. So at least that gives us a bit of a gauge, right, as to how threatening Velocity truly are at this point. But what is kind of interesting here, man, is the team that picks the map still gets the defense at the start. So that's kind of interesting at this point because I think that this means that Revenant wants to really dominate that the defending side, or maybe they're saving their better side, the attacking side, for the second half. I'm not sure how to read the situation, but yeah, that's just my take on it.
How about we just start off on a clean slate, right? Forget what happened in the first one. Law numbers to crunch. We've seen the history. We know VLT 100% win there. Yada yada yada. Revenant, big Taywin. Will they be able to get more than 9 rounds? We'll find out.
How are they gonna make this happen though? One Tap, I do like how he's very aggressive, but the thing about that is it hasn't really translated into the same performance output as Deadly. So will he keep those aggressive that aggressive play that he's been doing, especially now that it's going to be Haven, or what is going to be the adjustment here for Revenant, right?
Here's the thing. Haven, once again, it's such a massive map, right? You have 3 sites to take care of. Unless you come in really prepared. You know what I really want to see? Just to throw a spanner in the works. I want to see Paradox on Neon. Like, just go for it. At this point, you have nothing to lose. Might as well just go all guns blazing and do what you do best. Cause chaos. But I feel like he has a lot of impact on Neon, by the way. I'm not sure. I've not looked at the stats for Haven. Because I don't remember it. The point is, if indeed he does go for it, it could change things up. It could spice things up, to say the least.
It has worked out in the end for them, right? And also, this is interestingly enough to also point out that Revenant is a team that actually gravitates to the sky as well, quite what's the word, frequently. So maybe this combo could work. This also could mean that we won't be seeing a mirror match, because we've been seeing every single time we go Haven, it's always the same thing. You get your initial duelist with the Fade and the Breach. You always have the Chamber. You always have the Jet. And then there's the Omen, or maybe an Astra, right, as just the differential. So I am kind of excited to see if there's going to be that change up here for Revenant. And you're absolutely right. Why not just try to do it? They're already at this point. Anything, if it could work, should be tried right now. And maybe that mix up, maybe putting Paradox into a duelist is just what they need.
By the way, I think One Tap isn't going to be playing this game. It's going to be Loki, which is... So I'm not quite sure what's happening with the lineup over here. I guess we'll find out eventually. But the fact that Logi's back, one tap, who played so well, by the way, he was creating a lot of impact. So I'm not sure what's happening, or maybe it's a map thing. Who knows?
Could be, or it's also because Logi frees up Black Hawk to pick up a different agent as well. Because I did mention before, right, that Black Hawk also plays as a Sage, as a Sentinel, but that is only possible when Logi is there as the controller. So maybe there's a mix-up. Maybe they're going to be going for a double Sentinel, or we could be looking at Paradox being primed for an extra duelist here. Or to be the duelist here rather than one tap, right? So there is that possibility, and it could be the mix-up that they're looking for. I mean, we were talking about Revenant just trying things out, and a certain roster switch here, roster shuffle, just a teeny tiny bit, could be what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, but I feel like it could also be because of the fact that Paradox might play Raze. They've played Raze in the past on Haven, which is the more logical choice given the sort of lineup they want to play. But here's the thing, right? It's my mind versus my heart. My mind tells me that Raze makes a lot more sense. My heart's like, YOLO, just play Neon. Just go for it.
Hey, I mean, I'm okay with the Neon, man. Neon's Filipino, so like
True.
right? So I'm okay seeing my fellow country person, people, however you want to call it, countrywoman, be in this game already. And honestly, utility wise, she is really strong at being able to flush out corners. Not as potent as Raze, as you were mentioning, right? Because Paint Shells does damage while Relay Bolt doesn't, but it still concusses, so it gives you that opportunity to create openings here. The Fast Lane as well is really strong at being able to just get you a straight shot onto a site, especially if it's C-long. So I really do see the applications of a Neon here, and I'm curious if they're actually going to bring this out, especially with this particular roster that we're looking at, that they are going to be playing right now.
I think we'll have to wait to see what happens, but
yeah.
like 99% sure this is going to play Raze. But a man can always hope and dream, right? And that's the same thing that goes with Yoru for a lot of people. A lot of times they want to see a Yoru come into the picture. Not a lot of Indian teams play Yoru, by the way, even though it's so impactful if it gets played, right? But I also feel like it narrows down your playstyle a lot. Like, you have to be damn good at Yoru to create the sort of impact that agent is capable of creating. It's also an agent, even though it is a duelist, sure, it's not an agent that can absolutely go, be the first point of contact. It's somebody that thrives as a secondary duelist when somebody has a lot of attention being driven towards it. For example, a Jet, a Raze, you can go in, and then you can also have your TB in some corner of the site. So things like that could happen, but again, we're not going to see it this game out.
Yeah, I think based on my experience with watching Yoru on our side of the spectrum, right? It's either one of two things, actually three things. If you're a bad Yoru, it just really shows. But if you're a good Yoru, it's on two things. It's either you're really strong being the solo Yoru entry fragger because you can just time your utility well and just be able to read your opponent and just basically screw them over and flush them out of the site. Or the other one is your set play with your team with Yoru is really, really good. So it's either one of two things, never really together from what I kind of see in our particular side of the region. So that could also be a reason why. It's because Yoru is kind of tricky. So if you don't really have the R's poured in on him, you won't really see the benefits right after. At least with like any other duelist agent out there, it's very, very straightforward. Again, with the Raze, there's the nades. With the Reyna, you can always just reset if you get kills, stuff like that. With the Jet, obviously with the mobility and everything. But yeah, Yoru's just plays a whole lot different because he doesn't really have that many good escape tools. I mean, he does have a TP, but it's very punishable, especially if he's out in the open. So yeah.
But at the same time, that TV makes no sense. Imagine you're on one side, right? Paradox is on Jet. Not Neon, but Jet. Hey, I like this. I'll be honest, I like this. I really wanted to see a flash and dash combo, and we're getting exactly just that. So I'm really excited to see what Paradox as Jet brings onto the table. On the other side, we have Deadly on Raze, double duelist on both the ends of the spectrum. Battler wants to go in for a solo. I'm not quite sure. I feel like Fade could potentially be a better pick than Sova on this map, but I guess we'll find out.
I think it was Reckoning that I remember, Reckoning Esports, that I saw with this particular composition. A lot of people might be groaning why we're seeing the Killjoy right now, because she's very much counterable by the breach because of that aftershock. But I do also want to reiterate what I mentioned with, I believe that was Universe from last week, that there still is that very strong not ultimate, but lockdown control that Killjoy has with her utility. So if you want to enforce your utility on B, it's very difficult to flush it out unless you slow peek it, start to clear it back away first. But when you start pouring in, nanoswarms can be such a pain to try to deal with. Plus, the turret is just an excellent tool in making sure that nobody's going to be able to push the side without you knowing them. So she has a lot of what's the word here? Security that Revenant can utilize, and that in turn can actually free up more of their players to be more confident in just holding specific angles without really saying that, oh, Garage is being pushed, but at least we have KJ util to stop them before, and then allows it to reposition back. So I think KJ's still strong, even looking out past her ultimate.
You remember the time when the turret would still stay alive if the Killjoy died in the game?
Yeah.
It was absolutely broken, and it's actually been nerfed, and it's still so impactful. I feel like the biggest nerf in terms of Sentinels was Cypher's trip being taken out of the equation when the Cypher gets taken out. And after that, nobody really wants to play Cypher. It's also pretty dicey. It really, you do see Cyphers on bind for sure, with the trips being really cheeky and whatnot, but you've absolutely stopped seeing them on Haven. And even if you do, it's super rare.
Yeah. Because I think it's because you can't really put the trips too much on cheeky angles anymore. Usually if you're up against that, opponents will just smoke themselves, slowly creep up, just try to actively look for the spots. And because these guys, play rank so frequently, and they go up against these ciphers a lot of times as well, they know basically the exact spots at the default tripwire locations, plus the cheeky ones. They're also known, so that that real cheeky spot where you put the Cypher trap on a main near the middle box where the Cypher can shoot you down. People know about that already, so there really isn't much surprise from the Cypher now. So I think that's the reason why we don't really see him too often, even though he's kind of good at anti-flanking. The defense that he brings to the table, even on smaller or like tighter maps like Haven, doesn't really work anymore, at least for now.
That's when you should probably try playing in a lobby which is very low elo, and you'd be surprised at trap placement. The most obvious spots are the one that'll catch you off guard, and it's a different ball game altogether.
To be fair as well, if you're against a Raze right in this point, you just throw a satchel in a certain location, and the AoE explosion on that basically destroys the tripwire. So even without shooting, you can just break through utility like that. Speaking of breaking through, 2 for the price of 1 already, as the attacking side of VLT already finds some picks here. Logi, unfortunately could not find any picks there as the smoke blocks him out. They get the free frag in the end. Blackhawk upgrades the weapon, but they're going to be fighting an uphill battle here, a losing battle. This is the 4 versus 2 with not really much retake prowess from Revenant. They do have the double initiator, but at what point is you see everybody except the Omen come C-long for that post plant?
Oh yeah, but
Revealing.
whoa, wait. Oh, never mind. I was actually confused for a second. I thought that's the attacker's breach using the fault line. I was like, wait, that makes no sense. But then I realized it was actually the defenders. But nonetheless, VLT walking away with the first round, going their way. And that was quite convincing as well. They only lost 1 player that was deadly.
I mean, Revenant really wanted to fight for that, but there's just like 3 people looking at mid, right? You think, wow, VLT, do they have, hacks or something? Again, not at all, right? But the thing about that is, if you just actually place yourself outside on grass like that, for the most part, your opponent has to really commit to that mid push, but you don't actually have to commit to that. So even if they got contact on grass, if they didn't want to, they could just get back into cover and just rotate all the way through C or A. So VLT had an open-ended strat at the start of that, and they got extremely skillful picks at the siding of this. Anyways, it's a little bit too hot here for VLT, so they're gonna back away, even though they did use a bit of their util I think they figure out that there's a huge stack right now, especially when Paradox kind of showed himself very early as soon as he dashed. So he's kind of coaxing them to come into the site, and VLT is not biting it.
Well, they're not going to bite it for sure, but look at Blackhawk. They're so close, up close and personal, but will he be able to find the pick? Nope. Estimate comes slapping him out of the corner, and that's just Blackhawk being taken down. I love in the meantime, we'll just wait it out. I think Revenant in this round, all they can do is just wait and see if they can get a couple of exits. But apart from that, all they can do is hope and pray.
I mean, we need a Revenant at this point, right? With this kind of... I mean, I think we'll see a good retake happen once they have the weapons and the utility. But for now, this isn't supposed to happen. Ugh, almost, though. That was the almost one pick. And Bad Love just alone. There.
That was a whiff and a half.
Just firing through the smoke. Yeah, he's got nothing. Okay, now he has an opening here. Maybe if he's lucky. Nah.
Yeah, and I think Loki had a whiff and a half over there. If you don't connect the first shot when you land like that, right, you will 100% get taken out because you have so many players on the site holding from long, from short. You will take damage while dropping down as well because these players are just that good. And they don't miss a lot of shots. So they had to... Logi had to absolutely get that first bullet connected to the head, but unfortunately he couldn't. And even now, right after 2 rounds, the only person on the defense who has a kill is Wimp with 1, and everybody else has just been struck. But it was an eco round, so wouldn't really blame them too much.
Yeah, it feels like the most scuffed thing, right? To retake a main or a site while dropping through heaven, you actively have to take damage. I mean, you don't really have to. You could just be on top of window and start being a watchtower over the A side and trying to do retake things. But it's so really crucial to not be able to make that happen. What? Deadly still survives, backs away with 10 HP, gives a weapon to his teammate. Paradox and Blackhawk setting up a crossfire here. But as their utility dissipates, this is going to be where they're going to be put to the test. There still is utility from Deadly, as you can see. So the stun comes in, the Prowler comes in, and there's no way in heck that Paradox does not get cleared out.
No way.
Oh, he does damage. Wimp is still holding alongside Blackhawk. How do they not clear him? He got flushed out and everything. Oh my gosh, that was a solid round for Revenant.
Yeah, I think it was just a mistake on VLT's part because 2 players who came in, they could have actually saved the round, but the amount of value that Paradox created and the amount of distraction that he created for his other 2 teammates on the side, right, was what won them the round. The problem with that is you can't replicate it because you got lucky being in the corner. And again, calling him lucky sounds wrong because he was well thought out, but at the same time, VLT should have been able to clear that out because they used the paranoia over there.
Yeah, I think it's because of the fact that the Boombot didn't spot him first, right? So they're like, oh, the Boombot spotted nothing, so maybe there's no one on right side. And then we have to also address the fact that commonly it's more backside positioning and short that we have to be aware of. So it's a very one-and-done position, but you're absolutely right. It's risky, and it probably won't happen again. Paradox will have to dash away from this. The follow-up from Hellaf. He's chasing it down, but he's getting pinned. Oh, what a cherry on top. A stray bullet finds an opening. Double pick, and Revenant are holding on. 2 versus 3. The double swing in. Bad Love gets flushed. Unfortunately, no one will be able to refrag him here, and the fight continues. 2 versus 2. Rolling Thunder is in the works. Right to Ace. Will he? Never mind. Okay, he's not going to be able to use it. Where's the last player? Stuck on Hell. Deathmaker trying to dance in front of Wimp, and he's going to trip up, and Wimp's going to win that one. And Revenant. Oh, Wimp, what are you doing? Okay.
Oh, Lord. You've played a lot of matchmaking, haven't you?
I have.
you know, once in a while, you'll find one of these players who's going to use the ult in, like, the 5th round when they don't need to, especially after they win the round. And, like, so I'm trying really hard to rank up over here, but... hey, man. It's just part and parcel of playing in an open lobby. Sometimes it's fun, sometimes it's unfortunate, but you always get one of those players, don't you?
Yeah. Sometimes they also feel like make a mistake and fat finger it. You know, there's like, oh, I like
happens to me all the time. Oh, but listen to me. I can't count the number of times I might have used Tailwind when I'm playing Jet on the base, and I'm like, whoops.
Yeah, or even worse, the satchel, because it's right. I gotta have my satchel for like mouse 4, and so obviously when you flick, sometimes your thumb just nudges the mouse 4 button, so it's really annoying.
That it is, but Paradox, look at him, the amount of aggression that he's shown towards A, right? And the amount of information he's received as well and relayed is incredible. And it's a proper setup on A, because the moment they try to walk in, you'll have a Gradual and a stun coming up, and it's going to be a frag fest for Paradox inside A short. But it does look like it might be a split towards B.
Killed my bot.
I think they're still aware that fault line is active, so they haven't really fully committed into pushing in, because again, that corridor coming outside of garage towards C is still very much susceptible to utility here. I do like how they're flushing stuff out just to check things. Good paranoia. There's the fault line already. Still, the separation with the smokes is good. Is Whip going to be able to deal damage here? Only good for one, though. Logi's going to be trapped at the back of the site. His Aftershock actually gives him a nice little pocket to play around. The hat trick to come through. We only have Deathmaker to remain. He still has some wiggle room to make do here, as he does have that ultimate plus 16 seconds. But the smoke, okay, there we go. It dissipates now. Now he has an opening. Bad Love in position. Gets spotted. Cloudburst to at least force him out in the open. But this man is making things happen. He has no. Oh, he was just out of the range of him to plant the spike. Maybe just for extra money?
That was unfortunate. That was so unfortunate. But I have to say this, right? You look at Wimp's positioning, you look at Logi's positioning. If Wimp got taken down over here, by the way, there was no trade potential, and this Aftershock wasn't the best. I feel like Revenant, at least with Wimp and Logi, the way they're positioned on C, did not play to the best of their ability and still won the round. So while they're more than happy to secure the round, are they going to be satisfied? Or at least is Malik's going to be satisfied? I don't think so, because that was not the best play.
Yeah, I mean, you also have to give note that they got separated by utility. I wonder if that utility was actually by the Astra or by the Omen now, because it felt like it was the Astra separated itself with the Omen. Ah, okay. But I mean, I guess his teammate was already one and done, so he had to play selfish, and it kind of worked in the end, right? So sometimes that is how you just have to go about things. In any case, a round's a round. Revenant do get it. Speaking of the team, a triple push. The flash to come through. They're both exposed. Bad Love capitalizes. But somehow, the breach gets away, but that's not full HP. That's 1 HP if you're looking at your top right screen right now. There is still that right to ace Rolling Thunder, but I'm not sure how effective it can be here, especially when Revenant are locking down sites left and right.
That was glorious, by the way, on A short. The way they showed aggression was so good to watch. But look at Logi over here. Oh my lord, this is going to be interesting. If he does not get checked, WLT does not deserve to win this round. And right to ace is going to be casually walking in. They have information. They have a spike. Feel like this is round done and dusted, unless Deathmaker pulls a rabbit out of his hat. Nope, that's not going to happen. Logi finding one more for himself. Deathmaker being taken down as well. It's going to be all on to Hellfighter all alone. And he'll fall. Great Wimps. Phantom on a C long. But here's the thing. Revenant. They're playing so well right now on defense. The amount of aggression they've shown. It shows the prep work they've had. I've seen like 3 different types of aggression towards A in 3 rounds. 1 towards A long, right? With the breach flash and the gravity well. 2 was when Paradox went from A long to A short, and you had 2 rings onto the A long alley. And then the third one being Bad Love pushing in with the breach flashpoint. So this team has come in prepared.
And now because of that, they're rewarded with 5 ultimates that they can use in this buy round of velocity. This is so good for Revenant right now. And I think it goes back to the fact that Revenant really aren't afraid or shy at trying as many things as they possibly can just to see if it works, right? And seems like they've hit so many nails here, and because of it as well, it's translating into round wins, and more importantly than that, really good round wins where they can start actually building up economy here. So they're getting stacked in terms of those creds, which is absolutely tremendous right now for Revenant. Now, as the timeout ends, We'll see how this gets picked up. Paradox, speaking of pickups, has gone for the operator.
No surprise. I think the only question would be, do you really want to open an anti-eco? But I guess if he feels comfortable enough, then why not? But he's been spotted. Hunter's Fury coming in as well. Could potentially end up in a pick. Yes, indeed it does.
Down A.
And Hellfighter is keeping across, using the shot itself to perfection. Has a paranoia to work with. Could potentially get the pick. But is Paradox expecting him? I don't think so. Or maybe he does now.
Yeah, he's kind of looking at the left side. Oh, they heard the dash. But it doesn't really do anything other than just, well, you know, they heard the dash. Paradox still threatening, of course, with the operator. But re-peeking angles when your opponent knows your position is hella risk. Rolling Thunder utilized, but VLT weren't even looking to actually push through that. Black Hawk. Hop shots. Keep velocity a little bit honest. Amaterasu is going to be setting up some utility here with the C's. That finds nothing, so maybe Black Hawk gets picked out by Deathmaker. Yep. Crucial mistake there. But they still have 3 versus 3. Okay, Nightfall. Killjoy ultimate. This... are they going to push, plant, or will they rotate all the way around? Or just actually wait for it at the edge of things? What a risky play for Revenant, but this means that they'll have to commit to the side itself. Or, excuse me, Velocity.
Ooh. Wimp. You won't miss those, and Loki's still waiting it out towards C. I'm not quite sure if they didn't have the information, but bad love, making sure that his teammate does not get flanked. And one more round for Revenant Esports. I'm actually really impressed by the way they've been playing, but that was an unfortunate recon. Blackhawk being caught off guard was, yeah, it was unfortunate for him, but look, you got to give credit where credit is due, even though Blackhawk might not have a lot of frags, but he has created impact with his fault line and the flashman that he's been using, even the Rolling Thunder, right?
Yeah.
He might have used it. Velocity wasn't trying to push a short, but that bought enough time and forced Velocity back, which allowed his teammates to come and rotate in. So I feel like no harm done. And even though Blackhawk might not have a lot of frags, he's created a lot of impact.
Double push out here on a long. Paradox finds the first pick.
Wait.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
Getting greedy. Does get picked himself. We saw this in the previous round, but it's still a 4-4. Although Velocity, I think, have the upper hand in terms of util. The setup from Blackhawk once again. Oh, they're prepared for it now. They had a taste for it. It's not third time's the charm. Second time will be the charm there as he finds one first. Blackhawk immediately try to capitalize with that pick. Wimp holding the angle there. Backs away smartly. We've got ourselves a 2 versus 2 once more. Can't really plant the spike yet because he does not have his teammate to cover certain angles here unless he plants it for safe. There it is. No stars to maybe gravity well him into
Player standing.
unfavorable position. And Wimp's not really waiting for Loki, and this puts Loki in a really tricky spot because Cosmic Divide would have been perfect in a 2 versus 2, but a 1 versus 2, it's going to be absolutely useless because, again, the refrag as well as the crossfire has been set up beautifully by Velocity.
Yeah, that was quite questionable. I understand what Paradox is trying to do, by the way. He's been what we would call overcommitting 2 rounds in a row, and he's paid the price for it. But at the same time, I feel like he wants to roll with the momentum. He wants to make sure that the other team feels his presence on the server, which I do appreciate. But there comes a point where you need to stop and ask yourself this question: is it really worth it? I don't think so.
I think it could have been worth it, right? I mean, I agree with you there. It could have been worth it if that play from Black Hawk wasn't immediately adjusted upon by Velocity. Because I like the idea that they create that pressure, but it feels like they trap themselves in their own setup. Because as you saw, Velocity were just quick to adjust it. Oh, dude, just wait a little bit. If they flash out here, that means that they're peeking out and they get like 2 free kills, right? I mean, not 2 free kills, but 2 quick trades for those kills to secure A side.
One's been feeling it. He's been getting some really crucial picks. If not picks, he's been dishing out a lot of damage. And Delhi absorbing a couple of bullets coming his way, but he still has a decent chunk of HP. Not a lot, but definitely enough to work with.
Ooh. Paradox. Very, very risky, but extremely dangerous position for Velocity to actually try to push through. Nobody's really touching that hot potato just yet on the sewer. Look at how aware they are that it actually is a possibility. I wonder if Deadly has utility to actually clear this through. Oh, that's going to showcase his position. Deadly still somehow manages to get two. Blackhawk and Paradox down. Oh, I'll say that again. Blackhawk down. Any case, 4 versus 3 as the round continues. And if they try to push through this and Deadly's still alive, he can always threaten with the showstopper. Even if he is low HP, you still have to respect the kumbaya that bazooka brings to the table. The double flank from Revenant could be a strong pivot point for this one, but Amaterasu at least spots it out. The setup with Badlove's dart here gets cleared up. Paranoia for long. Deadly still holding on short. Badlove's positioning on spawn here is going to be absolutely crucial. The shock dart to clear things out, but it's not working. He's going to get stunned and even spotted and blasted. And that is going to give Velocity the round.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Feels like Velocity is clawing the way back in, but you know what? Revenant, with the sort of aggression that they've had in the last couple of rounds, is actually working out for them. It's just unfortunate moments because of which they're losing these rounds. But Malix, once again, calling in a timeout, knows exactly what to do, and he's going to do it. I hope he backs the boys, because the aggression was certainly working out. And on cam as well, they are looking pretty comfortable. I saw, how do you pronounce his name? Dave? Dav? The coach for Dav, yeah. Dav.
Maybe
that was
like short
pretty,
for Dave.
Yeah, all right. Dave. Dave it is. Dave was looking pretty animate when we started losing those rounds, but after the timeout, Dave started coming back. I'm not quite sure what was the pep talk or what was pointed out by Dave, but clearly it's working out.
I think they've just slowed the pace down a lot more and made their utility work for them, right? Usually they see the punish play come out from Revenant here, so all they really have to do is just wait a little bit more, try to finesse how they play those trade games, and I think that's just a slight adjustment, but the impact has been definitely felt here. Of course, can't really dismay that Revenant still has the round advantage. They also still have some creds to buy some weapons here. Blackhawk feeling himself right now. We haven't really seen him pop off, but he's going to be equipping himself with that Guardian in hand. Ooh. Paradox pushing very aggressive far forward. And look at the damage from Paradox and Blackhawk. Weapons that need a lot of precision, but these guys step up to the table. And look at the damage done. As soon as we settle here, 2 versus 5, 5 seconds in to the round. Crazy.
I'll be honest, I was sort of snoozing when the round began until Paradox got that first Blade Storm connected. I was like, whoa, hold up. Then immediately gets the second one as well. It all comes down to 2 players and 2 players only for Velocity Gaming and A2E5. I don't feel like Paradox is going to miss this one either. Blackhawk ready, I believe, with what is the flashpoint? Or what's the fault line? Never mind. It was the fault line, but Hellfighter finds a break on Paradox. And look at that. He's not going to miss that one either. And trying to stay alive, but connects a third one. What in the world is going on over there? Whatever it is, it certainly worked out for Revenant Esports and, yeah, Velocity. You know, the one thing I really liked was also the contrast between Dave and Malix on cam. Malix being, super calm, disciplined, taking notes, and then there's Dave who's like, yeah, whatever. We're going to win this one.
Correct me if I'm wrong, is Dave from a different region that Velocity picked up? Yeah.
I mean, look, man, it looks like it for sure.
Yeah, I was gonna, I don't want to assume, so I was asking. But anyways, what I was kind of getting up into this. Wait, hold on. Wow, that is quick. Okay, I'll have to hold on for that thought because Deadly does not want to wait any further. Immediately pops the shot or pops the ultimate to claim the C site. Ooh, this is where it gets tricky because they lost their smoker. And that means that everything is clear cut right now except for the one-way smokes that could be placed on default. I mean, they do have the Rolling Thunder, but look at how very few players of VLT are actually playing on the side itself. So even if they try to use that, they're really not going to have that much impact that they were kind of hoping for. Bad Love is trying. But yeah, I think they know that it's a lost cause already, so they're just going to have to back away and save the weapons.
Well, for now, Hellfighter's going to try and go in.
Placing sentry.
Hold up. Never mind. Deathmaker, in the meantime, has creeped up quite a bit. He had to take that shot because the turret was a proper problem. But here's the thing, right? 6 to 5, I feel like Revenant has done a good enough job on defense. 6 rounds on Haven, especially while defending, is more than enough. You don't need a lot of rounds just because of the fact that you have 3 sites to take control of. And Velocity, on the other hand, will have a problem and a half to deal with, especially when they swap out, because I don't feel like they have enough rounds on the board.
Well, maybe that is maybe that is true, but I will say as well, Revenant have been just growing so tremendously in this entire series. It felt like they were kind of lost on Breeze, but coming into Haven could also be the reason why they were confident in actually playing this one. Their game plans as well as their ability to react and adapt to anything that Velocity tries to employ has been actually quite successful. So come what may, it has been working out quite swimmingly for them. I am curious about this positioning from Logi, though. Is he really going to tuck himself in the corner here? Very, very risky position. Could pay off massive, but if they lose him once again, that is a controller down, which is so important when retakes are in order, especially come into this last round of the first half. So I wonder what's going to be the adjustment here. Because again, if it's going to be C, Rolling Thunder, unless they're on the site itself, is going to be somewhat useless, right? Because everybody can just play very far and long. So unless you have like a Rolling Thunder lineup for long, then this ultimate from Blackhawk is going to be null and void. But we'll see how this round continues as we do resume from that technical timeout.
Revealing area.
Oh yeah. Olive, in the meantime, trying to find that early information. Finds none. But it does look like fast C take coming in, at least from 3 players. But they want to show presence and fall back. Wimp playing inside that smoke. Malteros, in the meantime, is going to get that orb and fall back. Which I believe he's going to try and get one more orb. If he can, I'm not quite sure. Regardless, Deathmaker. That was a good shot. That was a good shot. Blackhawk gets taken out. That's the Rolling Thunder out of the equation, and that's around half one, because that is one thing that would have been a pain for Velocity to deal with.
Enemy mark.
You gotta try to readdress on mid right now. Bad Love not gonna chase Deathmaker here, but look at this. Oh, wow, the timing was just so crucial, right to ace. Still finds one, though. Was aware that Logi was gonna come through. Okay, so they're not going to pick up the spike yet. So they're going to wrap around and deal with Logi before anything happens. I think this is the right idea, but look at how Bad Love doesn't miss the beat and actually finds Deathmaker there lurking somewhere on mid. So map control has been turned topsy-turvy here, my man. As Bad Love finds another, pins it all the way down into the hands of Deadly. And he does not have any time now. He has to find every single angle here. Can't really even encroach with the plant on the spike. He is getting closer. Will not know that Paradox was right behind. And Revenant. Solid rounds in the first half.
Oh yeah, with Deathmaker's first pick, I thought Velocity had it in the bag. I blinked and suddenly I see Velocity lose 3 players on the trot. Wimp has been playing really well, has created a lot of impact. I have to give it to him this game. And I'm actually pretty curious about his numbers, if the numbers tell us the same story that we witnessed it at least. But Deadly was in a tough spot. 1v3 was never going to be easy, and Paradox making sure that he gets the trade. Imagine if you missed that shot. Could have been Velocity's round, potentially, but for now, 75 and Revenant are on the attacking half now.
You mentioned how you felt like it wasn't enough rounds for Revenant here, but I also got to
Velocity.
say... Oh, sorry, for Velocity. Oh,
Yeah.
I misheard that. I take it back. But
I feel like it's not enough for Velocity because given the fact that you were playing on attack on Haven, which I do believe is a little more attack heavy, it might just not be enough round. But then again, Velocity, we've seen some massive comebacks from them, so you can never count them out.
That's true. For me, though, I kind of go the opposite direction. I feel like Haven is a lot more defender-sided, but at least for how we're seeing this game unravel, Actually, it feels like it does, or maybe it's just Revenant sided. Maybe they have unlocked the formula of how Velocity play this one, right?
Oh,
yeah.
they showed a lot of aggression, and you have to hand it to them, right? I told you about 3 different ways of aggression, being aggressive towards A main, and showing aggression that we saw from Revenant. And even when they got shut down, they took a moment, recollected, and just went back at it. So you saw Paradox immediately after the timeout, right, going aggressive towards mid. So they know what the secret is. The secret is getting that early pick, and then sort of working around that. But they've done a lot more than just getting one pick.
Sure enough. I mean, there was some indecision as well from Velocity, where they kind of took a very long time into figuring out if they wanted to push on mid, that they were still stuck on spawn. And at that point, we saw already Revenant was already so far forward on both C main or C long and A long that they were just able to basically pinch Velocity and take map control away from them in such a quick and swift action, right? Now, as we do flip the switch the tables, Velocity on the defense here. What's going to be a setup? A full 5 Ghost buy. So they're going to be a little bit light on utility, but their long-range shots are going to have a bit of kick to it. So I wonder how this is going to work out. Very quick to use both the stun, I believe, and the haunt just to stop them from coming in. But Paradox has already used his dash just to clear out on short here. Amaterasu as well as Deathmaker going to be on the corner on a long. But this is not where the heat map for our attackers come what may. It's going to be on short side, right to Ace. Finds it though. Quick, swift headshot. And I guess this decision to actually commit to the Ghost is somewhat working because these classics are just not doing anything against Velocity. Down to 2 we go. Bad Love is severely injured. Logi's still healthy, but they've lost the numbers, and they're gonna be having to commit to 3 people that still have a lot of firepower to deal with here and now. Oh, that is beautiful. Spots out Logi and Bad Love not far away. The nade sealing the fate of Logi and Bad Love.
Still waiting.
Yeah. You know he's not going to be able to survive that.
Yeah, nah. You don't need utils when you can pop some heads, and you saw exactly just that. Committing to the Ghosts worked out wonderfully for them, connecting those shots, and Classics were just not cutting it, as you rightly mentioned. But Deathmaker quickly is going to pick up a Marshall and do what it does best. But you know, it was quite interesting to see the way they approached this round, right? First of all, Paradox being shut down like that immediately, the moment he peeked, right to Ace, took him down, which didn't allow Revenant to have any sort of control, information, or space towards Ace. So that attack was being mounted on the back of Paradox, and the moment he got taken down, it all came falling apart.
Yeah. I think they just predicted the situation super well. They knew that their opponents were gonna sticks together and use a lot of utility to clear out corners, so they might not have the best weaponry. Or maybe they were banking on the fact that, again, they just have that sick aim, and Ghost is just better than Classic if you have that ability to do so, right? I don't know. I can only assume. Oh. All right, Deathmaker taking a page out of the book of Paradox. From A long to A short he goes. Paradox is so far forward already. But that stun is going to get like 3 of them, so they can't push anything forward. And look at how far removed they are already, just from the utility that Right to Ace has utilized. And speaking of Right to Ace, this has been the man, the initiator player of Velocity that has been the thorn on the side of Goblin attackers from last game. Now we're kind of seeing that come into play this one. They just line up, hoping to get a trade, but it's not going to happen. And Velocity 2 straight rounds to equalize things 7-7.
Yeah, truly Mr. Worldwide, Right to Ace, isn't he? Going around clapping teams from every single region and every single league. But we do have a timeout from Malix. Once again, the team needs a couple of words of motivation, but you feel like now it's becoming sort of a pattern, especially when you lose a couple of rounds on the trot. Malix always has something or the other to point out. It's almost as if he's so diligent at what he does, right? It's incredible. He's probably one of the most proactive coaches I've seen in the circuit, at least in the Indian one.
I will take your word for it, because I haven't interacted too much with this region for a long time. Again, my introduction was maybe a little bit of APAC, and then from last week, I'm gonna just straight out. So, but looking at it from how Revenant have been playing, if a coach isn't able to do what Malix can do, we wouldn't really be seeing this many rounds be taken by Revenant. So I definitely agree with you on that end, right? Because again, a good coach can, for the most part, can reset your team, can give you key observations of what is missing from your players, right? Because players can see what's happening, but they sometimes can't really see what's happening in an overview perspective. And that's where the coach really comes to shine.
Oh yeah, but look at the fall line being so impactful. Hellfire is going in deadly with the pain shells creating so much impact. Wimp in the meantime will take down Hellfire, but is that flashpoint going to be enough? They want to push in. They have the Prowler to work with as well, but Battler will shut him down. Amalthor also finding a pick for himself, finds the trade, but that's not going to be enough. He needs to stay alive. He needs to fall back, but will overcommit and will get taken down.
The Maker's been spotted already. He's trying to run away. I don't know if he actually spotted Logi here, but he's looking everywhere. He is frantic. Yeah, with good intention, because he just is lost out in the open there. He just did not know where to look. I like the idea. It's the bonus round. They wanted to be proactive, but Revenant was definitely prepared for some shenanigans happening.
I like it so much. Lohi just went in for a normal body shot instead of going for the headshot. A lot of times the hardest shots are the easiest ones to hit. But yeah, no, good backstab. He knew exactly what he had to do. Revenant, on the other hand, just being proactive, knowing exactly what to do and do so. They had a fight coming their way and they took it. They took it head on.
I was kind of surprised that actually worked, especially with that nade from Deadly 10, but they had a set plan. I also did like how Revenant also had an idea that, oh, you know, maybe they're going to just double peek us on A-Long. Let's have a little bit of a setup there. Unfortunately, it gets circumvented because everybody was looking through short, but really good, again, quick adjustments for Revenant all throughout. Another bit of hindrance here with that technical timeout, but it is neck and neck right here, Mamba. So little difference from either side in terms of, I think, overall performance and obviously the rounds.
Well, for now, we do have a technical timeout coming, which both the teams are going to use, at least in terms of just resetting themselves, right? Because the coaches, as far as I'm aware, the coaches aren't allowed to talk in the technical timeout, but at the same time, that's all you might need, right? Just a brief moment. But look at Battler, he's smiling. So I'm sure there are a couple of jokes being exchanged by that fault line being so impressive. You know, takes away from all the aggression. They cleared the right cubby as well. That's a good recon. So a lot of control being taken away from A main while the Astra waits towards C long. So I feel like it is actually pretty impressive what they've done in terms of getting the map control. And Revenant Esports have come in prepared 100% with the way they've been approaching this.
Absolutely. Again, Revenant, a team that I actually have such a joy in watching. I think Blackhawk has turned me into a fan, especially when it's on his hot days. This man can really convert. Anyways, we'll see how this goes. Hopping shots, but very safe because of that box. Aftershock, a little bit of tap damage. Nightfall available here for Velocity for the retake, so they aren't really full committing into this fight whatsoever. Do they have the smoke from the Omen, though, to plug up both A-Long and Short, I wonder? There it is. Nightfall, Fault Line, Aftershock. So many delay tactics for Blackhawk here, but he is alone. Blinded as well. Deadly immediately finds it. And look at this. Attackers can't really find too much. Logi, where is he going to be coming from? Oh, the flank. So even if he can... Oh, wait. Hold on. He could actually still win the fight here. It's being stopped. Logi crossing. Jumps up.
Way.
Barely the timer. It's half a fuse. And oh my
pulls
goodness.
it off.
He pulled it off. Logi with a heroic 3v1 clutch to stop the defuse from pushing through.
Yeah, Velocity had no business losing that. I'm not quite sure why Deathmaker left it the first time around, because here's the thing, he had his teammate backing him up. I'm not quite sure if he had to leave the defuse, but you know, it's a game of small margins. One mistake and you lose all the momentum that he had. Now they don't have credits to work with. So this might just be the round that Revenant needed in terms of gaining the confidence back and making sure that the momentum keeps flowing in their favor.
But smoke used on C-Long here. Is everybody going to be peeking this? Yes, they are. Okay, 1 for 1 in the trades, though, just for that orb. The rest of the attackers now rotating, and Matarasu already crept up on Garage here. Again, trade for trade, and it is somewhat working. Wimp right now is able to actually get through on Spawn itself, the flash to come through, but he just sprays frantically and finds double digits, or double kills. Big flank coming in from Hell F, but look at Logi already expecting it to actually come through on this one. Not going to be expecting that. And Revenant making an absolutely gorgeous case that we are a team that can really put you to your paces.
True, but I feel like Velocity did a lot of damage with the guns they had, right? Those picks initially were so crucial, and they could have pulled it off. But of course, it was too much to ask for, even for Velocity Gaming, because of the disadvantage that they had in terms of credits and whatnot. But Deathmaker picking up an operator. I feel like he's going to be super aggressive wherever he's going to go peak. I'm assuming, or at least I'd wish for him to peak mid. But it's not that easy, right? So I guess we'll just wait it on and see. He does peak A main. And a lot of aggression coming in from Velocity.
That is awkward. Wim finds a pick. Deadly finds a pick with the nade. The Paradox swiftly gets that trade up. Actually pushes through. Paranoia blinds him, but he still actually has a good positioning here on Garage. I'm not sure if this is going to get cleared out by Hell F, but Deadly does not find any contact with that ultimate of his. Hell F, speaking of the man himself, finds the one on Garage. 3 versus 3. Everybody else from Revenant here has already accessed themselves onto C site. Haven't planted the spike just yet. Waiting to see if they can at least find another pick against Velocity. And now that they can't wait any further, we'll use that Cosmic Divide as a safety net. And now everybody's going to have to play. Where are the players of Revenant playing on this post? Through the smoke. Blackhawk also priming his fault line to delay. And here comes the Han. Finds nothing.
Yeah, he finds nothing, absolutely nothing, but Blackhawk needs to hold the line. He needs to get that first pick, which he does, making sure he's the rock that his team needs him to be, and Maker needs to save that operator for sure. There's no doubt about that. That's exactly what he's going to try, and that's one more round going Revenant's way.
Ooh. Can he get back into cover? Okay, he can. Yeah, there it is. Should be able to save the op here. And just hide. Loki can still take that away from you. Oh, oh, that's so expensive. Revenant, absolutely phenomenal comeback here. Again, they were struggling a little bit in that first half, but the second half, just such a different face. So dominant, and didn't look like the team that we saw struggling on Breeze. This is, again, a whole different Revenant that we're seeing right now in Haven.
Well, that it is. I feel like it is. So here's the thing, right? When we're crunching the numbers, I felt like Velocity was looking pretty good on Haven. But two things. Revenant definitely has practiced quite a bit. They've come up with a lot of things to do on this map, especially on defense, playing super proactively. But at the same time, Velocity, it's felt like they've been playing the same version of Haven that they've played in the last 6 months. There's nothing they've been able to do to sort of counter Revenant, apart from a couple of rounds here and there. So you have to hand it to Revenant for playing the way they've done. You have to give credit to them for sure.
I think it's just them as well, being able to, other than read the situation, right, where they think their opponent might be, it's also how much better their initial contact is. I think we'll probably, hopefully see that later on in the stats, how much first kills I think we have seen Revenant be able to do now. If not, just the ability for them to trade much faster compared to the Breeze. Deathmaker's been exposed. nobody's flinching just yet. Both initiators are starting to rotate here, and they're looking for that B site push first. Hell F. Wimp is just fearless right now. He is pushing so hard, so far forward. Deadly is blinded, doesn't even know where he is, so he couldn't get back into proper cover. Amaterasu though, there's the bump up right to Ace.
Player standing.
Oh, that was so awkward. He bumped his own teammate as well with the Rolling Thunder. Miscommunication for the most part. Deadly coming in from the flank. Jumps up. But Logi was already waiting, willing to go for that swing. And now the tables definitely have turned. Revenant have match point.
All that they do, and also wonderful fake as well. Paradox showing himself on A. Deathmaker not being able to connect the shot. Was forced back to TP back to the side. And that was a massive rotation coming in as well. And perfect contact play coming in towards C. The moment they showed presence towards A with Paradox. Being all alone, by the way. Let's not forget that the only person who was A was the duelist without any solid support. And then you saw two duelists along with Astra KJ walking in casually, strolling into a C. Unfortunate that Rolling Thunder tagged Amaterasu as well. Maybe then they would have had a chance in terms of bringing them down back. Deathmaker, once again, is so aggressive. Look at that. He might catch Logi off guard.
Is he gonna get that orb though? Oh, now he spotted the... Yeah, spotted the elbow. Immediately TP's back. The rest of Revenant already finding access onto the B site. Blackhawk plants it, backs away. They did leave Paradox right on top right here. So he's kind of left to fend off for himself, which could be a bad thing for Revenant. But if he finds some picks, this would be absolutely tremendous for them. Nightfall first, they're really selling his position, and it is working somewhat. Paradox is surviving here, drops right down, gets flushed out by Hell F. But because they weren't able to really do anything against the lockdown, they get pushed back. Deathmaker's so prepared for that. Okay,
Ooh,
three of them get stunned. Oh, that aftershock though for Deadly. I wonder if that's actually the correct decision. Bad luck here. Oh, he finds it. He finds another. No more time. And I'm pretty sure we're gonna go to Pearl. Game number 3. Here we go. Revenant with a comeback.
Isn't it Bind?
Oh, excuse me. Bind. Yes,
Oh, yeah,
I was still stuck up on the series from last time. But yeah, Bind is going to be the last game. But still game number 3.
Oh, and nonetheless, game number 3 for sure, and that's what we all wanted to see, right? It going to game number 3, but you have to hand it to Badlove. He held it together when it mattered the most, getting those crucial picks at the end, especially the one on Breach, I believe, it was right to Ace that he got through the smoke. While he was diffusing the spike, that's where he sealed the deal and pulled off the map. So we've seen this happen in the past, by the way, where Revenant has pulled off maps from Velocity, but they've never been able to take them down in a series. So is today the day history changes, or does Velocity carry on with the run that they've had?
Man, I feel like right now I can't really guess anymore, or rather hypothesize anymore what has been happening. Such a different outcome from what I was expecting. But you know what? It is a definite pleasant surprise. Revenant was just getting better and better as the second game kept unraveling. All of the weaknesses that we saw from Breeze was just absolutely gone. Everything was turned into a strength. All of what they wanted to do was was working. Again, positioning themselves for flank maneuvers, being aggressive as we saw with Paradox. So maybe this switch up as well with Logi being the controller now and putting Paradox on this duelist has really buried fruit for Revenant here. So coming to Bind, are they going to do the same thing? Because it looks like it has been working out, at least for Haven.
Oh yeah, but let's have a look at the match MVP. Sorry, the map MVP, not the match MVP. For this game, it is Deathmaker with 255 ACS, 19 kills and 5 first bloods. That's quite a bit. But for Bind, I'm actually really excited to see, because I feel like Revenant might have a real chance given how dominant they were in the afternoon. I forgot the team they were playing against. It's so unfortunate. I was literally casting the game. But the bottom line is that Revenant was looking sublime with 2 controllers on Bind. And they definitely have a real chance of beating Velocity for the first time.
I think it's W Streak.
Oh yeah, W Streak, yeah.
Yeah, they went up against. That was the one that I was talking with Universe, where they just got destroyed, like 13-2. So I think you're absolutely right on this one. There is a really, really good case right now for Revenant to win this series, and possibly the first series that they do take away from Velocity after such a long, arduous history of, Velocity always winning these series. One of the first few times we've seen Velocity just take such a huge dumpster of a beatdown from Revenant here, 13-7, especially on Haven. That again, I keep touting Haven to be one of the stronger maps for Velocity here. It does happen, and it's Revenant that's taken this away from them. Wimp was surprised this has actually come. I think a lot of his kills also come from just him being able to be on the receiving end of everybody pushing and not really expecting he's there. Which was like multiple double kills for like 3 to 4 rounds straight. But other than that, his utility usage as well was, I think, one of the crucial factors that gave Revenant so much courage to start pushing certain angles of the map, because they were like, okay, as long as your Killjoy's alive, we can always be certain that they're not pushing on Garage, they're not pushing on B, so we can start being aggressive on other positions on Haven.
Oh yeah, but the last time they played Biden against each other was, I believe, 11 days ago. Revenant and VLT. Velocity came out on top 13-2. So it's just a bit of history between these two teams, and Deadly 10 went absolutely ham. I believe he dropped like, 20 frags, was it, with 400 ACS? So it was incredible to see that. The question is, are we going to see a repeat of that? Because Revenant is definitely looking for revenge. They're hungry for sure, but it's not going to be easy to snap out of it, because 13-2 hurts. It's not like they lost 13-10, 13-9, or 13-11, where it was a close match. They were absolutely outclassed, outgunned, and outmaneuvered in that map.
Yeah, but you know what? I feel like at this point, anything is up in the air right now. There is definitely something different with Revenant here, and different in a good way for this team. So we're going to go on a break. When we come back, we will see what happens in game number 3. It is an incredibly close series. So guys, hold on. We'll be coming back for the break. And then again, game number 3.
You blow my mind. I don't know if you know yet.
interesting conversations are being held here, and I think the most interesting one is Revenant being able to take Haven. Now, if you're a Revenant fan, I think you're already expecting that they can be able to bring this back for a game number 3, and boy, are we seeing that. But at least from my perspective here, and maybe Mamba's perspective, it felt like it should have been Velocity, but you can't take this away from Revenant. Just an absolutely phenomenal second half that came out for them. I think spearheaded by how Paradox's ability to just be aggressive as. I mean, it seems like it was super risky, but it paid off. Definitely has.
Oh, absolutely. That's the reason why I wanted to see him on Neon, right? And not Jet, but at the end of the day, the idea was for him to be aggressive and be able to fall back or rotate really quick. But then again, as we say, right, a couple of inches here and there, and that's when the game changes.
Yeah, I don't know how this is going to be faring out, because before the break, we did talk about the last time that these two teams went up against each other. You mentioned how Velocity just basically wrecked Revenant 13-2. But Revenant, speaking of which, actually had a match with another team. I believe that was W Streaks that they did that 13-2. So not looking at transitive property, but just looking at, you know, how well they performed in their previous game, there is that feeling of second win from Revenant here. And maybe that boost from Haven will help them come in with fresh eyes in this bind map. But we'll see how that kind of goes.
Well, we'll see how that goes for sure, but decide bind. At least Revenant gets to pick which side they want to start on, because they got clapped the last time they played 13-2. They will remember it because it was pretty recent with the same lineup as well, by the way. So it was no different players, the same players played in. So I'm quite keen on seeing what's going to happen over here, how this map will transpire, and if Revenant can have their revenge. But at the same time, Velocity is just Velocity, right? So dominant, so focused, and so confident in the way they play that they just won't give a chance. Or at least we'll hope to not give a chance to Revenant.
Yeah, I will say though as well, Bind is one of those maps that really gives you, if you find the groove in one side, whether it's attacking or defending, that usually translates into like 5 to 6 straight rounds in, like, without a shadow of a doubt. So more than any other map, being able to dictate the start of the game, I think, is so crucial on Bind. So with that being said, right, this is such a big thing for either team to really get started with. So just kind of pointing it out there, especially, of course, with with what we've seen with these particular teams in the past bind maps that they've played as well.
Here's the thing, right? I always say this: you can analyze the games as much as you want. You can look at the numbers as much as you want. Sure, our job while analyzing the games to also look at the data that we have. But at the same time, you also need to factor in a lot of things. Like, for example, you talk about VLT. They're coming out of a game right now. So it's, their 5th map on the trot. And on the other side, they if you talk about Revenant, they had quite a bit of a break in the middle. Of course, even Velocity, right? They had an hour off or so to sort of recalibrate. But at the end of the day, they're still coming pretty fresh. So a lot of small factors can affect game results as well. But at the end of the day, you need to figure out which one it is. Over here, we have Deadly on Raze. On the other side, Paradox, Balov, Blackhawk Loki, and Wimp. If I remember it correctly, wasn't One Tap playing Bind in the morning? We'll find out. We'll find out.
Yeah, he wasn't actually. So this was the same composition that Revenant did use against W Streak Esports. So they didn't have One Tap in this one. It was still Paradox, playing as the Rays. So I think this was the correct decision as well. Not just basing from that last game, that last series that they played against W Streak, but also just the last game performance that this particular set of roster has. You know what? If Logi has looks stellar,
Select
why
your
not just
agent.
keep putting him on that particular agent? And again, the double controller to come out here from Revenant. This is gonna be so interesting because, again, we've seen teams either go one way or the other, which is double controller or double initiator, and we're seeing both of that be utilized by either side come into this last game.
Or you can just duel it and go double duelist, which makes no sense. But we've seen a couple of things work out that way. I think the weirdest one that I've seen in a semi-pro match was triple duelist on Breeze. Look, you got to talk about the team's caliber as well, the one they were playing against. But triple duelist. Just think about it for a second. Yeah, they had Jet, Neon, Reina, and I believe a Chamber, along with I think there was no initiator. It had absolutely no initiator. I was like, hold up, how does this even work? But well, they won the game. So I think I still like. There are moments when when you're laying on the bed when you're about to fall asleep and you think about things, and you're thinking about random things, and this one game will always pop up in my head. I'm like, what were they thinking? How does it work? Why does it work? I think there are some questions you will never know the answers to.
I will say though, there really isn't I don't really like to call it meta, because I don't think Valorant really has a meta. Maybe trending picks that works for teams or maps in particular. But with that being said, some things like that could be what we call like cheese strats, right? Things that if you try to use it against an opponent, if they haven't really played with that before, the ability for them to adjust just goes to show if they can fight it or not. And it seems like if you can make a triple duelist work, that just means that your opponent also does not know how to deal with that, because there's a lot of explosive entry that the triple duelist has, especially with like a Reina, right? So again, just me thinking about it, it can definitely work, especially if they play a lot more heavy contact than any other team or their opponent team can do.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, even I'd be puzzled if I had a triple duelist setup up against me in Breeze. So that's definitely a good one. But I feel like one of the reasons why okay, not triple duelist, but the lack of controller would work if you're playing super aggressive with Neon using the fast lane, right? So you can definitely create a safe path and cut through the map. But it's really dicey against a half decent team as well, right? I don't think that's going to work.
Absolutely. I mean, thankfully, we are going to be seeing that here, right? So, hypothetically speaking, at least we're not going to see that here. But I will say that, again, because I think we are seeing Revenant on the defending side as well. Actually, no, I think it's just a team that really loves a double controller. What the double controller does give is obviously the ability to obscure certain positions on a map. The big caveat to this one, though, is they can still get wall banged. So I wonder how well they can push through this. Of course, there is that double initiator that they have to deal with Revenant, because they do have, I believe, the Fate as well. If you have any cheeky lineups with that Haunt and you don't break it in time, people can just shoot you through the smoke. So that is also something that Revenant will have to play against, at least looking at it from a standard push into sight perspective. But of course, Revenant is also a team that we know that doesn't play fairly straightforward. They like to mix things up, and that actually has put a lot of strain on velocity. And of course, the biggest example of that was basically the last game that we saw here. So I'm also curious and super excited to see how Revenant translate this, especially with there's so much threat coming in from those initiators that Velocity have picked up.
Oh yeah. But I think it's only something that time will tell us if this double controller setup that worked out so well for them in the morning is going to work against Velocity with a double initiator setup.
Yeah.
And a team of this caliber as well, because they know how to adapt really, really quick. And if it does work out, then props to Revenant for changing history, because they've never been able to win a match. I'm not talking about maps. They've pulled maps off of VLT, but they've never won a match against VLT. So if they're able to do so today, I'd be more than happy for them.
Here's also one thing that I also have noticed. Like I mentioned how Blackhawk has been one of the more entertaining players that I've seen from Revenant. We haven't really seen him pop off this entire series. He had that one thing with the Guardian on Haven, but after that, haven't really seen him do much. Granted, of course, everybody was just doing so well for Revenant side that maybe it wasn't as needed. But this was one of the maps that Blackhawk really did shine, I believe, when they went up against W Streak earlier this morning. So with that being said, I am looking forward to seeing how he can influence this game, because I really think that he is one of those players that are incredibly talented, but unfortunately we just haven't really seen it in the first 2 games as often.
Oh yeah, but look at this aggression coming in. Paradox finding 2 for himself, and this is something we've always seen in Bad Love as well. This, using the portal, teleporting towards A-Long, and getting all that information. So it's quite interesting to see the amount of preparation, the amount of prep work that Revenant has shown over here. Loki, he doesn't need to commit to this. He absolutely does not need to, but look at Deadly. So close, up close and personal. Does find the first one. He's a fallback, 22 points of health to work with. Does he have enough? Oh my lord, the boom ball. No, never mind. The boom ball is going to dish out so much damage, and Deadly does not have enough HP to work with. You will fall down, but we do have right to waste. Who needs to go and will get taken down? And that Haunt is the reason why he had to push in. So Revenant absolutely outclassing Velocity in the first one.
And as I mentioned, that Haunt sealing the fate, but I wanted to see that replay from the start of the round. That aggressive double swing on Showers really hurt Velocity here, because again, as attackers, they're supposed to be the ones to dictate the pace of how the round goes, right? But Revenant, with how aggressive they went on that specific again push on Showers or Bath, however you want to call it, just ruined whatever Velocity wanted to do. And because Logi was still somewhere on B side, he actually softened up the rest of Velocity with a Snakebiter. So even if he was taken out, they really took a lot of damage from that. Anyways, that was a Bucky buy, yeah, from Deadly. I was about to point out, and immediately, just so much respect. Paradox, though, swings out with the Judge. I wonder if Amaterasu can find any value to this, because he has to get up close and personal with that auto shotty. So I'm not really sure how much damage this can do, because Wimp is already out of there, especially now knowing that his opponent does have that lethal weapon and space created, but not really space enough that'll give Velocity any big bites onto the side, especially now that the smoke's about to dissipate.
Oh yeah, but Velocity, they still have a man disadvantage to work with. But look at, ooh, oh my lord, Amaterasu, but right to his once again, just getting that trade real quick. It all comes down to Sky in a 1 versus 2 battle. Knows he needs to fall back. There's no reason for him to commit, but picks up the Spectre. Hellfighter, can he make this happen? There is potential for sure. 30 seconds until he has his guiding light come back, but definitely has a Trailblazer to work with just in case he feels like it. But Hellfighter wanting to make it a 1 versus 1. Does find the information on the first player. He might know where the second player is as well. As a Trailblazer, is going to commit to it. Loki trying to creep up. Does spot him out, but oh my lord, Hellfighter, what are you doing? How do you manage to pull this off? And Revenant, how do you manage to whiff this?
Dude, I already said that it shouldn't have any damage. It shouldn't have any impact. Shotguns against pistols and SMG, supposedly at long range, you should win. But somehow, Velocity find the ability to just get closer slowly but surely by walking in, and Revenant not expecting it. Such a big mistake. And in light of that as well, it is going to be their Creds that will take the brunt of that one. Bad Love try to challenge Deathmaker, but it's not going to work out. Wimp is trying to get on out of there already. Blackhawk still holding on short here to smoke, giving him a little bit of leeway. But he's already been pushed away. Doubling up with Wimp, though. This could be at least what helps them secure U-Haul, but unfortunately, everybody from Velocity just so lasered in. That's going to be a plant on the spike. Logi's going to get into this one, but again, just so many opponents right in his face, but somehow still making it work. Okay, Logi, I see you. But it's not going to be enough. That's going to be a solid round for Velocity in the end.
Yeah, Velocity just quickly adapting to what happened in the first round, right? They realized, you know what? This is the way Revenant wants to play. We'll pick up shotties and see if this works out in our favor. And it did. It did. So Velocity just showing the true class in terms of what they bring to the table. But no timeout this time around, which is rather surprising because I've seen like quick timeout coming in from Alex every single time they've lost out 2 rounds where they shouldn't have. But yeah, I know you have to give credit to the way Velocity played this one.
Absolutely. I think they were just coaxing on the fact that Revenant are always willing to try to go for those aggressive fights. Revenant have to take a step back, though, because it's being well read, by Velocity here. I think you're already seeing that. Okay, I don't see this too often, this hookah smoke here, but it is going to make Velocity a little bit more, what's the word here, respectful. And again, because they have to push through that and the snake bite's there, they have to at least be delayed a couple of seconds more. Bad Love, though, could be at the receiving end of a bad situation if Hell F can actually just flash himself out into position.
Here.
But other than that, I do like how just Velocity are making their presence known in hookah, but at the same time using or burning utility by Revenant. And now they can actually start to soften things up and make a site push much more palatable.
Oh yeah, they know all the sky smokes have been used up, so definitely burning through the utility. The Prowler and the Trailblazer coming and forcing Blackhawk back, but he's not going to fall back. He wants to go in for the fight, gets first, nails the second as well. Amato Ross will be the second person to go down, but Blackhawk playing it like an absolute rock, not letting them in. Hellfighter gets taken down as well, and that's a lot of impact. The sort of confidence that he had to back himself up in a fight like that is the reason why they pull this round off, and that's just great to see when players back themselves.
Again, Flash just says, or the guiding light says blinded, right? But if he had the guiding light right behind him, it still actually says blinded. So Blackhawk was not flushed out from U-Haul. Misread of situation there from Velocity, but they had to push and still commit to the side. But there were so many smokes and again, so many angles to try to deal with. And like I mentioned, man, Blackhawk, he hasn't really had a chance to really showcase himself this entire series. Come third game, he's already at 5 kills and already equipped with that orbital strike. Still a very back and forth endeavor. Deathmaker. Oh, he misses the shot. That is so crucial. The follow through. Nobody taking massive damage, though. Look at the pop shots from Bad Love just barely grazing Deathmaker here. And Hell F couldn't really follow up. Did force the TP, but other than that, just kind of weird interaction from both sides.
Well, you know, the guiding light, yeah, it says blinded. It's a bad one, I know. It's okay. We won't talk about it. But Wimp, on the other side, he's going to wait it out to see if there is a push coming in. But for now, Deathmaker is going to get spotted, and Loki with the Viper spit onto a short, just locking it down. But if he gets taken, I feel like he might just get taken down with the Prowler and the Trailblazer coming in at the same time. But the Seekers are going to come up. He's going to use the Snake Bite to try and slow them down as much as he can. But he will... Oh, he gets one! And uses a Snake Bite, but are they going to be able to push in? Yes, they do, and not being able to walk away. And it's so unfortunate.
Paradox having some difficulties with that showstopper. Still finds one! Even finds Deathmaker way out into the open. Look at this. It is going to be... what is that? Right to Ace. The Brimstone just straight shooting it onto B site, but Orbital Strike just to ruin Right to Ace's time. You do see Hell F jumping in. No more time in hand to even pick up that spike, and Blackhawk shuts it down. It's not Blackhawk down, it's Blackhawk up. Up in kills, up in performance, and up for Revenant.
I'm glad I'm not the only one making bad jokes.
Hey, I have made a career in the Philippines just being all about that cringe, yo.
Yeah, you know, I've realized one thing though. A joke could be bad or good, doesn't matter, as long as the delivery and the timing's right.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Only if we could figure that out, maybe we'd have a career in stand-up. Who knows? Who knows? But not anytime soon for sure. Given the fact that we've both been just...
It only works in casting for me, at least.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I feel, like for me personally, I'm coming back to the caster's desk after so long. It's almost as if I stopped casting because of the amount of LAN events that were happening, right? So I was always on the stage holding the mic hosting, which also, by the way, is a lot of fun. There's a lot less pressure. Sure, like the first segment and the last one where, you know, you have this massive intro, larger-than-life intro coming in. Sure, that's a little bit of pressure. But apart from that, all you got to do is just go in, post-match, pre-match interviews, a little bit of hype, a little bit of crowd work. You're done. So you actually get to sit down and watch the game. But it feels good to be back, man, because this is where it all started for me personally 7 years ago. So it's just great to see that, you know, once in a while I still get to come back to the casting desk and have a little bit of fun.
Oh yeah, because this is where all the action happens, right? So it's really good to always be casting, because I've also been on the receiving end of being a host, and honestly the biggest difference that I see compared to casting is the stamina that you have to do for it in the long term, because technically short term. I mean, we cast like 3 hours straight, but hosts have to be there the entire day, right? And everything. So they have to pay attention for everything. So that's like the other bit of stamina they have to use. Anyways, round is going to start. Could be an explosive one.
Let's play.
Yo, what a shot. What a blind. Loki's trapped. And in the blink of an eye, from what does Velocity have to do to what Revenant has to do now to retake this, or they just do nothing because it's a 3 versus 5 and it is going to be nearly impossible for them to sneak up or even try to get map control because of just how well spread and just greater the numbers are right now for VLT.
Oh, yeah. That's going to be Paradox being taken down by that tour de force on the Deathmaker. We have Blackhawk going to come in,
Player standing.
but he's going to get sent into oblivion by Hellfighter, and all the Fate can do is just fall back, try and save the weapons that he has. But here's the thing, it's been such a topsy-turvy match, right? It's been back and forth with both these teams not giving away an inch, especially when they're the ones in a commanding position in the round. Both these teams are looking so dominant in the rounds that they've been winning that it's almost insane to me to think that it could have been a one-sided affair.
Somehow, again, Velocity, they still managed to do it. You know what? If it was any regular team, the swing with the favor was definitely for Revenant, but again, we still fall back on these household names for VLT. Deathmaker, again, akin to his name, right? Making such huge plays for his team. That jiggle peek against an operator with a headhunter. Who does that? It's only Deathmaker, man. Only Deathmaker.
Oh yeah, he can definitely create a lot of impact. But Blackhawk as well. Like in all these matches, we've seen different players step up, and in the first 6 rounds, we've definitely seen a lot of impact being created by Blackhawk. So I'm just glad to see that everybody in the team is stepping up, and it's not a one-man show. But the main shell, ooh, that is going to dish out some sort of damage. But that Sky Smoke coming in, the Guiding Light as well, to counter it. Wait, that was actually a Stim Beacon. No, mine wasn't a Sky Smoke. The Sky Smoke was pretty deep inside A mains.
I actually can't remember. That's the utility name for Brim's Smoke.
Yeah.
That is really confusing because obviously because Sky Agent, right?
Yeah.
Anyways, yeah, I think the flash from the sky came from VLT's side. Logi, ooh. Yeah, they have to respect that they can't really push through that, especially with the wall and the smoke being all pushed in here on Hookah. They're coming in.
No way.
This is so risky because yeah, okay. No. Just no. You're vulnerable. Line up. You push in one by one. Of course they're going to line up to Logi. He's not going to miss a beat on that one. 4K could be looking for the ace, but Deathmaker's not going to risk it since he's rocking an operator, not the Tour de Force. This is going to be an expensive round. I mean, even more expensive if he loses the sniper in hand. Risky plays altogether for Velocity there, but I don't know what was going on in their heads. Maybe just, again, try to confidence or try to attack on Hoka, but it just did not work against Logi.
I feel like the best reaction to this was not you, not me, but right to Ace. You should have seen his face. He was so shocked to see what just happened. But Logi, oh my lord! Look, man, I feel like he's he's absolutely the man for that round. The way he held it together with the Nightfall coming in as well. Ideally, with the Nightfall and the Prowler combo, once you've been spotted, it's really difficult to get rid of it because it's quicker, right? The Prowler is quicker once it spots you. But he held it. He just stayed there. He didn't care, and got a quad kill.
I mean, again, why would he even be afraid, right? They're coming into his territory. That's where this is one of the perfect positions or perfect situations for Viper to just be, to just show her queendom. That being said, huge swing. It's like every round there's a different story and a different swing for any, for either side here, right? Last round, Velocity with an amazing Thrifty. That previous round, an amazing round for Logi. Okay, heavy contact. Speaking of Logi, he's dealing so much damage. Deathmaker's already done. Deadly can only hope. He's already been exposed. Gonna have to try to jiggle through this one. Sees, just keeps him tethered in. His teammate trapped. Right to Ace finds an opening. but it's a 1 versus 2, and that spike is in no man's land, although there's plenty of time, but everybody's going to be peeking this. Yeah, right to ace, weapon out, man, because Paradox about to swing this with
30
teammate.
seconds left.
They're going for the contact. There it is.
No way.
Clutch.
No way. I think they weren't expecting that he was just that close already. He didn't make any noise. And right to ace, I guess the read or the decision to do that was just the correct one, and it shows.
Also with Loki, somebody needs to remind him he's a controller, not a duelist. But I think we've seen that trend with Vipers today, this entire day, right? From the first match itself, where they've been able to lock sites down really, really efficiently. And Loki getting that quad kill, then once again getting that 3K. Suddenly getting 7 kills in 2 rounds and being the top fragger for the team. Definitely helps in terms of confidence. Using the Viper's pit towards A short is going to lock it down, and we have Padla who wants to be aggressive towards B long. But is it worth it? I guess we'll find out.
They do have the Trailblazer, so come what may, they will know that Bad Love. Yeah. Oh, he even gets direct contact. People might not know this, but Trailblazer actually does damage, like 30 on direct contact with the leap. So that's just no bueno for Bad Love here. Wimp loving the reposition, the re-aggression on Hookah. This could put a lull for VLT, and it actually is looking like that.
remaining.
What a challenge from Wimp. And now it's all done down, to Deathmaker, who's way out of position. Against an operator here, and Bad Love's flick is absolutely sublime there. Cherry on top for a solid round for Revenant.
Oh yeah, and when pulling it together, even though he struggled quite a bit with getting Hellfighter down over there, but he didn't panic. He took his time, got the shot, and yeah, these are sitters for all these players. They don't miss these. But yeah, 5-4, which could have potentially been 6-3, by the way. But it's just unfortunate what happened in the last round, and Revenant. I won't say they're gonna pay the price for it, but it just helps, right? If you have more rounds on the scoreboard. Right now, Velocity doesn't have the best buys.
It's never stopped them, especially if Deathmaker does have that headhunter of his. Speaking of which, he's still willing to challenge right now. They've downed the smoke. There's the Trailblazer. They're really forcing Bad Love out of this position, and somehow he can hit the shots on agents, but not the shot on the Trailblazer. Does give a lot of free space here for VLT. Deadly's gone way into the backside, but this might be a bad call since there's so much control here from Logi again with the double kill. Space opens up. Blackhawk shoots through. Orbitals available, and they plant the spike, space themselves out, but this leaves only one more player remaining. That's going to be Amaterasu. And as the smoke dissipates, it's Revenant again with the retake. 6-4 now.
Yeah, 6-4. Revenant is looking sublime right now with the way they've been approaching this, but Velocity Gaming didn't have a lot of money to work with either. So I feel like they had a pretty good run given the fact that they didn't have the best of buys, and they got the spike down and almost got it way too close for comfort. But yeah, no, this time around they're going to have a good buy. Bad Love in the meantime. I feel like he's doing a wonderful job. It's not the fact that he can't shoot at the Trailblazer. He chooses not to, so that, you know, that's where the Trailblazer ends. Doesn't make sense, right? So Bad Love gets spotted. The Trailblazer leaps onto him. Does not get any more info. It's kind of smart if you ask me.
I'll say if that's like the bane for his existence now. Bad Love has had enough on B long, so he's gonna try his luck hard here on short. This could work though, and it does. Can always just TP away as well, and he does have the help of Paradox, but Deathmaker finds him. There's the orbital strike. Paradox though is gonna go for the swing, and he'd not care for the feelings of the Seekers. He only cares for the target that's right in front. Right to ace, finally shuts him down, but the damage has been done. 3 versus 2. Wimp using his delay tactics on those Prowlers. And these attackers are way out of proportion, way out of position. And it's only going to be Deadly to remain. He's already showed his force here on Showers, and they're just going to enforce so much more utility on that, especially with the Viper already coming here onto the A site. A monumental task for Deadly to make do with this one, especially now that we're coming into the last 2 rounds of the first half, and Revenant is starting to build that lead. Deadly does have all of his good utilities here with the satchels. But the thing is, his opponent's very spread out.
30 seconds left.
That he is, but Deadly will get taken down by Blackhawk, along with the teammates holding a wonderful crossfire, which was not easy to breach. That's the 7th round, but look at Battler, right? He's getting those openings, really crucial openings. Paradox should have been a little more proactive to back him up there, but he did his job. He got those 2 picks on the way short while the Seeker started coming in. So I feel like no harm, no foul. And, VLT is just struggling right now.
I mean, this is a team that has double initiator, right? So where's the initiator utility when you kind of need it just to check these close corners? They already know that Revenant is so willing to fight these initial points of contact. Again, there, speaking of which, initial points of contact. Blackhawk is just shooting randomly through the smoke. Finds one. Deathmaker. Deathmaker's turning into like this entry fragging chamber. Bad Love shuts it down. Repositions almost. Decapitates right to Ace. And speaking of which, he's been flushed out with that cheeky little lineup with the snake fight. Now he decides to go for the rotate, but they already expect this to come through. Will have utility to push through right now. Gets slow. Can't really jump out of hookah. But because he has so much time, he can double back onto A if he wants to, because right now everybody is going to be particularly on B site. Although he's cut the noise. What's going on his head here is if he can cut the noise right now, push through on spawn, maybe he can catch somebody on elbow. But I think his opponent's much smarter than this. Wimp's already looking at the push
30
through.
seconds left.
Spotted. We'll have to plant that spike, but at least now he's forced to post plant.
Well, that he has. It's quite smart to plant it this early because they would usually expect for him to fake it. But he's choosing his fight. So in a 1vx situation, and a 1v2, 1v3, you don't want to fight it 1v3, but you want to make it 3 1v1s, and that's exactly what he's trying to do. He's doing it with finesse. Gets the first one, needs to find the second as well. He's forcing those fights. Can he find the third one as well? If he pulls this off, it's going to be insane. And he does. Oh my lord, right to Ace. What in God's name are you doing? Showing the amount of experience that he has. He's been playing FPS games for decades. The fundamentals on this guy is a sight to behold. In a 1v3, he made it 3 1v1s, and it's just so damn glorious to watch.
Saw it in Breeze. We'll see it again on Bind. They were looking so lost. And you saw there already, Logi was panicking and wanting to at least set up a crossfire with his teammate, but immediately you knew what was going on right to Ace's head, that he can't really make that, he can't really let that happen. There was a small window of opportunity for him to force the 1 versus 1 or to turn that into a 1 versus 1, and he did not waste that shot. He did not waste that beat. Quick and very calculated, and as you mentioned, decades of experience just showing itself right in front of us.
Oh, well. It's just, listen, here's the thing, right? A lot of times when you see teams throw away rounds like these, you kind of feel bad for the team because, and also for the player, because it's not very entertaining to watch. But over here, right to Ace played them like a flute. He knew exactly what to do. He found that information. He knew potentially could be somebody inside elbow. Did spot the fade towards CT. Oh, sorry, the defender base, and got the spike down immediately without faking it. So once the spike was down, all he had to do was isolate those fights into 3 1v1s. And it's easier said than done, right? But he manages to pull it off with perfection. But at the same time, questions need to be asked, to the players on Revenant Esports. Why would you peak 1 by 1? Like, it makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah. I guess the philosophy of approach there is two-sided, right? I guess they got confident that they could peek every single angle and basically chase for where right to Ace is, but that just didn't work. Rather than trying to wait for the flank to come through elbow first and then push out as 2 come from, I like to call it murder hole on spawn, right to Ace just was able to kind of thread the fine needle on that one. I think the only problem there for Revenant was I think they were feeling too pressured, but they shouldn't have, because it was still very early in post plan, right? The spike explodes after 40 seconds, and they were already there sub 30 or above 35 seconds before the spike exploded. So they had plenty of time to start checking corners much more efficiently. So I think Revenant was just rushing too fast and too wily. Maybe thinking that, again, they could get the one-up against right to ace. But, I mean, it's right to ace.
Oh, yeah.
He can make that work.
He can absolutely make that work. But look at that snake. But that... Ooh! Line up nation, line up for days. And that is so good to watch.
The damage it does. Look at that. The Amaterasu and Deadly are just actually already tagged up. And being this on pistol, that is actually huge damage already if you think about things. Amaterasu setting his own utility up. Sees. Oh, as well as the nade. This could deal massive damage. But it doesn't matter. Blackhawk runs it down. 2 versus 4. And, oh, this is going to be awkward. Velocity have no positioning in this matter. They're going to have to get down and dirty with these fights. Hell F finds the initial contact. Deathmaker, how many bullets in the Headhunter? 4. He has 4 opponents. Could work in an ideal world. Ooh. Well, this is not the ideal world. This is the world of Revenant, and they're just living in it. Down to 10 HP. Peek me, I dare you. Oh, he actually still wins it. I mean, he shouldn't win this round, but I mean that was that was amusing.
Yeah, that was. It happens. It happens sometimes, but
Exit frag.
I mean, he has to go down to the spike anyway, right? You want to get all those treads. This is unfortunate, but you know what? That extra round that Right to Ace had might just be the difference between Velocity being able to hang in this matchup or not, because I feel like 7-5 is a decent scoreline to work with. It's not too bad, not too good, just right on the edge. And sure, you lost the pistol now, which was really crucial, going for a full eco. They could actually force this as well, by the way. Oh, wait, it makes no sense for them to force. Never mind. So I had a brain fart over there for a second. But,
I mean, yeah, sorry, I was going to say, it's not bad to try to go for that. Maybe could catch them off, but it's still pretty fair that, yeah, it doesn't make... it's a huge risk, and it's a high reward, but it's a huge risk as well.
Yeah. I'd rather not have them force this one because the cash on them is not that great. They don't have the leeway as well, because if they lose this one, 9 and 10, then they only have 3 more rounds to work with in terms of making mistakes, and I don't think that's enough. So might as well just go for an eco in this one, buy the next, and you'll have one more buy coming after that one. So I feel like, this is the best way to go forward, but Wimp is going to use that Prouded Force out if anybody's playing close, but survive on 1 HP, Deathmaker. Keeping the hopes alive, but Wimp will get taken down by Hellfire. I feel like he didn't properly check it. That's the reason why he actually got away with it.
Plant will be forced already here by Revenant. Weaker weapons on the defense all throughout. Deathmaker is 1 HP, 1 bullet. And is he going to be the one? We will see. Right to Ace, getting a bit closer. Wonder if he's going to be able to check Wrench here. The crossfire is just too good for Revenant right now. It's going to be such a difficult endeavor for them to push through this. Amaterasu, solid little take. Maybe any access on picking up the Bulldog. Not going to happen. And yeah, hello. He peeks out and everybody peeks out at the same time. Revenant really stepping things up.
Oh yeah, they definitely did. But look at Blackhawk getting 2 over there. They lined up. Obviously didn't see the guy behind the raise, I believe, but it just worked out because he overshot it a little. But at the end of the day, if you have 2 kills, you have 2 kills, right? At the end, numbers don't lie, and Blackhawk is looking sublime on that Brim from the get-go, right? From the very first round itself, he's been playing super well. 18 frags on Brim in 14 rounds? That's insane.
Yeah, I will say as well, buy-wise, purchase-wise, I do like how teams on the round after pistol that they win, they actually purchase the Bulldog now, away from the Spectre if you have the money for it. Because I really like it, because even after the bonus round of your opponent, you're still able to buy another rifle, and Bulldog is a more credible threat versus the Spectre, especially in long range because of that ADS burst fire. Anyways, Deathmaker, it's a little bit too awkward. There's so much for him to try to do, and nothing to hit at all. Amaterasu, yeah, satchel in, awkward, and all right, again, another save. Velocity just not finding any luck whatsoever in this defending side. Whatever they want to do has just been thrown to the wayside by Revenant.
Oh yeah, Paradox was just like peekaboo, and I guess that one. It's not that easy to hit those shots. I'll be honest, for both of them. As a matter of fact, for Maltaraz to holding that angle and for Paradox to be able to adjust to the movement inaccuracy, right? But he did a good job. Right to ace. We'll have to save it up. Also, that's a pretty cool gun buddy that he has, the Riot gun buddy.
Oh, I have that.
Oh, you do? So do I.
Oh, nice. Wow, I feel like we're such what's the word here? I can't say it on broadcast, but yeah.
Yeah. Drop me a text.
Wait, hang on. I'll actually drop it. Drop the
I wasn't going to bring it up that I have it. It's just the fact that I find it pretty cool that he has it. But I was like, while we're at it, might as well just let everybody know, you know.
I'll abbreviate it to DB. You know, let the viewers' minds figure out what DB means. We're such DBs for talking about having the right buddies. Anyway, sorry. Moving on. 10-5. Revenant already have double digits in rounds.
Oh yeah. Wait. So here's the thing, right? Being a professional player, it's a lot about being strong mentally, but a lot of times you see pre-match rituals or them just being superstitious about having maybe a mascot, a small teddy bear that they might carry to events, might have sentimental value, or even gun buddies. As a matter of fact, I've seen that happen. I'm not talking about this one. I'm speaking about this in general, right?
Yeah.
Professional players are some of the most hard-headed people out there, but at the same time, when it comes down to certain rituals or superstitions, it can also be quite the polar opposite.
I do agree. Like, I also know on our side, you know, bringing your own plushie just as either a mascot or just, you know, a good luck charm from Team Secrets, from Team Secrets side Dubstep. If any of you know him, he brings that penguin when they went to Champions, I believe, and when they got into another LAN tournament earlier this year, he also did the same thing. So I do see the merit. You know, it makes you feel comfortable, makes you feel on point. Right, so why not?
Oh yeah. But for now, getting back to this one, 10-5 in the favor of Revenant Esports, and they've been killing it. They've been so on point right now. Deathmaker, all he has is the Headhunter to work with. 4 bullets and a dream, but he's gonna get smoked off. And at this point, there's only so much he can do from a position like that. Right? The sky smoke's being used to perfection, along with the toxic screen that gives no information to Velocity Gaming, and playing it so damn well.
And it's so efficient with how they use the smokes. Look at that. 1 smoke for Heaven and 1 smoke for U-Haul. And that basically incapacitates the entire site for how the approach of Revenant was. Oh, that was awkward. Logi does get back into position, though. That nade will flush him out. Can he still win the fight? Not going to happen this time. Black Hawk really in a cheeky, incredibly difficult spot to actually fight off of 3 versus 4. Oh, he actually denies it. They're still fighting for it, though. Down to 1. It's going to be Wimp. There's still plenty of time for them to defuse that. Not finally a round in the hands of Velocity, but the way that they entered the site, you saw how just quickly Revenant was able to do that one.
Oh yeah. But I'm not quite sure what really went wrong for Revenant over there, because they looked like they were in control, right? So much control, but at the end of the day, it's just about a couple of decisions here and there, and there you go, Velocity picking 1 round up. The round they least expected to win, by the way. But that's also the funny thing, right? Even if you don't have the best advice, you still try your best to win that round. And sometimes those are the rounds that end up changing the side of the game, changing the course of the game. The Horns going in, definitely want to be aggressive, but we have a Prowler and the Boombot going in, which is going to take away some utility from the defenders. But Bad Love, he's pushing up. He's going to expect Deathmaker. Is Deathmaker going to expect him? He will peek around the corner, but will get taken down. And that's a good double peek. You had to give it to them.
Yeah, the reason for the double peek as well was 2 pushing on mid, and then leaving that trademark on the outside of Hookah so nobody can actually flank there, which, again, frees up the double push from Revenant. So, Revenant's control, as well as the plans that they want to make, have been extremely secured,
Where are you?
right? There could have been that double swing on B long, but I think they were very much confident it was only going to be the one because there was so much, what's the word here? Oh, that guy's gonna die. Deadly. I don't see him surviving. Yeah. So here's the thing. VLT have already showed their hand. There's like 2 people already making sure that nobody's gonna be able to push out on shower, so they really committed to that, which also told Revenant in its own way that nobody but maybe one person is going to be peeking out B long. So all of these tiny bits of things is, I think, being read so perfectly by Revenant right now.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. It's not just about reading the game, right? They've been in control of the game. And they're forcing the opposition to make moves, and that's exactly what's working out in their favor. Look at Badland, right? Look at this orbital strike. Oh my lord, this could be perfect. Oh my goodness, look at that. What is happening? Right to ace. What are you doing? Logan needs to come in, but will he have enough time? Does he have enough HP? No, he does not. But do they have enough time? Yes, they do. What is happening? Look at right to ace. So pumped up.
Their ability to defend the site and control the map might be lacking, but their retake is so strong, spearheaded by, as you mentioned, right to ace. So pumped up, so hyped up, and he even used the orbital strike in turn. You already saw Blackhawk use it, and right to ace was like, all right, I'll match your orbital with my own orbital. Who has the better satellite?
Well, I think it really just comes down to
Find you.
the situation that you're using it in, but right to ace with a multi-kill. The orbital strike. It's hard enough to get 1, let alone 2, especially in that post plan. That was wonderful. So this is great to see. Wait, did Nelly just change his crosshair right in the middle of the match?
Not
He
gonna
did,
lie,
he did.
I haven't been paying attention to any of the crosshairs, so I can't really tell you if he did. Oh my
I
god.
can't believe this.
You know what? It happens. It happens. Sometimes you just feel snappier with a crosshair. Guys, this crosshair gives me aim hacks.
Yeah.
Amazing. It's a great
You know,
YouTube.
it's funny
clickbait
that I'm
title.
laughing at this because I'm guilty of doing this myself. That's the reason I noticed it.
Oh yeah, like in my profile, I have like. So here's the thing. You know how with the new update, there's these
Oh yeah.
new custom crosshairs. So I have like 3 weird ones with the nerd glasses and everything. Okay, we're gonna go back to that because the pressure is on from Revenant here, and again, emphasis on just getting shower control right to
30
ace.
seconds left.
Took a longer time than was expected to actually shut down Paradox, and that did not give him enough leeway to deal with the second and even third coming in to just fight him down. This pushes both Hell F and Deathmaker to make do, playing on the back of the site into a 2 versus 4. Hell F now flashes for himself, does have another one in hand. Deathmaker's here. You're dismantling the offense. 1 versus 1. The peek out. Or sorry, excuse me. 1 versus 2. The peek out. And Hell F will have to fight Black Hawk. Ooh, might have seen him go for the jiggle peek. But again, we've already been talking about this. Black Hawk is just locked and loaded on bind. There is nothing that he can't do that he will not be able to fight. I think it's the battle of the 2 brims. And these guys are able to clutch and just create so much impact for each team.
That they did. But 11-7 is a scoreline. Revenant is looking so primed for success over here to change what has been the record of not being able to close out any match up against Velocity Gaming. And in its truest sense, right? So you did mention it to be David versus Goliath. And
Yeah.
it's turning out to be that one.
Reverse, though, from the looks of things. I mean, now it feels like Goliath is Revenant. Whew. I mean, Blackhawk has like 23 flags. Oh, very aggressive, challenging, but only equalizing as they both back away from Hookah. Unfortunately, that's not what VLT was kind of hoping for, especially losing their star fragger Deadly. I mean, it is the Battle of the Brims, but you still want Deadly alive for the most part. And in case of call right now for Revenant is actually to group up onto short. They do have the Viper wall placed there already, so they don't really have to deal with showers too much. And because they do have that trap right outside of showers, they won't really get flanked for the most part. Paradox,
Oh my lord.
That was very risky, not knowing that maybe Deathmaker was the one right then and there, and Deathmaker's intuition. Oh, no. No way. He actually was already looking right behind him. But unfortunately, Bad Love wiggles through. Hold on. There's Blackhawk. There's right to Ace. Here comes the Brims. Loki just barely gets away from the flash. Will be playing opposite to his wall. Not sure. Oh, there he is. That is so unlucky for him. Now turns it into the 1 versus 1. No more utility in hand. Has plenty of cover. Can go for the challenge. And does beat down right to Ace. Right to Ace had to get, you know, just closer and closer. Can't really wallbang triple from that angle. So he had to get the win, but his opponent just perfectly read that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Map and match point for Revenant Esports. I'm sure they're feeling the nerves over here because, let's be honest, right? You could have played anything for, God knows, 10,000 hours, for example, right? But when push comes to shove, you always have adrenaline pumping, and that's what leads to feeling those nerves and having those jitters. A lot of times you see that in clutches, after clutches. You see teams trying to reset as well, but I'm not sure if the cash on velocity is that great, to be honest.
Hasn't been working for Velocity for the past few rounds now. I mean, my brain is just now realizing it is already also match point, series point. And Velocity have lost all luster that we saw from that first game. It's all been burnt out already here. Matarasu and Deadly, such a risky position to put a initiator in. Bad Love booping himself up. There's the smoke to clear out on U-Haul. Here comes the boom bot. They're challenging in the end. Oh, Matarasu still. Yes, there you go. There's the 1 kill, the 2 kills. And he was not revealed at all with that aggressing ultimate of his. Anyways, Blackhawk and teammate now pushing into the back of the site. And Paradox somehow manages to sneak through on spawn here. Close enough. Does show LF's positioning, so at least now they do have some information here. The flash! LF capitalizes, and now we're down to Wimp. But here's the first shot. He's gonna have to destroy this to get back into cover, but LF not making him be able to do that, and Velocity live to fight for another round.
Oh, that they certainly do live to fight another round. Hellfighter is one of the most dependable players in clutch situations. Whenever he's been alive, he's brought these rounds back for his team. And I believe that was a 3K that he had over there to close this round in his team's favor when we have a timeout coming in from Revenant. Malik's making sure that the boys don't choke. They have 4 more rounds to go. At least to avoid overtime, right? And all they need is 1. So I'm quite certain that Malik's is going to give them the right pep talk that they need, or maybe point things out. But here's the thing, that one round where Paradox tried to satchel from A short to A long, I feel like that was quite smart, given the utility that they had. The only problem was he was not able to get there in time. He could have had the drop on the Deathmaker inside showers.
Yes, it all boiled down as well to Amaterasu just not being hidden again. I thought it was such a risky position, but it paid off in the end because he was not exposed whatsoever, and Amaterasu converted that. So it really ruined, I think, the two-pronged approach that Revenant wanted to do as they started pushing on the A side itself. So one angle of attack was not really good enough because they weren't really able to take down Amaterasu quick enough so that they could have got a cheeky pick in. Also, that was kind of weird from Paradox, right? Where he swept up to the melee thinking that it was only just the one person coming through on spawn, but it was rather 2. So little bits of mistake like that resulted in them just not having enough firepower to really force, I guess, what happened as the round continued.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's always small margins, right? It's always those little mistakes that end up costing you the round or the match. But again, ooh, good shot by Blackhawk. They do know that Fado's playing close towards Ashars. Incendiary coming in as well, but ooh, the Viper Spit coming into play.
They heard the shot now with the judge. Are they still going to be committing to this? Looks like that's going to be a yes because, as I mentioned, the Viper's Pit has been utilized, but they're pushing through on this one, and the pinch comes in. Oh my gosh, it's now been put into the hands of Deathmaker. no big utilities, possibly the worst agent that you could want to actually go for a post plant. Nightfall has been used, as well as the Roomba to flush out his positioning. And this is a thrifty buy from Revenant. We haven't really seen a massive thrifty buy from them, but now it is working. And again, what can Deathmaker really do with this particular position when he's in a 5 versus 1? Not gonna happen. And Revenant finally win a series against Velocity.
It's insane to me to see the fact that the way they came back in the last round is, it's always been that pep talk, right? One pause and Revenant bounces right back into the game with a buy that they should not have any business getting those opening picks. They not just only got the picks, used the Viper spit, committed to it. That shows the amount of confidence they have in their own ability to go out there and pop some heads.
I only thought it was going to be possible with Velocity with how they approached that attack. It was similar to what we saw with Breeze, right? Where they did that two-pronged approach from switch into A main. That was Velocity that did that. This time it's Revenant. Both teams showing their pedigree as incredibly high-tier teams. And honestly, that was just such a crisp way of how to finish that game and in turn this entire series. So again, even though we maybe me or you were touting that this was a Velocity series through and through, Revenant has just turned the tides and has basically made us eat our words, or at least my words per se. And it's honestly a great thing to happen, because this just means that, again, this team continues on in this tournament, as well as showing that they do have that star power to make things happen.
Oh yeah, I mean, they absolutely do have the star power to make things happen. Not just star power, right? They've played it as a unit. And that's something I've always mentioned. You don't want one player only on a team to always carry the burden of going out there, getting the frags, turning the tide of the game in your favor. You also want to play as a cohesive unit. That's exactly what Revenant has managed to do. Yeah. And honestly, I'm impressed. I'm impressed and I'm happy for them.
Yeah, and now I believe we do have our map MVP. Who is it? After all of this, yes, here we go. His name rings true. It's Blackhawk, 26 kills, but more importantly, 7 first bloods on Blackhawk. Some of them were pop shots through his own smoke. Some of them were just him aggressively holding an angle. Whatever happens, this man has really jettisoned Revenant into getting this game number 3. Such an impact player. And his ACS, look at that, dude. 328.
Let's not forget he was playing Brim. He wasn't playing Graves, he wasn't playing Jet, he wasn't playing any other duelist, he was playing Brim. And he had 7 first blood. So from the get-go, right, he was getting those crucial picks, impact picks, and whenever the team needed him, he made sure that he stepped up. And on both sides, right, we had Right to Waste being the team MVP for his team, but Blackhawk with 199.7, that's 200 ADR, that's insanity.
My goodness. So here's a fun fact, right? I talk about how Blackhawk got 7 first kills. The only 2 players that got close to him were the duelists of each team. I think One Tap God had 6 first bloods on what was the Breeze, and then it was Deadly 10 on Haven that got 6 first bloods on Haven. So Blackhawk really just showing to us how much impact a good Brimstone player has, especially on the defending side. Just nobody could take the side because of how smartly he uses utility. He would not really be what's the word here, cheap with how he uses his molly. As soon as he knows that they're committing to the side, he's just gonna throw it at straight up, just create that space and start getting kills.
Oh, absolutely. He uses utility to perfection, but you also have to give it to Revenant for the fact that they went in with the double controller setup with the Viper and the Brimstone. We saw it in the morning as well, and it feels like, at least for what the preferred picks are locally, right? Revenant has always been one step ahead, or if not one step ahead, they've always been separate from the rest of the crop. They've chosen unorthodox lineups. They've wanted to play certain things that are not played in the region, maybe outside, not in India, with a triple initiator setup, for example, on Ascent. So we've seen things like that. And it's good to see that teams are trying to come up with their own playstyle instead of just copying whatever is working and tearing a page from the other team's book.
Yeah, and again, it shows to us that there is so much versatility here, or rather, different options that is available for each team, right? To just show how they understand the game and what they think is the best for them. Anyways, I do believe we are just going to be announcing that we do have, of course, more matches coming up for tomorrow. Wait, hold on. All right, so we do have for tomorrow Group B semifinals and finals happening on that one. So definitely exciting, and hope to see you guys then and there. Also, we do have, of course, the match that is happening on Sunday, which is going to be, I believe, the grand finals for qualifiers 2. So we're going to see who will be able to qualify to get into the main event happening in Hyderabad later on next month, I believe. Anyways, guys, we're going to be signing off for this particular broadcast. We're going to see you tomorrow. Once again, my name is Asar. With me now is Mamba. It's been a pleasure, guys. So see you guys tomorrow, and yeah, enjoy your night. Ciao.